Chapter 100. The fist and palm collided. Araka and Sonia trembled slightly. Thud. It was a low thud, like the sound of a sandbag falling to the ground. But Thales's heart trembled, as if a blunt and heavy hammer had struck his heart. This is a battle between supreme-class elites? It was quiet and simple. There was no waste of energy, no unnecessary movements. Thales saw the crowd whispering. Many soldiers pointed at the two of them. Oh, no, how many times has it been? Must they tear each other apart before the attack from the north? The two commanders faced each other with equal harshness. They stood where they were and blocked each other's fists and palms without backing down. Sonia's eyes were cold, while Araka's face was fierce. The soldiers behind the two of them finally reacted. Clang. The old soldiers behind Sonia drew their swords in unison and surrounded the commander in an orderly manner. Thud. The sword and shield soldiers around Araka had solemn expressions. They took a step forward in unison and formed a wall with their swords and shields to protect Araka's flanks. The two groups of people were murderous as they glared at each other angrily with swords drawn. The chaos in the crowd deepened. My God, the Starlight Guards and the Fury Guards are here at the same time. Didn't the officers who arranged the shifts deliberately stagger their duty times? Are people going to die this time? I have a bad feeling. However, when almost everyone was watching the conflict between the two commanders with complicated emotions, the atmosphere became even more tense. Stop. Thales frowned and took a step forward. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at the prince, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. Thales looked around him. What on earth is going on? Sonia and Araka, he sighed. This is what I wanted to say, Putre whispered behind him. You are the only one who can show up, young prince. Thales shook his head. Stand back, soldiers, he shouted at the two groups of people who were in a tense atmosphere. Put away your weapons, considering that we are all constellations. But no one paid attention to him. Sonia and Araka heard him, but the two of them, who had unpleasant expressions on their faces, seemed more interested in each other. The subordinates behind them, according to the crowd, they seemed to be the Starlight Guards and the Fury Guards, did not look sideways either. They only stood loyally and attentively behind their commanding officers. His Royal Highness was ignored in the middle of the field. Putre closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. The whispers of the onlookers became louder, and they pointed at Thales. Many people's eyes were filled with mockery and contempt. This child was their new prince? Thales only felt very awkward. It was extremely awkward. What should I do? Rush up and pull them apart? However, Sonia was in a state of extreme annoyance, and that Araka did not seem to care about him at all. I have to find something that they care about. His brain worked quickly. The conversation between the two of them surfaced in his mind. Thales was struck by a thought. He took a deep breath. The prince heard his own childish voice rise. I am Thales Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation. Thales raised his right hand and pointed to the north. Perhaps some of you know, for the peace of Constellation, and for the lives of everyone in the fortress. I will soon head north to Extet to pay for their prince's death with my life. The onlookers burst into an uproar. Broken Dragon Fortress was not alone. The news of the national conference had long since spread here. Many people looked at Thales with different emotions in their eyes. There was pity, indignation, anger, and sighing. But Sonia and Araka's gazes were still locked on each other. Thales adjusted his breathing and tried to appear as casual as possible. He walked closer to their confrontation. As for the two commanding officers and your subordinates, before you dig out each other's hearts, towards a Jadestar prince who is about to die. Thales spread his hands and revealed a helpless smile. At least give him the respect he deserves, right? For example, starting the fight after I go to my death? The whispers of the onlookers became louder. Putre nodded slightly. Sonia and Araka realized that they furrowed their eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. But Thales immediately changed the topic and snorted softly as if he was mocking them. Oh, of course. Perhaps you are already used to it. Thales turned around and looked at the soldiers around him. He put his hand into his pocket in a relaxed manner. He was about to take out the Jade Star royal family's 9-pointed star pin and show it to everyone. Thales' next sentence relied on his family name. But he did not touch the 9-pointed star pin. There was only the fanged bracelet in his pocket. It was given to him by the Night Queen when they parted. It was the Corleone family's keepsake. Thales' smile froze for a fraction of a second. Damn Katerina, she didn't return the 9-pointed star pin to me. However, the prince immediately flashed a smile at the speed of lightning. He turned his empty pocket helplessness into a taking a picture with his hands in his pockets pose and turned around. Thales turned back to the two people who were confronting each other and laughed mockingly. After all, it is not the first time the two of you have seen a jade star die in front of you. The moment he finished speaking, the two people who were confronting each other breathed a lot faster. Sonia's entire body trembled. Araka looked like he was struggling. The past surged into their minds. The surrounding soldiers' voices grew louder. So? Yes, you heard about it too, right? Both of them were. Hey, they had that kind of experience, why bother? 1, 2, 3. Thales counted the seconds in his heart. Please, give me some face. His awkwardness rose again. Finally, the two commanders snorted coldly and abruptly let go of each other. The guards on both sides sheathed their swords one after another, but their expressions were still unpleasant as they looked at each other. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Putre, who was standing beside him, flashed a hateful smile and winked at him. Gilbert had never been so disrespectful. Thales returned an angry glare. But he knew that the matter was not resolved. Very well, shall we settle the matter at hand first? Thales grinned and rubbed his hands, pointing at Willow Ken, who was stunned on the spot. Araka snorted impatiently. Do you want to judge him personally, young prince? Why, do you have a problem with that? Sonia snorted, with his highness status, he is the most suitable person here. Thales sighed. No, this is not just a trial. It might also be the friction and discord between the two commanders. Anne. He looked at Willow, who had a pleading look on his face. This concerns a person's life and death. He raised his head and looked at the officer in charge of the hanging. Can anyone prove what he said? The person he saved. The officer in charge seemed to have never spoken to anyone from the royal family before. He took a step back in a flattered manner, then shook his head. None, so we all suspect that he is lying. Thales furrowed his brows. This is bad. If you want to confirm whether he is a deserter, please bring him his weapon. The officer nodded nervously. Soon, under everyone's gaze, a wooden stick that was much shorter than a long spear was brought up. This pair of damaged wooden sticks still had dried blood stains on them. Only the iron-wrapped tip could barely be seen on one side. On the surface, it did indeed look like a broken long spear. However, Thales looked at the black-haired young man. You can use dual spears? Willow nodded vigorously. I can. Another lie. The officer shook his head and said, no soldier has ever received such training, much less a fisherman. Thales exhaled deeply. He looked at the soldiers around him with burning gazes. He looked at Sonia's hopeful gaze, Araka's aggressive gaze, and Putre's complicated expression. Thales pondered and said, if he can use dual spears proficiently, but Araka snorted softly at this moment and interrupted him. Whether he is a deserter or not, he disobeyed orders and ran back on the battlefield. There is no doubt about that, the valiant man said to the prince in a mocking tone. Why? If he can use dual spears, are you going to use your Jade Star privilege to declare him innocent? Honorable, second prince? Thales was stunned. Disobeyed orders? *T then, are you going to execute him directly? Sonia spoke harshly. She said coldly, if he is innocent, no one cares if you are innocent on the battlefield. Araka cut her off stiffly. Regardless of whether it is to escape or to save someone, you disobeyed orders, so you have to pay the price. Sonia's words immediately froze. She could only turn her head and look at Thales hesitantly. I respect your decision, Your Highness. Continue. Araka looked at Thales and said in disdain, pardon him, and see if he will still disobey orders next time. Perhaps by then, he will not only cause his own death. Willow's face immediately turned ashen. Drenched in sweat, his gaze kept moving back and forth between Araka and Thales. Thales furrowed his brows. This is troublesome. Araka, Sonia, Putre, and the soldiers around them, including Willow, all fixed their gazes on him. What should I do? Hang him. What will Sonia and the soldiers around them think? Forgive him. What about Araka, military orders, and military rules? Or should I just change to another punishment? No, it's not appropriate. Damn it. Gilbert never taught me this. Wait. Gilbert? Thales muttered to himself. He made a decision. Willow Ken. I cannot be sure if you are a deserter. The prince walked in front of Willow and said to him, hence, I cannot convict you and hang you. Willow breathed a sigh of relief. See, this is where you start losing the war. As expected, Araka snorted softly. Unsurprisingly, he also received Sonia's angry glare. Some of the soldiers who agreed with Araka started to shake their heads. However, Thales' next sentence made Willow nervous again. Thales shook his head and said, but if you really disobeyed orders, then I cannot convict you. I cannot pass a sentence. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then, there was an uproar. Sonia furrowed her brows tightly. What does this mean? Guilty and not guilty? Araka sneered. So, what are you going to do, my prince? Why don't you shorten the rope by half? Thales was expressionless. He raised his hand gently and clenched his fist. Everyone fell silent. But you said it, Willow, Thales said softly, you retreated to save your comrades. Willow lifted his gaze and looked at the second prince with trembling eyes. Whether you really did it or not, this spirit is very noble. Thales' voice echoed in the narrow crowd. So, I can't hang you. Willow shuddered and looked at the prince in disbelief. Thales continued to say, yes. It's not because of whether your actions are innocent or not. It's because I cannot let others hesitate to save their comrades just because they are afraid of what will happen to you. This is not something that they should hesitate about. Thales said faintly. The way everyone looked at Thales changed. Sonia's face lit up, while Araka frowned deeply. Only Putre's gaze was complicated and profound. But Thales' expression turned solemn and he said sternly, this does not mean that you are not guilty, and you do not have to pay the price for disobeying orders. Willow Ken. Willow's breathing started to quicken. In the future battles, you must save the lives of more than 10 comrades, Thales said sternly. As the price for not being hanged today, this is the only way you can be absolved of your crime of disobeying orders and wash away the suspicion of you being a deserter. 10. Under everyone's gaze, Thales pulled out JC's dagger and walked behind Willow expressionlessly. He aimed the blade at the rope that bound Willow's hands. Thales took a deep breath and used force to cut. 1, 2, 3, Thales awkwardly realized that his strength was a little weak. Based on this speed, it might take more than 10 seconds to cut the rope. He felt the gazes of the people around him. This is ruining the atmosphere. At this moment, a familiar fluctuation surged into Thales' hands. It was as if his blood had instantly sped up. The muscles on his right hand trembled, and a force that was much stronger than usual erupted. Rip. The rope on Willow's hands was instantly cut. Thales withdrew his dagger and forced himself not to look at the bloody wound on the back of Willow's hand that he had accidentally made. Ahem. So, I used your future actions in exchange for your life and freedom at this moment. Do you understand? Willow Ken? He looked solemnly at Willow, who had regained his freedom. Willow panted as he knelt on the ground and looked at Thales. He parted his trembling lips. Yes, yes. Your Highness, he said excitedly. Save 10 people. I will remember this. I have another request, Thales said calmly. Willow was stunned. Thales suddenly flashed a smile that he had not shown for a long time and said, Go and change your dual pistols. They are so worn out that they can't even kill fish in the river. Willow Ken took 3 breaths. Then, he flashed a smile as if he had escaped a disaster. He nodded vigorously, Yes, I will obey your orders. Thales turned his head and looked around. Sonia laughed and looked at him with a gratified expression. Very appropriate, Your Highness. The fortress flower walked over unceremoniously and carried Thales while he had an unpleasant expression on his face. No one knew who started it, but the soldiers around them started applauding. Asterisk clap clap clap, asterisk some even started cheering. There were even people shouting, Our prince. Sonia laughed and put the ashen-faced Thales on her shoulder. She rubbed his head hard, a qualified jade star. Cunning brat. Araka looked at Thales coldly. He mumbled and waved his hand. Amidst the applause from the crowd, he left with his subordinates. Only Ida asked Putre, who was deep in thought, with a puzzled expression, What did he do just now? When the already weak Thales was put down after Sonia swung him around twice and making him even more dizzy, he could only pull at Putre's robe weakly and retch. Under the guidance of a few soldiers, Putre followed him to the barracks that had been prepared for the prince. Behind him was Ida, whose face was once again pale from the cold weather. Thales sighed, I thought that the trouble would only come after we reach Extet. But Putre did not reply to him. Your Highness, Putre said quietly, not noticing that he used honorifics. How did you think of that method? Thales was stunned. Huh? Not killing that soldier for now, but letting him contribute himself in the future? Putre said as he walked. This idea. Thales rubbed his frozen red hands and exhaled a breath of hot air. In fact, Gilbert told me about it. It has something to do with my uncle, Midir Jade Star. Putre's expression changed and he furrowed his brows. Gilbert said that he once messed up a diplomatic mission because he did not cooperate well with his colleagues. Thales recalled and did not notice Putre's expression. But Prince Midir did not punish him. Instead, he made him owe a debt to Constellation, and in the future, he had to make up for it with several times the merit. Putre furrowed his brows tightly, while Thales raised his eyebrows. The Far Easterners also have the saying of using merits to make up for sins, but that is only limited to important people. Low-ranking soldiers like Willow cannot say this directly, so they have to use the reason of saving their comrades to convince others. But this is still not a good idea. Thales spread his hands. Think about it, if all the deserters came back and said that they did it to save their comrades, so, you are imitating Prince Midir? Putre did not listen to him. Instead, he said slowly, Gilbert probably hopes that you will become the next Midir. Thales was stunned. He scratched his head. This incident probably affected Gilbert deeply. Yes. Putre heaved a long sigh as if he was deep in thought. Gilbert did save all of Constellation during the negotiation of the Fortress Treaty and made up for his sin of becoming enemies with Steel City. Otherwise, according to the law at that time, this incident would have been enough to land him in prison. Thales turned his head curiously. Oh, Putre, you know about this as well? Of course, Your Highness. Putre seemed to be used to addressing Thales as Your Highness. He said flatly, Gilbert did not mess up that incident because he did not cooperate well with his colleagues. Thales widened his eyes. At that time, Gilbert was just a descendant of a declining noble family. As the prince's attendant, he was ostracized and even deliberately framed by his colleagues when he first came to the Foreign Affairs Department. That was why he ended up in such a state. Putre sighed. Huh? Thales said in surprise. Is that so? Put-Ray nodded slowly. That was why he worked so hard for Constellation. He thought that this was a debt he owed to Midir and Constellation. Everyone has their own life journey, and their encounters are unpredictable. Thales sighed and shrugged casually. Did he tell you about this? No, he did not. Put-Ray's gaze was profound, and there was a hint of sorrow and regret in his words. But I know more than he does. Thales raised his head. Put-Ray took a deep breath and slowly enunciated his words. Because, I was the person who ostracized and framed him in the Foreign Affairs Department back then. Thales was stunned. So awkward. About this, he said awkwardly, perhaps, if you had not done what you did back then, Gilbert would not have become such an outstanding diplomat and administrative officer. Yes, perhaps, Put-Ray said bitterly. Constellation is very lucky to have such an outstanding and selfless, no. A familiar voice came from behind them. He seemed to be suppressing his anger. Thales and Put-Ray turned their heads in astonishment. They saw the second prince's attendant, Wuxia, looking at them with an unhappy expression. Wuxia. Thales said strangely. Is he angry? Your Highness. Wuxia seemed to be trying his best to control his emotions. He took 2 deep breaths before his expression returned to normal. He said slowly, Cora. Cora is dying. Thales' expression changed drastically. Cora, the leader of the Jade Star family's private army, was currently lying on the bed in the barracks with a pale face. I have a younger sister, Lucy. Cora's eyes were out of focus, and he said in a daze, in the capital, Your Highness, Wuxia, who was wrapped in bandages, said with a regretful expression, the vampires injured him too badly. Thales let out a long sigh. Is there no other way? We searched for military doctors in the fortress. Wuxia shook his head with a sorrowful expression. But they are only military doctors. I am afraid they do not have such good medical skills. Thales frowned. Are there other doctors? Put-Ray frowned. Cold Castle is the closest, and there are doctors. But I am afraid it is too late. Also, the extensions have cleared the area. In short, the road is very unsafe. Accept reality. Ida sighed under the cloak. At least let him leave with peace of mind, and not have any regrets on his way to Hell's River. Thales looked at Cora on the bed and remembered the first time he made him laugh in Mindy's hall. And the time he led the swordsmen to fight against the mercenaries. Together with his colleagues, they stood between him and Serena. And, the fight against the Blood Clan in the Birch Tree Forest, he closed his eyes sadly. Damn it. Prince Thales. Everyone turned their heads. They saw a young man with black hair and brown eyes standing at the entrance of the barracks. It was Willow Ken. The deserter, who was almost hanged. Willow bowed respectfully to Thales and showed a grateful smile. I am so happy to see you. I was sent to inform you. He glanced into the barracks and glanced at Cora, who was on the verge of death. Willow immediately put away his smile and said while trembling with fear, that the 2 commanders ask you and the vice diplomat to go over. Thales sighed. He could not bear to look at Cora on the bed. He nodded and walked out of the room with Put-Ray and Ida. That is. Willow asked carefully, Your Highness subordinate? Yes, but we can't save him. I hope he can leave in peace, Thales said absent-mindedly. Willow, how did you become an errand soldier? Heh. Willow shrugged and said helplessly, After all, many people still think that I am a deserter. Thales nodded absent-mindedly, but his feet stopped. No, let the commanders wait for a while. I will send him on his last journey. He died because of me. Thales turned around sadly and looked at Cora, who was on the verge of death. Put-Ray shook his head and waved at Willow. Thales walked back to the bed and looked at Cora, who was mumbling inexplicably. He clenched his fists. If Cora and the other Jade Star private soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the Birch Tree Forest did not follow me, sigh. At this moment, Your Highness, that Willow could not help but speak. Put-Ray and the others looked at him in dissatisfaction. Please do not rush him, Waya said unhappily. Please give death some dignity, even if you are the ferryman of Hell's River. No. Willow waved his hand and said anxiously, I was treated as a deserter yesterday and thrown into the dungeon. That dungeon. Now is not the time to thank him, right? Put-Ray said with a frown. No. Willow shook his head and panted. I met someone in the dungeon, a person who was locked up as a suspicious person, the young soldier said loudly. That person said, he is a doctor. Thales and the others were shocked and looked at Willow. Yes, he also said his name is Ramon. Willow finally said what he wanted to say. He scratched his head and revealed a hearty smile. And he is a doctor from the capital. According to him, his medical skills are superb. Chapter 101. The doctor Willow mentioned was quickly escorted over. Thales carefully observed the strange man in front of him. He seemed to be in his 50s and was almost bald, but his appearance was extremely outstanding. He had a large nose on his narrow face, and his dark green eyes darted around nimbly. Coupled with his ugly smile, he looked strange and uncomfortable. You must be the new prince, your highness. The strange-looking old man was dressed in a yellow leather coat. It was a little dirty from being rubbed in the dungeon, and there was a strange smell of medicine on his body. He laughed inexplicably and bowed slightly. My name is Ramon. I am a doctor. Thales frowned. He waved his hand and gestured for Wyatt to close the door of the barracks that was left behind after the soldiers left. You know who I am? Ramon stretched his head forward strangely and nodded from time to time. Coupled with the smile that seemed to have frozen on his face, he looked like an entertainer performing a magic trick. Hee, news always travels fast, faster than you think, especially when the soldiers around us are talking about your name. Put-Ray took a step forward and said slowly. Said, very well, there is a person here who needs medical attention. If you are a doctor, he looked at Cora. Ramon laughed strangely and craned his head to look in Cora's direction. I can try, but I cannot guarantee anything. He walked towards Cora, but suddenly turned his head around. His eyes bulged and he stared at Thales strangely. I heard that your highness is going north to Ekstedt. Waya and Ralph frowned. Thales nodded. This old man. A little strange. And a little strange. But he is a doctor after all. Ramon walked slowly to Cora's side, as if he was deep in thought. Not a bad journey. Ekstedt. The strange doctor carefully observed Cora, who was trembling slightly and whose face was pale. A brave warrior, and a supra-class swordsman with the power of eradication. Ramon lifted Cora's weak arm and his eyes sparkled. He has a bad habit when he swings his sword. He prefers slashing and face-to-face swordsmanship. His right upper arm and back muscles will probably start to ache after he is 60 years old. Under Waya and Ralph's astonished gazes, he slowly removed Cora's bandages. Cuts and lacerations on his chest and back. He didn't treat his injuries immediately. I wonder if it was because the situation was urgent or because he didn't realize it. To think that he endured for so long, with this kind of wound, I can recognize it as a vampire's claw even with my eyes closed. Thales' expression froze. This doctor. It seemed to have some tricks up its sleeve. Moderate blood loss, weak body. The key is that the 2 wounds were improperly treated. There's quite a lot of ulceration. If we don't deal with it immediately, I guess he can still hold on for another day. One night. Hee. Ramon turned his head and clicked his tongue. He looked at Thales and smiled without saying a word. What is it? Put-Ray asked slowly. Can you save him? Hee. Ramon stared at Thales with a contemplative gaze. Most doctors are probably at a loss right now. Thales' expression darkened. They can only wait for the swordsman to recover or die by himself. He let out a breath of hot air and said slowly. Everyone frowned slightly. Wait, Put-Ray said quietly. You said, most of them? Ramon just chuckled. Thales raised his hand and gestured for Putre to ask him the question. The second prince looked at Ramon seriously and asked, "You mean, you can save him?" Ramon blinked his right eye and sniffed with his strange nose. "I did not say that. But I can try. With some medicine, I can treat the wounds, cut off the rotten flesh. As for the chance of successfully saving him..." Putre frowned beside Thales. Ramon flashed a strange smile again. "It depends on the reward." "You know, the reward." Thales raised his eyebrows. "You will get the reward you deserve." Without changing his expression, Thales added, "Sufficient reward. I guarantee it with the royal family's reputation. Anyway, it's not my money." "Huh, you have misunderstood." Ramon put down the dying Cora. His eyes shone. "I only ask for one thing." He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Thales carefully. "I've had enough of this dungeon." He tried his best to put on a friendly smile and said, "When the prince heads north to Ekstedt, please bring me along." The barracks was silent for a moment. Thales looked at the ashen-faced Cora on the bed and clenched his fists lightly. "Bring him along? You know that I have no right to let you go." Thales suppressed the discomfort in his heart. "I am not the commander here." Ramon revealed his upper teeth and sneered cunningly. "But your father is the commander of the commander of the commander here, isn't he? And you are not letting me go, but placing me under your custody. Ridiculous." Waya snorted softly. "Are you negotiating terms with His Highness?" "It's just a request." Ramon put his hands together and smiled. "If I can get permission, I believe that I will do my best to treat this seriously injured and dying Mr. No." Thales stared at him with an unpleasant expression. "Not only do you want to negotiate terms, you are also threatening me. Also, not saving a dying man. Are you really a doctor?" "How dare I?" Ramon spread his hands and revealed his mottled yellow teeth. "What I mean is, even if I am a doctor, I can only try my best to save him. If I fail, His Highness can throw me back into the dungeon or even cause me some trouble, of course, if he is lucky enough to be saved by me. I only need your kindness to bring me out of the dungeon, and the one on the bed looks like he is in pain. You only need to bring me along. You have a lot of conditions." Wyatt took a step forward and said coldly. "I am only making a suggestion." Ramon smiled. "Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to His Highness." "What if I say no?" Thales said quietly, "If I do not agree to let you out of the dungeon and bring you along, will you refuse to treat him?" Ramon chuckled. "Of course not," but a cold glare flashed in the doctor's eyes. Hee hee. "But you know, my medical skills are actually very dependent on luck, hee hee. If I can't treat him, you can't blame me. Hee hee, what a pity for such a brave soldier." Sigh. It looks like he blocked it for his comrade. Putre's expression changed. "You are bargaining with the Prince of Constellation." He snorted and said, "This is disrespectful." "How would I dare?" Ramon shook his head. "I only believe in the prince's kindness and wisdom." Anger also surged in Waya's heart. "You know, we can also send you back to the dungeon. The ferryman can also send him across Hell's River." Ramon pointed at Cora on the bed and slyly spread his hands. Ralph, on the other hand, stared coldly at Ramon. Putre looked at Cora, who seemed to be struggling in a nightmare on the bed. With a displeased expression, he moved closer to Thales's ear. "Maybe we can promise him first, as long as Lady Cecile appears and detains him at the last moment, you will not be considered to have broken your promise." Thales pursed his lips tightly. He raised his head and stopped Putre's whispers. Thales looked at Ramon. "This is the only licensed doctor around Broken Dragon Fortress?" "You know, I can actually promise you," he said quietly. Putre's expression tensed. "Thank you." Ramon chuckled and said, "This is nothing for you, Your Highness. I think Lady Cecile will respect you." But Ramon, who was chuckling, was interrupted. "But I just had a very bad day, Mr. Ramon." Thales exhaled with a hostile expression. He raised his head. And do you know why? Ramon's words instantly froze in his throat. Because I allowed a stranger to enter my diplomat group, even if he was actually loyal. Thales took a deep breath. Under Waya and Putre's worried gazes, he slowly said, but in the end, I lost more than half of my men. They all bled for me and sacrificed for me. They might even include Cora, who is lying on the bed. He said coldly, I don't like it when people use this to bargain with me. Ramon was slightly startled. Thales raised his head and heard himself say in a low voice, also, this lesson taught me to always be vigilant when it comes to things that you cannot understand. Ramon lowered his head and listened to Thales enunciate each word clearly. For example, at the border of the conflict between the two kingdoms, a doctor who was locked up in the fortress dungeon for no reason asked to join my group with a body full of peculiarities and suspicions. We will go to Extet, which is even more dangerous and has an uncertain future. Ramon frowned subconsciously. This prince, Thales continued, the dungeon of Broken Dragon Fortress may not be comfortable, but it is safer and more reliable than the border between the two kingdoms, where the atmosphere is tense, and compared to my diplomatic journey with an uncertain future. But you asked to go north to Extet. You did not ask to leave the dungeon at all. Thales raised his head slightly and said faintly. Ramon stared at the young prince before him with a strange expression. Thales sat on the chair and crossed his arms. You are willing to sacrifice your own safety and interests to provide medical services for the prince's group, and then continue on a dangerous journey with him. You must be a saint, Dr. Ramon. Thales shook his head and said slowly, if not, then you must have some ulterior motive. Ramon frowned. **T. It looks like this young prince is not as easy to fool as I thought. I just need to leave this place. Ramon exhaled through his nose, raised his head and said, and the war outside is imminent, and it is too dangerous. I thought that the prince's diplomat group might be safer. Thales stared at him coldly. Even a 3-year-old child knows that we are tainted with King Nuben's blood debt, and that we are going to the country he rules. Safe? All right, I don't expect the protection of His Highness guards. You don't have to bring me along the entire journey. Not long after we enter Extet, I will immediately leave. Ramon blinked and smiled bitterly in resignation. As long as it's that simple, I promise that I can definitely cure him. Ramon adjusted his breathing and turned to Waya and Ralph. Also, I can help you with something else. For example, this young gentleman's injury. I guess it was also caused by a vampire. And you, the guy with the silver mask, your arm is fractured. This cannot wait. Waya exhaled. Ralph's expression was unfriendly. You can definitely cure him? Thales said loudly. His tone was strange. Oh, that is not what you said just now. Ramon was stunned. He stuttered, I am very confident in myself. Just now, it was to ensure that I could leave the dungeon and avoid the disaster of war. But Thales did not buy it. The prince interrupted him again, Your Highness. I will give you one more chance to answer my question. What is your goal? Ramon stared at him in a daze. Damn brat. A second later, Ramon suddenly laughed. All right. He spread his hands and shrugged indifferently. Since His Highness does not believe me, then I will return to the dungeon, but he could not finish his sentence. You have used up your chance, Dr. Ramon. Thales suddenly smiled. You forced me to do this. Ramon's pupils shrank. What? What is he going to do to me? Arbitrary torture is the privilege of a tyrant. Ramon grinned and said slowly, and you are still young, aren't you? If this gets out. Putre stared at Thales, puzzled. The boy slowly leaned back and looked at Ramon, who had a puzzled expression on his face. Thales raised his right hand and pressed it against the side of his forehead. Let me apologize first. Thales chuckled and said slowly, I also did not want to treat you like this. That forbidden ability. What? At the side, Putre, Waya, Ralph, and even Ida, who had been absent-minded, were all stunned. Ability? Chapter 102. Puzzled, Waya looked at Putre, but the latter only frowned and waved his hand discreetly. Ramon stared at the Prince of Constellation in disbelief. What is he doing? Then, Thales smiled and stared at Ramon while he rubbed the side of his forehead. He spoke slowly. Willow said that you came from the capital, Eternal Star City? I flipped through the name list of the doctors in the city hall, but why have I never heard of your name? Ever since the prince was acknowledged, he has been staying in Mindy's hall. When did he go to the city hall? Flipping through the name list of doctors? My God, there are hundreds of doctors in the entire capital, including the neighboring territories and suburbs. Ramon smiled awkwardly. Oh, I only treat some poor people for a small fee, so I'm probably not on the list. Thales furrowed his brows slightly before he flashed a smile. Poor people, is it? The second prince asked bluntly, then I guess the place where you treat patients is in Lower City District? He continued to stare at Ramon while he rubbed the fingers on the side of his forehead. Ramon nodded awkwardly. Ah, yes, many of the poor live there. I used to be in Lower City District too. The second prince did not let him continue. Thales exhaled softly. I also heard that it is the territory of Blackstreet Brotherhood. Ramon's breath froze without him realizing it. Even though it is inappropriate to say this in front of you, the gangs in Lower City District are indeed rampant. Ramon looked around vigilantly. He did not notice that he had already begun to answer Thales' questions without realizing it. Thales twirled his fingers gently and stared at Ramon in a way that made him feel uneasy. Then, do you think that if the people from Blackstreet Brotherhood are injured or sick, will they also come to you, my dear Dr. Ramon, for treatment? Once he finished speaking, Thales revealed an innocent smile that a 7-year-old boy should have and stared straight at Ramon. How is it possible? We do not dare to deal with those gangsters. Ramon awkwardly changed the topic. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but the man on the bed is not in good condition. Why don't we? Is that so? Thales suddenly revealed a cheerful smile. But that is not what you think in your heart. Ramon was startled. In my heart? But Thales' next sentence made Ramon widen his eyes. You seem to have treated quite a number of people from the Brotherhood? Thales pressed his temple with one hand, while the other hand seemed to be desperately trying to recall something. Yes, a guy with a knife. That guy looks quite fierce, but he doesn't really like to talk. But it's a gang, it's normal to have such people. Ramon's expression instantly became strange. Take the knife. Ruthless. Don't like to talk. A figure that fit the description popped up in his mind. But how could that brat? Thales stared at him in amusement. What is his name? Leorc? It seems like he often comes to you for treatment. From the looks of it, he can't be a killer, right? Ramon's expression changed drastically. Killer Leorc. The Brotherhood's 13 great generals, the silent killer who was as ruthless to his enemies as he was to himself. Ramon had often taken care of the terrifying wounds he left behind after those fierce battles. But how did he know? Putre and the others looked at each other. What was going on? Let me see, a room decorated in black, a still life painting of a fruit vase hanging on the fireplace. Thales closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, as though he was trying his best to recall. So much blood, a knife wound on his left shoulder. Oh God, he was in so much pain that he almost bit through his teeth. He grabbed your collar tightly and muttered something about poisonous stinger and a scorpion whip. Who is the crying woman next to him? She is quite pretty. Her name is Felicia. Ramon gritted his teeth. Isn't he a prince who lives like a prince? How did he know that I treated Leorc's wound a year ago? Leorc went to assassinate his target, but he was ambushed by Blood Bottle Gang. Is it information from the Secret Intelligence Department? No, impossible. Ramon's face was ashen as he thought bitterly. Because even the details of Leorc's room in Blackstreet's headquarters, he knows it so clearly. Even I can't remember it all. And the crying Felicia next to him. Don't stop, doctor. Thales rubbed the side of his forehead, opened his eyes and smiled. Hurry up and think, which Brotherhood member did you treat? Were there any people of a higher rank? Hurry up and remember. Ah, that's right. The Brotherhood. Higher rank, Ramon realized that he began to tremble slightly. A fat man. What did you call him? Morris? Why did he always like to meet you at the back door of a bar? In the beginning, he even had an ugly dog with him. He was always smiling. Was he very close to you? Ramon instantly felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Morris, one of the 6 powerhouses? Regarding that matter, his direct contact person was indeed Morris. The secret meeting place was at the back alley of Sunset Bar, but how is this possible? Morris would always confirm the safety of that place. Unless, he did not want to think about that possibility. Ramon tried his best to clear his mind, but Thales' words always made him recall the scenes in his memories. Let's look at some interesting memories. Huh, this is a big guy? Thales grinned and said slowly, he has a fierce look on his face. He doesn't look like much, but his temper is quite bad. He actually got injured at the crotch area, how pitiful. I mean you, doctor. You actually want to treat his injury. Oh, it's because his father is very fierce, right? Ramon revealed the most incredulous expression as he looked at the mysterious second prince. He even knows this? Hurry up and think, what's his name? Oh, Rhoda. Thales chuckled softly. Is he considered your most troublesome patient? Cried Rhoda. Putre, Waya, and the rest were even more puzzled. Ramon parted his lips unconsciously. His palms were already wet with sweat. Quide? Rhoda's son? His injury. It's true that I was the one who examined and treated him. But this is something only the higher-ups in the Brotherhood know. It can't be any more secretive. How does a prince know? Ramon stared at Thales blankly. Thales sighed. He loosened his right hand and stared straight at Ramon with a cold smile. Don't be surprised, this is my psionic ability. Yes, Dr. Ramon. The next moment, Thales smiled and uttered a simple but effective sentence to the dumbfounded Ramon. I know how to read minds. Ramon stared at Thales blankly. His mind was blank. Thales continued to smile brightly. All your thoughts and thoughts are mine. Mind reading. Putre, Waya, and Ralph all had their mouths wide open as they stared at the second prince in a daze. On the other hand, Ida furrowed her brows tightly as she stared at the back of Thales' head. Mind reading? Ramon struggled to change his expression. He revealed the most incredulous expression. No. Even in Soul Tower's notes. Mind reading is the most untouchable domain. And he's only 7 or 8 years old, but he has this. No, the Brotherhood's strange doctor shook his head subconsciously. Thales turned his head and looked at Putre, Waya, Ralph, and the rest who were all shocked. Beside him, Ida crossed her arms with a doubtful look on her face. Please keep this a secret for me. Thales flashed a bright smile. When he trained me to use this ability, he did not want others to know, but I trust all of you. Trained, you? Putre asked in disbelief, who? Who else could it be? Thales chuckled cheerfully and turned his head. He looked at the terrified Ramon and said a name in a relaxed and cheerful manner. Morat Hansen. There was silence. Everyone stared at Thales in a daze. As if he was some kind of monster. Ramon stared at Thales in a daze. Morat Hansen. He knew the meaning of this name. Lance's teacher. Constellation's nightmare for half a century. The Viper in the night. The head of the Secret Intelligence Department. No way. The new Prince of Constellation is the Black Prophet student? Of course, Thales thought to himself. Morat is even more adept at using this so-called ability. After all, he can detect the other party's lies and use it to assist his next questioning. But fortunately, he has a good bargaining chip. Everyone in the room reacted. You never said that. Putre frowned. With the Black Prophet, ah. Thales sighed softly. You know, after all, a psionic ability like mine is too rare. Let's get straight to the point. Thales revealed the friendly look of a 7-year-old boy again. He rubbed the side of his forehead and said with a smile, Come, think about your real identity, Dr. Ramon. You don't mind letting me know, right? Ramon trembled slightly and stared at the ground in a daze. My identity? No, my identity. That will expose the Brotherhood, will expose that person, no. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. That's right. So this is your identity. Thales rubbed the side of his forehead and looked at the nervous and absent-minded Ramon. He flashed a victorious smile. No wonder I have no impression of your name even though I have seen the name list. So you are not just a secret black doctor who makes house calls for the Brotherhood. He narrowed his eyes. You are a member of the Black Street Brotherhood. The one nicknamed the Strange Doctor, Cobb Srka Ramon. Ramon's hands fell to his sides involuntarily. My full name, Thales put down his fingers and concluded. That's all I know, Thales told himself secretly. I hope it works. During the 4 years he was in the Brotherhood, a little child beggar who was strictly controlled and had to beg for food, clothing, and livelihood every day, was never noticed. Hence, he, the former child beggar, could always learn many secrets of the Brotherhood without attracting attention. For example, with his thin and weak body, he crawled through the dog hole and overheard the fight between Leorc and Felicia's vixen. Ahem. He was trying to find out the secrets in their room. After all, Leorc's room was in the corner of the big house, and it was the outermost. Every night, he would watch from the back alley of Sunset Pub. Once he confirmed that there was no one inside, such as Morris and his angry wolfhound, he would sneak in and rummage through the trash for the whole day. Of course, the most important thing was this strange doctor with a strange appearance. Strange Dr. Ramon. He did not appear in the Brotherhood often, and every time, he would cover his face. But do not underestimate a child beggar's memory and ability to recognize. In order to survive, they had to recognize every passerby's figure and posture in order to obtain a chance of survival. Which one was poor, which one was rich, which one did hard work, which one was pampered, which one could steal, which one could only beg, which one could not even get close. Not to mention that they were always greeted by the thugs, which one was one of their own. If he appears, get lost. Do you understand? This was what Quide said while holding the collar of a poor boy. The strange doctor always appeared after the Brotherhood's big operation. He would come with the smell of medicine and leave with the smell of blood. It was obvious that he was going to treat the injured. One day, Thales, who had just finished digging the secret tunnel and returned late, secretly lay by the roadside. He saw Leorc being carried back and saw the terrifying wound on his shoulder. Then, Ramon's figure appeared. Child beggar Thales remembered this figure at that time. Prince Thales also remembered this figure at that time. Quide, who often drank heavily, this name was so old that Thales had almost forgotten about him, would regularly go for body checks, but every time he came back, he would bring with him the unique smell of medicine of the strange doctor. Every time Quide came back from a check, he would be furious and drink to his heart's content. When he beat the child beggars, he would occasionally mention the strange doctor's full name. Cobb Srka Ramon. Thales buried the past memories in his mind. Unfortunately, this godly mind reading was only effective on Ramon. Ramon was drenched in cold sweat. But he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not read my true identity, that fatal secret. Wait. Thales observed Ramon's expression and shook his head. It seems like your identity is not that simple. Of course, Thales thought to himself. I only know Ramon's name and nickname, but how can a person who goes in and out of the Brotherhood and often meets the higher-ups be a simple doctor? Could it be that you have other secrets? He asked faintly. Thales looked at him with a profound gaze. The 7-year-old boy slowly raised his finger. Come, think about it carefully. Ramon could not help but tremble. The scene was a little strange. An old man was trembling in front of a neurotic boy. Something else. Secret. No, no. Ramon cried out in terror. He did not dare to meet Thales' gaze. He lowered his head in fear. Please. Please stop, Thales narrowed his eyes. You don't have to be too shocked. I have seen this expression many times. Thales stretched his body. Thales rotated his neck and said softly in satisfaction, from a criminal to a king. Ramon bit his lip in anguish. Tell me the truth. Thales stared at Ramon. I am the Prince of Constellation, the only heir to this country, and you are just a gangster. I am not interested in you at all. I don't want to care about your secrets either. But, when it comes to matters that involve me. He said faintly, so, before I tear apart your clumsy lies and dig out your dirty little secrets from that big head of yours. Dr. Ramon, tell me, why do you insist on following us to the north? So that I don't have to dig out some boring things from your head, Ramon was shocked. Yes. And those, secrets. I understand, Your Highness, Ramon said bitterly. I will be honest about my motives. Thank you for your cooperation. After all, it is not easy to use this mind-reading ability. I can only maintain it for a short period of time. Thales sighed and put down his right hand. He smiled slyly and said, the next time I can use it, I will have to wait until tomorrow. Ramon trembled slightly again. Oh, also, you can start your treatment. Thales pointed at Cora with a smile. We have wasted a lot of time. Ramon lowered his head dejectedly. The others looked at their prince with different expressions. It was as if they were meeting him for the first time. Blood Bottle Gang? Nikolai and Catherine? Thales furrowed his brows. Ralph, who was behind him, could not help but tremble slightly. Catherine, big sister? Yes, I am hiding from them. Ramon's expression was profound and mysterious. He held some medicine, scissors, and strips of cloth as he tended to Cora's injuries. He glanced at Thales from time to time, and wariness flashed in his eyes. Of course, you have never heard of these people's names, Thales thought of something. The scene of Nikolai, the burly man in red, fighting with Istron in Vine Manor appeared in his mind. I have been chased by them for 6 or 7 days. I just hid in the fortress. But it is only a matter of time before they discover my location. As long as they guard the perimeter, they will eventually catch me. And Extet and Constellation are about to go to war. If I appear alone in the wilderness and run into any army from either side, I will not end up any better than falling into the hands of the Blood Bottle Gang. So, when we came here and looked for a doctor, Thales muttered, you suddenly thought of using us as a cover to leave Broken Dragon Fortress? And to leave when you reach Extet? Ramon nodded bitterly. How suspicious. Thales thought to himself. Why would a secret doctor who makes a living in the capital come to the border between the two countries? A member was injured at the border, Ramon said quietly. He did not dare to look at Thales. I came over to treat him, but was discovered by the Blood Bottle Gang. That's not right. Thales thought to himself. A gang doctor who is only in charge of treating injuries is really so important that the Blood Bottle Gang would mobilize their men to chase him at the border for 6 or 7 days? There are some other secrets. Unfortunately. I told him just now that I can only use the mind-reading skill tomorrow. Otherwise, I can scare him again. Thales nodded and said, continue with the treatment. Since you are so honest, maybe I will reconsider. Ramon nodded dejectedly. Thales exhaled. He jumped down from the chair, but suddenly felt a numbness under his legs. Thanks to Waya and Ralph's support, he did not fall. Oh no, for the sake of acting, I just sat for too long. Thales stood up strenuously. Fortunately, the fluctuation that appeared after he died once surged up on its own, soothing his numbness. That's right. Thales hammered his leg worriedly. This fluctuation, this power, is also the source of the trouble. Although I feel that it can instantly strengthen my condition, the extent of it is a little small. It is only enough for me to cut the rope. Anne. Thales thought worriedly. What is it? But the vision that detects heat and radiation looks very dazzling. As Thales thought about this, he guided the fluctuation to the surroundings of his eyes. That magical vision appeared once again. He turned his head and saw that everyone's body was radiating light. Aida's was a piercing white light, Waya's was a sharp gray light, Putre's was filled with a gentle purple light, and Ralph's was a continuous stream of faint green light. Are these different powers? Vitality? Or is it an energy attribute? Thales tested his vision curiously. He turned towards the house. In the next moment, Thales was stunned. In the vision that the fluctuation gave him, he saw the most unbelievable scene. The light on Cora's body flickered, like a waning light that was about to be extinguished at any moment. But Ramon, there was no piercing light on Ramon's body. Instead, he seemed to be emitting a strange dark fluctuation that resonated with the world around him. But this was not what surprised Thales. He saw that Ramon was gently pressing on Cora's wound. Clear light particles gushed out from Cora's body, which was bright and dim at times, and gathered on Ramon's hand. The trembling light particles followed Ramon's hand and slid over Cora's wound. The light particles seeped into Cora's terrifying, festering wounds one by one. Every time they seeped in, the light on Cora's body became steadier and brighter. He was like a dying patient who was slowly recovering. Thales looked at Ramon in a daze. Others might not be able to see it clearly because of the light. But in the vision that the fluctuation gave Thales, he could see it clearly. He saw the strange doctor's lips trembling slightly in a dark corner. He seemed to be chanting something. As he chanted in a rhythmic manner, the light particles that seeped out from Cora's body passed through Ramon's hand rhythmically, then returned to Cora's body, completing a cycle. Thales frowned tightly. This is definitely not medical skill, he told himself with certainty. Chapter 103. 3 days after the second prince arrived at Broken Dragon Fortress. The emissary sent to Lampard's military camp has returned. Standing on the fortress wall, Commander Sonia Sassir stared solemnly at the front of the fortress. Chapman replied that he is waiting for your highness' arrival. I'm afraid you will have to leave for the north today. Thales was lying on his stomach in front of the observation window on the city wall, looking at the wide snow-colored plains in the north. He could vaguely see the continuous expanse of a vast military camp. The Iron Fist flag representing the Lampard family of Black Sand region was erected there. There were also quite a number of military camps hidden beyond his sight, with smoke rising from the chimneys in the distance. Waiting for my arrival, with thousands of people? Thales sighed. I didn't know I was so popular. The fortress flower turned her head and said to Thales, Chapman Lampard is the Archduke of Ekstedt, which borders Constellation. After the Ekstedt diplomat group was assassinated, he quickly mobilized the vassals of Black Sand region. Within a few days, he gathered an army of more than 10,000 people and approached the border. They have already been stationed there for 2 weeks. At first, they were just observing and deterring him. But in the last 3 days, Lampard began to send small troops to clear out the main roads around the area. He even plundered 2 villages and fought against our patrol troops a few times. We had no choice but to reduce the range of the mounted sentries and retreat to the perimeter of the fortress. Thales felt a bone-piercing chill. He rubbed his hands together and exhaled a breath of warm air into his palms. I have already arrived at the fortress, and the Jade Star family's 9-pointed star flag has also been raised. Why hasn't he withdrawn his troops? He obviously doesn't have an excuse to invade Constellation anymore. Behind Thales, Putre raised his eyebrows. Based on Chapman Lampard's unique life, he is a standard gambler. One of the characteristics of a gambler is that he is unwilling to turn back even at the last moment when he loses and leaves the game. So my arrival has no effect on this gambler? Thales snorted. Even in a situation where he is bound to lose, he still wants to place his bet? Not necessarily, Putre answered seriously. What we were most worried about was the other two archdukes who shared a border with Constellation, Trentida of Reformation Tower and Alcius of Prestige Orchid Region, sending their troops. The three archdukes and even more of Extet's vassals gathered their military forces to oppress the lonely old tower, the watchtower, and cold castle, who were mutually supportive of the fortress. In a situation where they could not provide reinforcements, they attacked the isolated broken dragon fortress at all costs. Extet's soldiers are more suited to the cold winter compared to our reinforcements from the north, be it in terms of physical strength or quality. If they manage to take this place, they only need to wait for the coldest day before the bitter cold winter to pass. Sonia continued Putre's words. Then, at the beginning of next spring, they will use the fortress as their base of operations and march south en masse, just like they did 11 or 12 years ago. Putre nodded. But after you left for the north as an envoy, the two archdukes have yet to appear. This means that we have completed half of our mission. In the coming day before the bitter cold winter, Archduke Lampard cannot rely on his own 10,000 men to take down the fortress before his supplies run out. He has already lost. Putre said faintly. In that case, I am afraid that the other half of our mission, completely eliminating the war disaster between the two kingdoms, will have to be completed by me personally walking up to King Nuvan, right? Thales shrugged in resignation. First, I have to pass through Archduke Lampard's military camp. There are more than 10,000 strong and energetic Northland men waiting for me there. They have nowhere to vent their energy. Putre shook his head. Lampard does not dare to endanger your safety. Attacking the fortress to invade the northern territory and plotting to kill the heir to fight against Constellation are two different concepts. Lampard may not dare to do so, but his opponents might be happy to see such a thing happen. We still have to be careful. Sonia flashed a hearty smile. Araka will bring his Fury Guards and escort you to the entrance of Lampard's military camp. Araka? Thales recalled the aggressive and dangerous man and the disdainful gaze he had when he looked at him. He shook his head. Are you sure he is willing to do this? I do not deny that I hate him. Sonia snorted coldly. But he is indeed the one who has fought against the Extensions the most on the battlefield. Moreover, he insisted on this. Originally, I planned to let Miranda. Thales could not help but be stunned. Insisted on escorting me? He began to recall the man's appearance again. Araka Murch. What a familiar name. I must have heard it somewhere before. At this moment, a black-haired swordswoman slowly walked up the city wall. She bowed slightly to Sonia without any expression on her face. The diplomat group's team is ready. Please send someone to make the final confirmation, Your Highness. Even though the swordswoman addressed Thales as Your Highness, she did not look in Thales' direction nor did she bow to him. Sonia nodded and turned to look at Thales and Putre. Beside her, Putre sighed. I will go with you. Miss Arund. Thales was startled again. Arund, the swordswoman, Miranda Arund nodded stiffly and followed Putre down the city wall. She still did not look at Thales. Don't mind her. Sonia smiled faintly. Miranda is Duke Arund's only daughter. Her father was imprisoned in the capital. Her family was humiliated because of this. It is normal for her to hold a grudge against you. Oh. Thales nodded awkwardly. I seem to have heard from Waya that there is a particularly famous female swordsman of eradication in the fortress. I heard that she is at the seed of the Tower of Eradication. She is a seed. Sonia looked at Miranda's back and sighed. The Tower of Eradication has a large number of battle skills and inheritances of the power of eradication from before the Battle of Eradication. Most of them are swordsmanship. Its inheritors are still continuously developing new swordsmanship, skills, and even the power of eradication. They are training generation after generation of controllers of the power of eradication for the human world. Only a few of the most outstanding students can be given the title of seed, such as Miranda. Thales looked at Sonia and frowned slightly. The power of eradication. The supernatural power that humans awakened on their own. Another piece of news worth paying attention to. What does it have to do with my fluctuations? Sonia did not know what Thales was thinking. She continued to say helplessly, but even so, Miranda is still in a difficult situation recently. After Duke Arund was imprisoned, the Northern Territory was managed by a few of her father's most trusted vassals. They are waiting for her to return after the crisis is over. But a few of Arund's cousins and nephews are covetously eyeing the right to inherit the Duke of the Northern Territory. Fortunately, although Val Arund is imprisoned, he is still the Duke of the Northern Territory. His Majesty did not charge him with treason, nor did he strip him of his title and territory. He only accused him of murdering a foreign political figure. This is a little consolation. Sonia sighed deeply. It is just that I did not expect him to do such a thing. You know, Val has always been our backup in Broken Dragon Fortress for more than 10 years. He is a coward. At this moment, a sonorous but unsettling voice rang from afar. Compared to his heroic brothers, Val Arund is a complete coward. He is a disgrace to his blood-related brothers. They risked their lives to protect His Highness Horus and did not take a single step back. Araka Murch's figure slowly walked up from the bottom of the city wall. His face was filled with impatience. In comparison, 12 years ago, that Duke Val was scared out of his wits by the Extension bastards. He actually still believed in trash like Lampard. In my opinion, the only good thing he did was to kill that Prince of Extet. At least this time, you only said that after Miranda left. Sonia covered her forehead and sighed. Should I thank you for being considerate and taking care of her feelings? Her feelings? Araka snorted coldly. Do I look like someone who will consider these things? Thales rolled his eyes in his heart. Why does this guy always look like someone owes him money? Sonia snorted softly. What do you want this time? Araka gave her a disdainful look. I came to look for this brat. Araka's fierce gaze landed on Thales, making the latter slightly nervous. The 300 Fury Guards are ready. If you really want to go to Extet to die, at least don't make me wait too long. Thales could not help but ask, it seems like you are not very satisfied with my trip north, Baron Murch. Then, why are you still sending me to Lampard's military camp? Sonia heaved a sigh of relief. Araka fixed his gaze on Thales, making the latter a little anxious. Because I owe Jade Star a favor. After a while, he slowly said, and you, annoying, dawdling brat, happen to have the surname Jade Star. After saying that, Araka turned around and left without looking back. We will depart in the afternoon. Stop dawdling. Thales and Sonia watched Araka's figure disappear into the distance. Do not misunderstand, Sonia said to Thales sarcastically, that is his unique way of saying hello. You know, Araka is a little shy. Shy? Thales could not help but stick out his tongue. Is it because of the difference in ideals? Thales suddenly asked. Sonia revealed a puzzled expression. The dispute and discord between you and Baron Murch does not seem to be a specific grudge, Thales said quietly as he pondered. Also, what you said about him and my uncle, Prince Horus. Thales hesitated for a moment, but still said, even though he seems rather annoying, Araka does not seem like someone who would stab someone in the back. Sonia was silent for a second. Those were indeed words spoken out of anger. Sonia smiled bitterly and said, back then, it was Araka who led the remaining troops and fought his way out of Extet's tight encirclement while bathed in blood. He snatched Prince Horus's remains. Before the Fortress Treaty, the Starlight Brigade headed north to meet up with the remaining remnants of the kingdom's army. They fought 3 fierce battles against Extet in the Northern Territory, the Land of Cliffs, and Central Territory without caring about the casualties. We suffered heavy losses, but the other party also suffered heavy casualties. I saw it with my own eyes. Araka was on the verge of madness. His impact and lethality on the battlefield made even Extet's most proud heavy swordsman fearful. I think this is also the reason why Extet was willing to sit down and negotiate in the end. Thales was shocked. That impatient-looking man is actually, as for ideals, that's right. Sonia sighed and said, John, your father's uncle, the Starlight Brigade's combat principle is to be steady and cautious, to try their best to protect themselves, to move forward flexibly, and to wait for an opportunity to attack. However, Prince Horus's army is known for being merciless and having harsh military rules. Under his command, Araka is even more used to fighting tough battles and bloody battles. Due to the high number of casualties, Araka's army always has a large number of new soldiers, but he only keeps those tough men who can withstand blood and death. Sonia shook her head. I don't understand why His Majesty put the two of us together. We can't even reach an agreement on how to advance or retreat on the battlefield. Perhaps this is the king's true purpose, Thales suddenly said. Under Sonia's puzzled gaze, Thales raised his head. When defending the fortress for a long period of time, he needs a chief commander who is steady and cautious. However, when Extet's army presses on the border, he needs someone who can fight tough battles head-on. Sonia raised her head and glanced at him. Perhaps. Sonia chuckled softly. They are right. You are indeed not like an ordinary child. His Majesty did not choose you to head north without reason. Ahem, Thales scratched his head awkwardly and tried to find something to change the topic. Oh yes, with such a glorious battle record, why is Araka not very famous? Sonia was completely stunned for a moment. Not very famous? Sonia widened her eyes and stared at him with an expression that said, how is this possible? Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. No. Sonia came to her senses and shook her head with a smile. You definitely know him, even if you don't know his real name. Under Thales' confused gaze, Sonia raised her head and looked at the Extet military camp in the distance. Her eyes shone brightly. From the beggars to the king, every constellatiate knows him. At least, they know his nickname. Thales widened his eyes in shock. Everyone knows, at that moment, he knew who Araka Murch was. Under Ramon's treatment, Cora's injuries had stabilized. However, he obviously could not follow them to the north. Yes, we need to replenish our entourage. Behind them were Waya, who was wrapped in bandages, Ralph, whose arm was in splints, and Ida, who was still extremely dispirited because of the cold. At least there are some benefits. The ones we replenish from the fortress are veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time. They are not the private soldiers from the Jade Star family's manor who are mainly trained in single combat and protection. Thales stared at the 30 veterans in front of him who stood with stern postures and firm gazes. They were equipped with weapons ranging from swords and shields, bows, pikes and axes. The former Duke's personal guard of the Starlight Brigade, Gened, stood resolutely at the front, causing Thales to be a little stunned. Putre continued to speak. Thanks to your trial under the gallows, many veterans are willing to join our diplomat group, even though many of them think that our journey is very dangerous. They walked past the last row of soldiers. A black-haired young man with 2 pikes waved at him happily. Thales frowned. Veteran? He insisted on coming. Putre looked at the cheerful Willow Ken and spread his hands. But there are only 29 veterans among the volunteers. The rest are new recruits. If I want to gather 30 volunteers, at least this new recruit who owes you a favor is more reliable. Putre looked at the cheerful Willow Ken. Thales smiled at Willow. At least they gave him a new pair of weapons. Putre shrugged. There were many broken pikes in the warehouse. It was not difficult to cut a pair of short pikes, but that suspicious doctor. Do you really want to bring him along? Putre turned his head to look at Ramon. He pursed his lips and shook his head. I thought you had learned your lesson from the Duke of Iris Flowers. Ramon was cowering in the group. He inadvertently raised his head and saw Thales' gaze. He was slightly shocked and immediately lowered his head. Don't worry, I have asked about his background and made an agreement with him. Thales stared at Ramon with a complicated gaze. And he did save Cora. Strange doctor. The power in his hands. If my guess is correct, then it is. I need to know more. If you have no more questions, Your Highness, according to the agreed time, it is time to depart. Sonia walked over from afar. Behind her was a cold-looking Miranda. Araka has already chosen 300 sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards. The fortress flower squatted down and patted Thales' shoulder. But this time, she used a little more force. I am sorry, but I cannot bring more people. There are only 3,000 people in the fortress, but Araka has chosen all the old soldiers under his command. She gestured with her chin at the lightly armored man who was carrying a bow and arrows on his back. He was obviously impatient. They will escort you all the way to the border. Thales exhaled a mouthful of mist and stepped on the snow that belonged to Constellation. He raised his head and said quietly, "Of course." Sonia nodded at him. The second prince of Constellation flashed a relaxed smile at the group. "Let us depart. Follow me to see the Dragon's Kingdom." Hence, the double cross-shaped star flag that represented Constellation and the 9-pointed star flag that represented the Jade Star family were erected at the same time. Waya mounted the Northland horse with broad hooves unique to the north and pulled Thales onto the saddle. "I will hold the reins properly with my life, Your Highness," Waya said solemnly. "Please do not worry about your safety." Thales nodded naturally. "Then I will leave it to you, attendant." He was already used to Waya's attitude of using too much force. Put Ray and a few of the remaining Jade Star private soldiers who were trained to ride horses rode on the remaining horses. Ralph was obviously not suited to ride a horse. For some reason, Ida shook her head violently the moment she saw a horse. Araka rode the horse and walked to Thales' side. The sword and shield soldiers behind him followed with stern expressions. "Don't be so scared that you wet your pants, brat," Araka said coldly. "I heard from the people on duty that Extet has prepared a welcoming ceremony for us." "Huh?" Thales was startled. Before he could react, he heard Araka shout at the gate rope above his head. "Open the gate." As the sound of metal rubbing against the hinges rang out, the north gate of Broken Dragon Fortress slowly rose. Thales took a deep breath. He followed the Constellation diplomat group, which consisted of less than 40 people, and the escort team of more than 300 people. They slowly walked out of Broken Dragon Fortress and headed north. They first passed by the 5 fortresses to the north of Broken Dragon Fortress. The soldiers on the fortresses had their bows drawn and were ready for battle. However, Thales soon understood what Araka meant by the welcoming ceremony. Many people suddenly appeared on the vast expanse of white snow before their eyes. Or rather, Extet's army. There were 6 battalions of infantrymen. They formed an 8 on both sides of the road in front of them. Putre's pupils shrank. There were nearly 400 infantrymen in each battalion. In other words, there were more than 2,000 Extet infantrymen waiting for them to head north. The people in the diplomat group could not help but become nervous. Wyatt tightened his grip on the reins. "This is our welcoming ceremony?" Thales looked at the Extet army formation not far away from them with an unpleasant expression on his face. They really crossed the border. He turned around and glanced at the fortress. Sonia's figure could be faintly seen. Araka, who was walking in front, turned around and said to his soldiers in a deep voice, "Get ready for battle. Do not relax." Put Ray furrowed his brows and said, "Maybe it's a show of force, but they don't have to get into formation in front of the fortress. Waiting for us to enter Extet's military camp will have the same effect." "I have a bad feeling about this," Thales said with a pale face. "So you want to retreat, little prince?" Araka said sarcastically, "It's not too late to turn back now." Thales closed his eyes and exhaled. Then, he opened his eyes. "Let's continue moving forward." "Don't worry," Put Ray said in a deep voice, "Lampard will not be so stupid as to kill the prince and heir of Constellation's envoy in front of everyone at the border of the 2 kingdoms. As long as we do not do anything provocative and give the other party an excuse." They advanced slowly until they entered the area of the 8. They did not say that such a thing would happen. In the group, Ramon anxiously nudged a black-haired soldier beside him. The diplomat group should be fine, right? Huh? Willow Ken was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He smiled and patted Ramon's shoulder. Don't worry. I met them before. Extet soldiers are quite nice. Quite nice? Ramon was startled, but Willow's next words made his face turn ashen. If they want to kill you, their swords are very sharp, and they will not dawdle. You will not suffer. At this moment, the 6 battalions of infantrymen began to move slowly. The people in the diplomat group immediately became nervous. But fortunately, the Extet soldiers did not walk towards them. On the left and right sides of the diplomat group, the 2 extension battalions at the front advanced slowly. They almost brushed past the diplomat group. Thales could even see the Northland soldiers' beards and yellow teeth. They looked boorish and fierce. The tall soldiers were usually equipped with large axes or huge spiked hammers. The extensions also turned their heads to look at Constellation's diplomat group with hostile expressions. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk the sound of heavy footsteps on the snow-covered ground could be heard in a disorderly manner. But the momentum of more than 2,000 people from all directions made the densely packed footsteps sound rather shocking to the ears. They walked past the diplomat group on both sides. Thales' expression froze. It was the first time he faced an army of thousands. He was a little flustered. But he was not the only one. Even the sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards could not help but become nervous. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk, steady yourself, Araka said in a low voice. The anxious Thales wanted to calm himself down, so he turned his head and saw the Northland soldiers on both sides clearly. From their armor, weapons, movements, to their march, Extet's infantry battalion was obviously not as orderly and uniform as Constellation's square formation. Some of them held axes and wore chain armor, some held one-handed swords and only wore breastplates, some held shields and spears, and there were even sword and shield soldiers who were similar to Constellation's sword and shield soldiers. But Thales could clearly feel that these infantrymen were different from Constellation's infantrymen. They all had one thing in common: their gazes were unfriendly, their expressions were fierce, their auras were threatening, and their expressions were filled with contempt and disdain. These infantrymen raised the flag that represented the Lampard family with the pattern of an iron fist. But they occasionally rubbed, knocked, and swung their weapons as if they were demonstrating their strength. They were murderous, like wild beasts that would go berserk at any time. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk, that's not right. Thales told himself in his heart. If this is a demonstration, they are all light infantrymen, at least according to Northland standards. Extet's famous two-handed heavy sword infantrymen, heavy armored axemen, and even Northland's heavy cavaliers are not here. Not even the light cavaliers are here. Putre pondered deeply and said slowly, if it were those troops at the back, it would be too easy for them to kill us. If it's the light infantrymen, they should just be demonstrating their strength. Then, why don't they use the other powerful troops to demonstrate their strength? Thales furrowed his brows tightly and asked, a group of heavy infantrymen trampling on us with a shocking momentum. Wouldn't the effect be better? Putre also furrowed his brows. It's really strange, asterisk thud, 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 asterisk, don't let your guard down. Araka Murcha's voice rang. Even if there are more than 2,000 light infantrymen, if they were to swarm us, it would be enough to chop us into pieces in half an hour. Araka tightened the silver-black metal bow on his back. He turned his head and said coldly, in a battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, without support and protection, a supreme-class elite would not be able to last more than a quarter of an hour. However, in the next moment, the situation completely changed. The 6 extension brigades moved slowly. After the first 2 brigades passed them, they suddenly changed direction at the command of their officers and met up with the other 2 brigades. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk the disorderly footsteps of 2,000 people could be heard continuously. Extet's light infantrymen surrounded them and slowly formed the shape of an 8. They are surrounding us. Wuxia roared furiously, what is the meaning of this? Putre stared at the extensions before him in shock. On the other hand, Thales looked into the distance in disbelief, trying to see what was in front of him clearly. Impossible. Stop. Araka roared furiously and stopped the entire diplomat group and the escort team. Form up on the spot. Even though they were nervous and apprehensive, the 300 soldiers of Constellation, especially the veterans, still stopped and turned around in an orderly manner. They formed a wall with their swords and shields, surrounding the prince and forming a circular formation. It is impossible to charge out now. Araka looked at the extensions around him in rage. These bastards. The Constellations stared at the murderous extension infantrymen around them in bewilderment and nervousness. What do we do now? Wuxia asked through gritted teeth. Do they have anyone they can communicate with? Officers or commanders? Thales asked anxiously, for Lampard's benefit, they dare not kill me. However, in the next moment, a few unfamiliar yet forceful orders rang from within Extet's battle formation. Araka and Putre's expressions changed abruptly. There were also many old soldiers. They recognized this extension military order. In the next second, 6 large groups of more than 2,000 extension infantrymen raised their weapons and roared furiously in unison. War! 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 The deafening roars terrified Thales. What happened to them? In the next moment, the extension infantrymen's faces were ferocious as they strode forward. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk the sound of footsteps that were even louder than before rang out like thunder. More than 2,000 infantrymen raised their weapons and charged madly towards Thales' diplomat group from 6 directions. Kill! The extension light infantrymen roared fanatically and charged towards them. Thales stared at everything before him in a daze. Didn't they say that Lampard would not dare to endanger my safety? Quietly awaiting the prince's arrival. Then why does he want to kill me? Damn it. Putre widened his eyes in shock and drew out the 1.5-handed sword at his waist. An even louder roar exploded in the air, interrupting Putre's words. Enemy troops, charge. In the center of the troop, Araka Murcha's face was ashen. He controlled his restless steed and forcefully drew out a fierce 2-handed longsword. He roared at Constellation's escort team, his fury guards. Chapter 104. A soul-stirring battle howl erupted from the throats of more than 2,000 extension men as they pounced towards the Constellations, who resembled a lone boat. His first large-scale battle experience came in a situation that Thales did not expect. The sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards were in the first row. They held their long swords in their hands and pressed them against their comrades beside them. Araka had long since dismounted from his steed. He raised a terrifyingly large sword that was almost as tall as a person with both hands. His eyes burned with a fiery fighting spirit as he strode forward. The soldiers in front of him consciously gave way to their commander, making a space that was 3 people wide. The first round of attack. Araka looked around and shouted, "Hold the line of defense." The enemies surged forward like a tidal wave, getting closer and closer. At the center of the battle formation, Wuxia immediately pulled Thales down from his conspicuous warhorse and surrounded him tightly in a circle formed by 6 soldiers. Then, he joined Ida, Putre, and Ralph in guarding the 4 corners of this small battle formation. Go and help the front row. Thales urged, if they collapse, all of you will not be able to protect me. However, his heart was in a mess. He could not understand how he could face such a situation on a diplomatic mission to Extet. What happened? Wuxia and Ralph looked at each other. With Putre's nod, they moved towards the front row. Ida exhaled and whispered to Putre, "This is a real battlefield. Even supreme-class elites have to be extremely careful. And such a great disparity in battle, if you have any way to avoid battle, quickly say it. If not, quickly think of it." Thales gritted his teeth and looked at the enemies charging towards him from all directions. There were 6 large groups of extensions. The number of enemies is too many. We are surrounded. We don't have enough military strength at all. No, it should be said that we are not prepared for battle at all. What should I do? Shout out my identity? But the other side did not seem to care at all. Faced with the impending battle, many of the Constellatiate soldiers exhaled a breath of hot air. They gripped their weapons tightly and held their shields properly. They looked at the aggressive extensions with solemn gazes. The first extension infantryman roared furiously and charged towards them. Asterisk bang. Asterisk his shield collided with the shield of a sword and shield soldier. With the help of his comrades on both sides and behind him, Constellation's sword and shield soldier gritted his teeth and withstood the tall opponent's charge. He also swung his sword to block the opponent's axe that came swinging down from the air. However, more extensions surged towards Constellation's diplomat group. Bang! 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 The extet soldiers roared furiously and continuously crashed into the Constellatiate's battle formation from all directions. Kill! Hold them off! Amidst the roars of the soldiers from both sides, the sounds of shields colliding and weapons clashing interweaved, like countless thunderclaps exploding on the flat ground. Genid stood in the first row with 2 soldiers of the Fury Guard. He pushed his shoulder against the shield with all his might. A mace that was swung over smashed onto the shield. Genid's entire body trembled, and he almost fell backwards. His companions behind him supported his back and helped him stabilize his body. With a distorted face, Genid withstood the impact with all his might. Damn it, he thought bitterly. These extensions. Their strength and physique are much stronger than those rebels from the southwest. Genid dodged a sword that was aimed at his forearm and asked his comrade to deal with him. The veteran pushed away the mace and kicked its owner's knee, causing him to stagger. Then, he stabbed his sword into his defenseless neck. Blood gushed out, and the opponent fell on his back while stammering. Fortunately, their movements are not very agile. Just as he thought of this, a long spear brushed past his ear and pierced through the abdomen of a soldier on Genid's left. The latter fell limply as he howled in pain. Genid roared furiously and replaced the position of the dead soldier. He broke the long spear and blocked a blade that wanted to charge in through the gap. A soldier behind him quickly filled in the empty spot Genid had left behind. Such scenes appeared at various places in the front row. Enraged roars and pained wails were still mixed with the sounds of metal clashing and weapons clashing. Extet's light infantrymen pounced forward again and again as if they did not care about their lives. They were blocked or even killed by the Fury Guards and the diplomat group, leaving behind corpses. However, people from Constellation continued to fall, and blood gradually dyed the snow red. However, the veteran of the Fury Guards at the front row still relied on his rich experience and mature skills to maintain the line of defense and prevent it from being broken. Thales watched everything around him in fear. This was a battlefield where thousands of people intertwined with each other. A brutal and terrifying slaughter. Blood that splattered everywhere. Roars that risked their lives. Corpses that kept increasing in number. The battlefield before him was undoubtedly more shocking than the battle with the Sacred Blood Army. Commander Araka was also at the front row. With an unpleasant expression, he guarded the gap between the 3 of them alone. He did not display any fancy and exquisite supreme-class combat skills. Instead, he repeated simple and unadorned battle moves. However, no one could gain an advantage over him. During the first round of attacks, Araka's 2-handed greatsword made a deathly howl in the air as he chopped off a head with a horizontal slash. He then took the opportunity to slash open the shield, chest and abdomen of the second extension. Then, as blood gushed out, he swiftly parried a longsword that came thrusting towards him. Before the other party could react, he pierced the greatsword into his chest. However, next to him, a soldier of the Fury Guards had his skull split open by an axe. He fell limply to the ground. Extet's bastards. Araka gritted his teeth and exhaled. His face was full of ferocity and savagery. He turned around and swung his sword hilt, causing the enemy to stagger. Observe the situation behind us and wait for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement and return to the fortress. Araka, whose face was covered in blood, lowered his head to avoid an axe as he shouted his orders. I am afraid that it will be very difficult. An officer of the Fury Guard struggled to push back a fierce extension and reported, more than half of the enemies are blocking our way behind us. Persevere. They are only relying on their morale from the first round of attacks. Araka gritted his teeth and kicked down a shield. He then stabbed his sword into the ferocious and furious face of his master. He swung his left hand at the right moment and parried a long spear with his forearm. However, at the same time, an axe slashed towards his head. Araka calmly lowered his head and dodged. The axe blade took away a few strands of his hair. Wuxia, who was wielding a single-edged sword, arrived. He thrust his long sword forward and activated the edge of no return. He sliced his opponent's throat with a backhand, but his ribs were grazed by the axe blade. He groaned in pain. Beside him, a comrade's head was smashed by a hammer as he tried to save him. Blood and white matter splattered everywhere. Stop using those boring swordsmanship. Put away that beautiful posture of yours. Araka parried a straight blade that was slashing towards Wuxia with his sword and roared furiously, on the battlefield, supreme-class elites are not much stronger than ordinary people. You will only be able to stand for more than 10 minutes and kill a few more soldiers. Save some strength for every attack and leave room for dodging. Just stab and dodge honestly. An infantryman's weapon was sent flying. He roared and wanted to rush forward to hug Araka. Without hesitation, Araka held his sword with one hand and punched him in the face. He fiercely elbowed him and sent him flying backwards. The sound of his ribs breaking could be vaguely heard. Otherwise, retreat to the back. Don't be a burden. Wuxia, who had yet to recover from his injuries, could only clench his teeth and retreat in shame. A strange gust of wind suddenly attacked them and blew up snowflakes. A few extant infantrymen who came forward to replace them could not help but raise their hands to protect their eyes. Araka roared madly and swung his sword with both hands. He cut open a person's shield and chest at the right time, then suddenly stabbed into another person's abdomen. This psionic ability is not bad. Araka wiped the blood off his face and frowned as he looked at Ralph's one-handed hidden blade. But can that thing be used on the battlefield? The mute Ralph, who had a fractured arm, could not say anything. However, he could indeed feel the powerlessness of the hidden blade on the battlefield. Without a hand guard, every time he swung his sword, he might have to bid farewell to his own arm. He could only use his psionic ability to support him in battle and the hidden blade to defend himself. On the other side of the formation, Willow Ken hid behind a sword and shield soldier. He blocked a sword attack with his left hand and thrust his spear out of the shield with his right hand into the side of the enemy's face. A soldier's right hand was chopped off. He held his shield and clenched his teeth as he retreated. However, when he took his first step, a flying axe cut into his chest and abdomen. Another person stepped forward to replace him. You are a doctor, at least do something. Willow anxiously shouted at Ramon, who was curled up behind him. I am not a military doctor. Ramon glanced at the enemies around him. He hugged his head and shouted, and that prince did not say that this would happen. If I had known that this would happen, we would have brought along some spearmen. Ida stood guard around Thales. She looked at the situation around her and sighed. Her scimitar, which had no defensive capabilities, was only suitable for small-scale battles. Unless it was aimed at a vital point, it would not cause enough damage to armor. Moreover, it was impossible for her to dodge to the fullest extent in a crowded battlefield. If I had known that this would happen, would have brought along my father's two-handed machete, which was said to be able to pierce through armor. That was the standard equipment of the ancient Elven Kingdom's Imperial Guards a long time ago. No one expected this battle to happen. For the time being, no enemy had broken through to the back of the second row. However, Putray still turned his head around worriedly and glanced at Thales. He anxiously shouted, "This is unreasonable. There is nothing unreasonable on the battlefield. At the forefront of the formation, Araka swung his great sword madly. There was already a wound on his body. Surviving is reasonable. Withstand the first round of attacks. There will be a time when their attacks will weaken. Find a chance to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, we will all be exhausted to death here. At the center of the formation, Thales lay prone and hid in the shadows of the soldiers. He breathed rapidly. He was extremely flustered. Thales wanted to calm his hands, which were buried in the snow, so that they would no longer tremble. However, amidst the deafening battle cries and sounds of collisions from thousands of people, his forearm was like a wild horse that had gone out of control. It disregarded its owner's will and shook disappointingly amidst the endless sounds of battle. Damn it! Thales' teeth and lips trembled. He was extremely ashamed of his performance on the battlefield for the first time. Hurry up and calm down. However, no one seemed to care about him. The soldiers beside him looked around anxiously, afraid that the layers of defense would suddenly be broken through from one direction. A horrible howl was heard. It was the sound of a Constellation soldier being cut in half at the waist. Thales shuddered and closed his eyes. Calm down. At this moment, the already familiar fluctuation spread from his heart. The world around him seemed to have quietened down. Thales instantly grasped the situation of his entire body. He could clearly feel which muscles were trembling. With the help of that fluctuation, he breathed deeply and rhythmically. He soothed those muscles and finally calmed down their involuntary trembling. His heart and breathing calmed down. But this was not enough. Thales turned his head extremely slowly. It was as if time had also slowed down countless times as he thought desperately. How do I get out of this predicament? No, I don't understand military affairs at all. That's Araka and Sonia's specialty. I can only think from a more comprehensive and fundamental perspective. For example, why? Why does Lampard want to kill me? No, I should think in reverse. If I die here, what is Lampard's purpose? What benefits does he have? Think clearly about his motives and benefits. Impossible. Robbing and killing Constellation's diplomat group and Constellation's heir. He has no benefits at all. Then what is Lampard's purpose? Did someone bribe him? At this moment, the long-lost memories of his previous life surged again. War is a highly complicated and ever-changing form of social conflict, but it has long been neglected in our field of study. Many scholars' research results are in response to Clausewitz's classic exposition, Male. Evie. He proposed that structure, organizational ability, and legitimate ideology are the prerequisites for large-scale collective violence. Weber never explicitly included war as a social phenomenon in his theory. However, in his definition of a modern country, he mentioned that the country's power monopolizes the legitimate use of violence in the territory it claims. Thales resisted the flashbacks of his memories and the urgent situation before him with great difficulty. Damn it. In the territory it claims, wait a minute. Thales' pupils shrank. Maybe it's not that complicated. War is never about killing. Territory, Lampard's original intention was to conquer the Northern Territory. So, the fluctuations faded away. Time seemed to have returned to normal. Fighting and death returned to his ears. Thales lay on the ground, sweating profusely. He panted heavily. He found the source of this conflict. Now. I have to get rid of it. No. An Extet infantryman watched in horror as Araka slit his throat. You are, but he could no longer say the rest of his words. Fill my position. Araka clenched his teeth and swung his sword again. He cut down a rough-skinned man with a hammer and retreated with a furious roar. Two sword and shield soldiers covered his line of defense with resolute expressions. We have almost exhausted the momentum of their charge this time. Araka panted and dragged his great sword to the center of the battle formation. He said to Ida, leave some people behind to guard the rear and bring the prince along. I will fight my way back to the fortress. Wait a minute. Thales could not care less about resting. He raised his head anxiously and shouted loudly, attracting Putre and Araka's attention. Lampard. Lampard's army. They did not send heavy infantrymen, no cavalry, not even crossbows and archers. These are just light infantrymen that were recruited at the last minute. Thales anxiously recalled the little military knowledge he had. They do not intend to defeat us in an instant. So, do you want to stay behind to repay him? Araka turned around and said sarcastically, because of Lampard's kindness, he let us live for another 15 minutes. What he wants is to stall us here for this 15 minutes, not to quickly annihilate us. Thales rejected Aida's support and stood up strenuously. Lampard is betting. He is betting on his opponent's choice. Our choice. Wuxia, who was beside them, thrust his sword out from behind his shield and forced an axe to retreat. Before Wuxia's face was cut by a long sword, Ralph dragged the powerless Wuxia back just in time. Wuxia panted and said, betting on us breaking out of the encirclement or defending to the death? No. Thales opened his eyes and stared at Araka. Lampard is not betting on us. No. Putre instantly understood. His face turned pale. He would never dare to use your life to, Thales said anxiously. Archduke Lampard is betting on the broken dragon fortress behind us. The bet is on Lord Sonia Cecir's choice. He is betting on whether she will send troops to rescue us. Araka's pupils shrank abruptly. His bet, Thales roared, is my life and his future. Chapter 105. In the distance, the Archduke of Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard, was fully armed as he rode on his horse. Under the protection of countless infantry and cavalry troops, he looked into the distance with cold eyes. Under the deafening battle cries, the two constellation flags in the distance began to shake under the siege of 6 large troops and more than 2,000 extension light infantrymen. Archduke Lampard touched the sword at his waist. It was the sword he used to kill his elder brother in a duel. It had never left his side for more than 10 years. It has begun, Count Levon said softly behind him. They will soon break out of the encirclement and retreat towards the fortress. We only need to wait for Cecir to send reinforcements. His most trusted strategist, Viscount Kentvita, also nodded. The light cavaliers and mounted infantrymen on both sides of the battlefield are ready. We can quickly tie down any troops that come out from the fortress as reinforcements. The knights and 300 heavy cavaliers have already unloaded half of their burdens. They can charge at a faster speed. Even if all 3,000 people in the fortress rush out hand in hand, we can at least defeat their vanguard at the first instance. That is, if they do not retreat within 5 minutes. 500 heavy swordsmen and 800 heavy armored axemen are on standby. They can follow up later. Archers, mystic gun troops, and the remaining ordinary recruits can also attack. When they start to break out of the encirclement, we can advance at the right time. The heavy infantrymen can set off first. The stern-looking Chapman Lampard raised his hand at this moment and stopped Kentvita's report. No, have everyone stay put and wait for orders. No one is allowed to approach the battlefield without permission. Let the light infantrymen continue to fight. We have to give the fortress flower some time to consider whether to send reinforcements or not. Beside Archduke Lampard, Lord Tolja's expression tensed up when he heard that. If they break out of the encirclement in the direction of the fortress, it is best for us to have the main force follow up appropriately. Being familiar with warfare, he frowned and said, if they are too far away, even if our cavaliers hold back Cecir's reinforcements, the heavy infantrymen will not be able to catch up, let alone destroy the opponent in a field battle. With her ability, she can definitely snatch their prince back in time. Then, whether it is seizing the opportunity to attack the city or exhausting them in a field battle, our plan will be meaningless. Lampard looked at the battle in the distance and shook his head. Cecir is a cautious person. Archduke Lampard stared at the broken dragon fortress in the distance with a complicated expression. He slowly said, if we want to lure her into sending out her troops, we must take the risk and give her some hope. If we do not send out our troops, their prince will definitely perish on the battlefield. If we send out our troops, we might have half a chance to snatch the prince back. And as the prince breaks out of the encirclement from the back and gets closer to the fortress, the latter's chances will increase. Even the most prudent and rational person, such as Sonia Sasir, will be swayed when she sees that the hope is getting bigger and the possibility of success is getting higher and higher. There was an unprecedented desire to challenge in Lampard's eyes, and his gaze was focused on the starry double-cross star flag of Broken Dragon Fortress. Now it all depends on our old rival, the Fortress Flower's decision. Sonia Sasir. Are you going to send reinforcements and rescue their only prince, or are you going to watch the heir of Constellation perish in battle? What is going on? Sonia stood on the tall fortress wall and watched the chaotic battle on the plains in the distance. She gritted her teeth and punched the wall of Broken Dragon Fortress. Does Lampard want to kill His Highness in public here? The ones besieging the prince are only 2,300 light infantrymen. With the Fury Guards, they might be able to hold on for a while. But the disparity in numbers is too great. Miranda observed the situation of the enemy on the plains and said with a frown, Lampard's other main forces are far away. If Baron Murch can break out of the encirclement with the prince and at least retreat a certain distance, we should be able to send reinforcements in time to tear apart the light infantrymen's encirclement and bring the prince back. She turned her head and said to Sonia, I can attack. I need 1,000 men, including elites like the Starlight Unit who can break the enemy's formation. The Starlight Unit can ride out on horseback. The opponent is just some light infantrymen. If we only need to break through the encirclement and rescue His Highness, no. Sonia stared furiously at the stalemate on the battlefield and said with difficulty, the prince's diplomat group is not his focus, sending out the only elite troops we have to defend the city to rescue the prince. This is what Lampard wants. I can guarantee that his cavaliers are already prepared. They will stop our reinforcements at all costs. They will even attack the fortress sluice gate without caring about casualties and injuries. Then, they will press forward on a large scale. At least, they will be able to destroy our reinforcements. If it's the former, then the fortress will be in danger of falling. If it's the latter, it will also be able to greatly deplete the fortress's military strength and pave the way for him to attack the city later on. Sonia clenched her fists tightly. We will never do as the enemy thinks. Miranda raised her eyebrows and remained silent for a while. The sounds of battle in the distance continued. But that is the second prince, and the only heir of Constellation. Miranda thought for a while and said quietly, if the fortress does not send out troops, then it is very likely that he will be annihilated in the battle. As for His Majesty, Sonia gritted her teeth, closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. This is Lampard's goal. He is waiting for me to make a choice. The fortress and the prince's safety, military or politics. He wants me to choose one of the two. This is a trap that cannot be more obvious. It was originally impossible for Lampard to take down the fortress, but he actually managed to find a chance. Lampard's courage is truly beyond imagination. Miranda tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, raised her head and said, perhaps with Baron Murch's ability, when he breaks out of the encirclement, he can bring the prince further away and closer to us. He can even bring him into the fortress's area of protection. We will try our best to end the battle as soon as possible. Before their follow-up troops arrive, we will safely, be careful. Sonia opened her eyes abruptly. Her gaze was filled with caution. That is what Lampard wants us to think. The fortress is our greatest reliance. You do not know how much he desires for our troops to walk out of the fortress and fall into his rhythm of battle. Everything he did was for the sake of smoothly taking down Broken Dragon Fortress at the lowest cost. Miranda was stunned. But does he really dare to use the crime of killing the Prince of Constellation as a wager? What if the Prince of Constellation really dies in the battle? Lord Tolja looked at the battle in the distance and said hesitantly, anything is possible on the battlefield. Then, we will see if the Sunset Goddess will protect us, and how loyal Sonia Sasir is to the Jadestar royal family, Archduke Lampard said in a low voice. If we win this gamble, we will open the door to the northern territory of Constellation. If we lose... he did not speak again. I am afraid that the prince's life or death is not a matter of luck, but of our choice, Viscount Kentvita said in contemplation. If Cecile refuses to send her troops and would rather watch their prince's entire army be annihilated than defend the fortress. Are we really going to kill all of the prince's diplomat group? Not necessarily. Count Levon shook his head. We only sent out light enlisted infantry. Based on the current situation, the Constellations can at least hold on for more than 15 minutes. If that time really comes, it will not be too late for us to blow the horn and withdraw our troops. Then invite the prince in and tell him that everything just now, including so many dead people, was a misunderstanding? Tolja replied with a frown. Their archduke lifted the reins and urged his horse forward a few steps so that he could get a clearer view of the situation in the distance. Archduke Lampard stared at the huge fortress with an indifferent expression. If Cecile still refuses to come out, it will be fine. Archduke Lampard tightened the sword belt around his waist and inhaled a breath of the cold winter air. When that time comes, we will slaughter everyone in the diplomat group, leaving only that 7-year-old brat alive. Then, everyone in the fortress will see how we strip their only prince and tie him to a flagpole. Then, we will raise their heir and attack the fortress. Let's see how much of a test the Constellations' morale can withstand. Of course, regardless of whether we succeed or not, that poor brat will survive and be sent to Dragon Cloud City after this to show our respect and loyalty to King Nuvan. I will not be stained with the blood of the Jade Star royal family. Since the age of the Empire, that family's blood has been filled with curses and misfortune. Under such circumstances, as long as he does not die, Constellation will only see the humiliation the prince left them, and not the enmity formed between them and the Lampard family. Hearing this, Tolja could not help but frown deeply. He is only a 7-year-old child. The unsmiling Archduke Lampard was silent for a moment. The scenes of his brothers fooling around flashed across his mind. But the others did not know what he was thinking. The next moment, Chapman Lampard raised his eyes and said coldly, "He is a prince. A prince cannot be a child from the moment he is born. This is their privilege, and also their price." Tolja stared at Archduke Lampard in a daze. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he lowered his head and sighed. Only Viscount Kentvita frowned. "That child will hate you when he is crowned as king in the future," but he was interrupted by the Archduke. "He will be afraid of me," Lampard said resolutely. Lampard said firmly, "Even if he becomes the king of Constellation, wears the 9-pointed star crown, and holds the staff of Constellation in his hand, I will also make him remember today, the most humiliating, terrifying day of his life." Thud. Gened raised his shield to block a heavy hammer. The huge force caused him to lower his body. But the veteran cleverly took advantage of the situation and cut open his kneecap. Then, he ended Gened's life when he fell to the ground. But Gened's left shoulder blade was pierced by a sword that came from the side. He endured the pain and retreated to the second row while trembling. However, the soldier who replaced Gened was obviously inexperienced. The moment he moved forward, he was stabbed in the thigh. Gened could only grit his teeth and move forward again. He blocked the enemy's sword fiercely and let his injured comrade retreat. The veteran sensed that the frequency of Extet's light infantry's attacks had begun to decrease. "It looks like it's time to break out of the encirclement." However, Gened sighed at this moment. On the battlefield, the first to die were the unskilled new soldiers. The surviving veterans were all smart, tough, and steel-like existences. What comes next is a tough battle. So, the key to the battlefield lies in Cecile's choice. At the center of the battle formation, Thales panted harshly and said to Putre, who was nodding slightly, and Araka, whose face was covered in blood. And no matter what she chooses, Lampard should have his own corresponding strategy. Attack the fortress, weaken our military strength, or capture me in a humiliating manner to use as a bargaining chip to attack. No matter what she chooses, we will still be in a dilemma. Putre furrowed his brows. Lampard's light infantry is enough to give us a hard time. The soldiers will not be able to hold on for too long. Araka looked at the dead and injured subordinates around him. He was extremely furious as he sneered, "If you have any ideas, you better say it out loud before the extensions chop us into minced meat and hang you up while they're at it." Thales did not mind Araka's disrespect. He raised his head and glanced at the Lampard family's iron fist flag not far away. He exhaled and slowly said, "No matter what, Sonia's choice is a dilemma. So, she cannot make the choice." Thales' gaze was cold. Under Putre and Araka's different expressions, he clenched his fists. "We can only choose on behalf of Lady Cecile. To eliminate her hesitation. Prepare to break out of the encirclement," the second prince said coldly. Putre was slightly startled. On the other hand, Araka grinned. "It seems like they are about to break out of the encirclement." Miranda looked at the battle situation in the distance and said hesitantly, "Are we really not going to send reinforcements? Even if they really break out of the encirclement and get closer to the fortress?" Sonia closed her eyes in pain. "No, guarding is my greatest duty. I have already failed once. This time, I cannot, no." Sonia gritted her teeth and lowered her head. She placed her hands on the city wall and said with difficulty, "It is impossible to save them by sending only a small number of troops. If we send out all our elites, we will be falling into Lampard's trap. Guard our fortress well. We cannot give him even the slightest chance. I will face His Majesty." Miranda did not say anything. The city wall was silent for a while. But the silence was soon broken. The sounds of battle rang again in the distance. "Commanding officer." Miranda looked at the chaotic battlefield in the distance in shock. "They are starting to break out of the encirclement. But it is very strange." Miranda's face was filled with disbelief. Sonia opened her eyes in puzzlement. "Sir." Tolja urged his horse anxiously from afar. "News from the light cavaliers. They are starting to break out of the encirclement." Archduke Lampard opened his eyes and looked at the two flags of constellation. "Very good," he said, "now, we just have to wait for Cecile, wait." Lampard narrowed his eyes. The fluttering of the flags, something is not quite right. He immediately realized that something was wrong. It can't be. Archduke Lampard widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. Could it be? "Yes, my lord, our plan must be amended immediately." Tolja said loudly and nervously. And according to the report from the Light Cavaliers, there is more than one accident. Lampard suppressed the hidden annoyance in his heart and cast an inquiring gaze at Tolja. Tolja gritted his teeth and said on his horse, "There is another person with that prince." Archduke Lampard furrowed his brows tightly as he watched Tolja say something that caused the surrounding vassals' expressions to change. "It's him. It's that guy. With that bow." With a cold expression on his face, Araka tied Thales tightly to his back. His body was pressed tightly against the silver-black greatbow. "Is it really safe to stay behind this guy?" Ida asked angrily. "I keep feeling like I've lost my job." Thales smiled at her. "Just take it as a vacation. Even authors have times when they stop updating their novels. This is very risky." "It means that we are also gambling," Putre said worriedly. "We are betting on the enemy's choice." Thales took a deep breath and smiled at Putre. "Yes, this is a bet between me and Lampard. It is a game of, do you dare or not? Young prince, I will ask you one last time." Seeing that most of the Fury guards in the first row were dead or injured, Araka suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "This is the only way," Thales said with a bitter smile. Araka did not speak. Thales gritted his teeth as he lay on Araka's back. He adjusted his abdomen, which was in contact with the great bow, and forced a smile. "And are you really as powerful as the rumors say? Please prove it to me." Araka still did not speak. Thales gently closed his eyes, then opened them firmly. His gaze was sharp. "Constellation's most valiant warrior, Araka Murch. He exhaled softly and loudly uttered the name that everyone in Constellation knew. The kingdom's wrath. The moment he uttered these words, the expressions of the people who were in a predicament froze. It was as if the atmosphere around them had changed as well. In the next second, Araka tilted his head and sneered at Thales. A long time ago, in a hopeless situation, a jade star told me. Thales could not help but be startled. Araka pulled out the two-handed greatsword from the ground, swung it around, and strode forward. Putre, Waya, Ralph, and the others followed behind them with either determined or worried expressions. Araka strode onto the stirrups. His gaze was fierce. Ida nimbly followed behind their horses. Araka continued to speak coldly. He said, "Since there is no way to retreat, why not go forward with all your might?" Thales could not react for a moment. In the next moment, Araka Murch, the man known as the Kingdom's Wrath, spurred his horse forward with a fierce expression and bypassed his guards. "Fury guards, attack the formation." The Kingdom's Wrath's greatsword pointed at the iron fist flag fluttering high in the distance. He roared furiously, "Our target, north." Chapter 106. An extension light infantryman held a hammer tightly in his hand. With steady breaths, he rhythmically hit the thick wooden shield in his left hand and followed closely behind his teammates' footsteps. As one of the dozen or so combat captains under Leroque's battalion, he was in his early 30s. This was not his first time on the battlefield. Men in Northland, be they farmers, hunters, craftsmen or woodcutters, were born to fight with swords. Sometimes, even women were the same. It was exhilarating and glorious to shed blood on the battlefield, fight to the death against the most powerful enemy, and drink the wine of victory to the fullest. Every time he swung his hammer, he felt the faint sound of bones cracking in the enemy's body, which made him even more excited and agitated. For example, right now, the combat captain in his 30s roared in delight. He strode forward to catch up with his companions and fiercely hit the head of a constellatiate who could not defend himself in time. He roared and pulled out his hammer. Blood splattered on his face. The next moment, the combat captain pounced on the constellatiate in front of him without hesitation. But these constellatiates are really tough. As he thought of this, he swung his shield and knocked his opponent to the side. With this level of casualties, if it were an ordinary army, their morale would have collapsed and they would have fled in all directions. Unless they are elites. Unless they have a competent commander who is equally tough. The combat captain nimbly and skillfully dodged his opponent's dangerous thrust. The blade of the sword swept past the right side of his forehead. "Hey, you are a veteran." The combat captain laughed out loud and smashed the enemy back with a hammer. Asterisk clatter. Bang. Crack. Asterisk the sound of horse hooves colliding with each other, as well as the sound of the blade cutting through armor came from the side. A deep and fierce male voice came from the warhorse. "Let's go find Lampard." The constellatiates, who had formed a defensive formation, became spirited. With a loud shout, they strode forward and followed the knight on the warhorse towards the extensions. The combat captain's expression changed. They are going to break out of the encirclement. But why are they heading north? Although the encirclement in the north is indeed weaker than that of Broken Dragon Fortress. Even if we break through, we will still face the Archduke's military camp and other more elite troops, right? And that knight who rushed out of the formation? It was a man with a murderous aura. He waved a large sword with great force, and as the sword flashed, a head was cut off, along with scattered flesh and blood. The warhorse under him rammed into two people. There was a child tied to his back in a silver-black bow. Wait a minute. The combat leader's pupils shrank. Is that bow? The next second. Him. It's him. Ekstet's infantry commander roared madly, as if he had found the most valuable prize. He no longer cared about the panting Constellation veteran in front of him. He gritted his teeth in excitement and rushed towards the horse without hesitation. The combat leader roared madly, "Kingdom's Wrath." Many extensions shuddered and turned their heads towards the man on the horse. The team leader raised his shield over his head to defend against the man's sword. The hammer in his hand smashed towards the horse's belly. However, the great sword did not slash at him as he had expected and was deflected by his shield. Instead, it trembled in the man's hand and stabbed downwards. The combat leader felt a chill on his right collarbone, and a sharp pain assaulted him. The warhorse swept past his side. His knees buckled, and blood gushed out from his shoulder. But he still tried his best to throw the weapon in his hand. The hammer slashed across the horse's belly and opened another wound on the warhorse, which was already riddled with scars. The warhorse neighed sorrowfully and fell in front of him along with the man. Hee, at least. I stopped the kingdom's wrath steed. The combat leader thought strenuously. The shield fell from his hand. The combat leader covered the bleeding wound on his shoulder and felt the pain that penetrated deep into his lungs. He raised the hammer with all his might, wanting to smash the man who was climbing up from the ground and the boy behind him. Then, my final attack killed the kingdom's wrath, he thought. However, just as this thought appeared, a petite figure wearing a cloak rushed towards him from behind. She attacked him with a machete and chopped off his right hand, which was holding the hammer. Ah! The combat leader howled angrily in indignation. In the next second, Jened, who rushed towards him from behind, chopped off his head with his sword. That's right, Jened said to the corpse while panting, I am a veteran. One by one, the soldiers of the Fury Guards charged forward with all their might. They pushed aside the enemies who were blocking their way and fought to reach Araka Murch's side. Only then did Putre and the others manage to catch up to Araka Murch. The battlefield became chaotic due to the Constellations breaking out of the encirclement. The kingdom's wrath. He's here. Many extension soldiers shouted excitedly. The news spread rapidly on the battlefield. From the front, the sides, and the rear, countless extensions charged towards them while roaring madly, like sharks who smelled blood. Really? Waya, who was at the back, said in dissatisfaction, he's just like a target. And he's carrying His Highness. Do not doubt your commander. Putre also fell off his horse. He hurriedly advanced in the triangular formation used by the soldiers for assault. At least believe in the kingdom's wrath's reputation. His Highness is the safest by his side. Thales anxiously lay on Araka's back, enduring the dizziness he felt after falling off the horse. What do we do now? Araka coldly and fiercely held his sword with both hands. He slashed open the light armor of an enemy on his left, leaving the enemy to wail on the ground. He looked at the Iron Fist flag, which was a distance away. Then, he looked at the countless enemies surging towards them from the fan-shaped area in front of him. He said coldly, our steeds can only bring us up to here. Attack the formation. Araka shouted loudly. His entire body trembled. Thales, who was stuck close to him, could clearly feel that Araka's heartbeat accelerated. His body began to heat up. His muscles swelled and trembled rhythmically. It was as if he was a predatory beast that was ready to start its hunt. He immediately realized that this was Araka's power of eradication. In his field of vision, Araka was like a raging volcano. Dull and terrifying explosive waves were continuously emitted from within him. Araka clenched his teeth. He held his sword in his right hand and held the leather sheath on the sword's spine with his left. He dragged the weapon behind him and charged towards the numerous enemies in front of him. The remaining soldiers of the Fury Guards followed him on both sides as if it was a conditioned reflex. They followed their commander and charged towards their opponents without hesitation. Araka was at the very front, like the tip of a wedge. The 5 weapons at the very front whizzed towards him at the same time. 3 of them were aimed at his head and chest, while the other 2 were aimed at his left and right. The next moment, Araka let out a furious roar from his throat. He stomped on the ground with his hind legs, lowered his body and charged into the area where the weapons surrounded him. Thales, who was tied up tightly, tried his best to shrink his head and stick closely to Araka's shoulder. Even so, he could still feel at least 3 weapons whizzing past the top of his head. Araka let out a violent roar. The blood vessels in his arms bulged and released an explosive force. He swung his huge two-handed sword ferociously and drew a blood-red arc in the air. Asterisk splat, asterisk the three weapons, along with the three forearms, broke away from their owner's control and fell weakly from midair. Blood splattered on Thale's forehead, causing him to grit his teeth and frown. Do I have to be so bloody every time? Araka ignored the weapons that came at him from his left and right. He roared and crashed into the chest of the infantryman in front of him, who was howling miserably while holding his right hand. He fiercely knocked him down with his elbow. The Fury Guards on both sides were only one body's length slower than Araka. They similarly roared and pounced forward. They stopped the enemy before the two weapons that Araka had missed could pierce into his left and right vital parts. The Fury Guard on the left successfully stabbed his sword into his opponent's lower abdomen. He pushed away his opponent, who was screaming in pain, and continued to follow Araka as he charged towards the second row of enemies. The Fury Guard on the right unfortunately had his shoulder blade cut into his opponent's shoulder. However, he still charged forward regardless of his own safety and pushed his enemy to the ground. The other Fury Guard did not even look as he strode over the two people who were wrestling on the ground. He completed the cone-shaped attack formation and moved forward once again. In just over a second, the fierce Araka, who was at the very front of the formation, charged forward by one body's length and broke through the first row of enemies. He did not slow down and continued to charge forward. However, he was met with a small team of 5 experienced veterans who were charging towards him. 3 of them held shields and swords, while the other 2 held axes. They stared vigilantly at Araka. The kingdom's wrath, the person in the middle said in a deep voice, "You can't cross." Ugh. Before he could finish speaking, Araka fiercely thrust his sword forward and pierced straight into his shield. Under the terrifying force and momentum of the impact, the blade of the sword protruded from the other side and sank into the enemy's chest. However, the blade of the sword was stuck between the shield and the sternum. The enemy groaned in pain, but he still struggled to hold Araka's greatsword in place. He tried his best to let the 3 people around him take his life before he died. The blade of an axe was the first to whiz forward. Araka did not hesitate at all. With a fanatical expression, he swung his left fist. With a terrifying force, he fiercely hit the center of the greatsword's blade. With a clang, the greatsword was broken. Araka roared and moved forward. He kicked the second shield-wielding veteran to the ground. Then, he swung his left wrist and brushed against the side of the axe's blade, pushing the axe's blade away from his own head. Under the enemy's shocked gaze, the axe slid past Araka's left forearm, taking away a piece of flesh. The broken blade in Araka's hand pierced into the axe-wielder's neck before he could react. The last 2 enemies roared furiously and attacked Araka. However, the latter did not even look at them. He only focused on charging forward. Just like before, the Fury Guards on both sides, who were one body behind, risked their lives and pounced forward, taking away the threat of the remaining 2 people for the kingdom's wrath. This time, the people on both sides were unlucky. Both of them lost their lives. However, the Fury Guards behind them still pounced forward without a care for their own safety, maintaining the integrity of the formation and the safety of Araka's sides. Thales suddenly understood something. They, the sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards, were using their lives to cover Araka's flanks. This allowed the latter to focus on breaking through the enemies in front and in the middle without being disturbed. This allowed him to maximize his terrifying force of impact that no one could block. In a little over 2 seconds, Araka broke through the second row. Once again, the next batch of enemies faced him. The 2 enemies in front of him held long spears in their hands. The tips of the spears were pointed at Araka's heart. They were determined that no matter how Araka charged forward, they would use the movement of the spear tips to force him to retreat. The other 3 people closely covered their sides. However, Araka did not give them the chance to do so. He let out a loud shout. Explosive waves of power of eradication surged into his right arm. Like a volcanic eruption, he threw out the extremely damaged broken blade in his hand abruptly. The whistling sound of death lasted for a few tenths of a second. The tip of the blade, which was still covered in blood and flesh, pierced into the face of the spearman at the front. He trembled abruptly. The long spear in his hand that was pointed at Araka fell limply. "No! Brother!" The other spearman beside him screamed mournfully. Araka's expression was ferocious. He reached for the front part of the falling long spear with both of his hands. He took advantage of the momentum and pulled the long spear out. The power of eradication erupted once again along with the spear shaft that was thrusting towards him. The other spearman, who was roaring madly, was hit squarely in the chest by a force that was as strong as a siege hammer. He fell to the ground with a muffled groan, and his roars stopped abruptly. The long spear was retrieved from Araka's hands once again. Then, the latter used it as a stick. With a great force, he swung the spear and ruthlessly swept it towards the lower bodies of the remaining 3 people. Without changing his expression, Araka turned his spear around and stabbed one of the 3 people who fell to the ground to death. He then continued to charge forward without looking back. The guards on both sides caught up once again and took care of the remaining 2 people while they were at it. "How long can you maintain this kind of attack?" Thales looked at the densely packed enemies in front of him, then at the iron fist flag in the distance. He calculated the time and distance in his heart as he asked Araka. "Long enough," Araka said in a low voice and charged towards an enemy who was holding a sword. "As long as my guards are still here." 5 seconds later, Araka broke through the 3rd row. Under Thales' dumbfounded gaze, Araka threw his long spear steadily and pierced the thigh of an enemy who was in front of him. Unarmed, the Kingdom's Wrath charged forward with all his might. He dodged a sword attack, but a wound was left on his right arm. The soldiers of the Kingdom's Wrath surged forward once again. With bravery and sacrifice, they took care of the enemies on both sides for him. Amidst the frenzied roars, an axe blade sliced through the air and attacked. The Kingdom's Wrath took 2 steps forward without even looking. He grabbed the long spear shaft that was thrown out and dragged the enemy who was clenching his teeth while hugging his thigh down. At the same time, he swiftly turned around and used the spear shaft to block the axe blade that was coming towards him. Crack. The spear shaft broke. Araka seemed to have expected it. He held the broken spear shaft and turned around. The broken spear violently struck the axe-bearer's nose bridge. The axe-bearer let out a muffled groan and closed his eyes. The Kingdom's Wrath flung the broken spear shaft away and accurately grabbed the axe hilt between the axe-bearer's hands. He then pulled him towards himself. Then, Araka headbutted his opponent fiercely on his already injured nose with a bone-chilling ferocity. He snatched the axe from the axe-bearer as he fell to the ground in a daze. Araka moved past him and the enemy who was panting while hugging his thigh that was pierced by the long spear. He continued his assault. 8 seconds later, Araka broke through the 4th row of enemies. One of the guards died. 11 seconds later, Araka used his axe to chop off 2 people's skulls. He broke through the 5th row and 2 of the guards died. 16 seconds later, 2 chain-armored infantrymen, who were obviously military officers, came forward. Araka used his axe to chop off a shield-bearer. After spending some time, he finally snatched a short sword and stabbed it into the unprotected eyes and throats of the 2 military officers. He broke through the 6th row. 19 seconds later, Araka easily pierced a person's habitual hand with his flying sword. Then, he used the enemy as a shield and jammed the blades of 2 people's axes. He twisted their necks and used one of the axes to chop open the chest of the 4th person. He broke through the 7th row and one of the guards died. Thales watched all of this with his mouth agape. He watched the bare-handed Araka snatch the enemy's weapons with a fierce and violent aura, as well as his instinctive battle skills. He broke through the interception of countless opponents. Could this be what the Chinibu in my previous life said, a knight does not die by his bare hands? Under the Kingdom's Wrath's assault, Extet's light infantryman's line of battle was as thin as a piece of paper. He swiftly penetrated through them at a speed that was similar to when he was training to run. What the hell? Doesn't he get tired? Wuxia, who was panting behind Thales, sliced open the throat of an enemy who was wailing on the ground. He watched Araka's assault in astonishment. We have been jogging all the way and have not stopped at all. Is this the first time you've heard of his nickname? Putre snorted softly. Beside him, Ida only pursed her lips. This fellow's movements when facing multiple enemies and multiple attacks are even smoother than 5 years ago. Within a few minutes, they had already broken through more than 20 rows of enemies. However, the Fury guards on both sides were still continuously sacrificing themselves. Thales was worried. Araka's teeth were clenched tighter and tighter. His breathing was also becoming more and more rapid. With his stamina, how much longer can he last? With a cold expression, Araka pierced the hammer in his hand into its original owner's face. He pushed away the wailing enemy and roared as he strode towards the next person. It was a military officer. He was fully armored and held a terrifying double-sided axe in his hand. He was giving out orders loudly. He seems to be a commander. Thales listened to the other party's orders and thought with a frown. The kingdom's wrath was a legend. The soldiers of Extet had all heard of his name, as well as the battlefield legends about him. That terrifying man's body contained the wrath of all of Constellation. No one had ever been able to stop the attacks he launched. At least, that was what Mammon Leroque, the commander of Leroque's light infantry brigade, had heard. Until today, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Leroque, the Northlander who was 6.5 feet tall, furrowed his brows deeply. As he watched his brigade being penetrated by the other party as if there was no one there, he stroked his double-sided axe and licked his teeth. He looked at Araka who was in front of him with eagerness. With Leroque's supra-class ability, he could have been a battle leader of a heavy-armored axeman. However, those damned heavy armors were too expensive. Besides, he preferred to be a commander. Many warriors would lose their rationality when they were in a killing frenzy. They would only be left with madness, lax in defense, and little wisdom. But he would not do that. Leroque knew the truth of the battlefield very well. It was not about killing, but about survival. Leroque sucked in a deep breath of cold air. He looked at Araka who had broken through and charged towards him. He looked at Thales who was behind him, and at the Fury guards on both sides of Araka. I found your weakness. Chapter 107. Leroque shouted loudly and quickly took a few steps back, avoiding Araka's attack. Under his command, the dozen or so Extet infantrymen on both sides of Leroque did not get into formation nor did they retreat. Instead, they charged straight towards the Fury guards on both sides of Araka. Araka's expression darkened. Amidst the furious roars and the sounds of collisions, the extension soldiers firmly entangled the Fury guards. Araka, who was charging forward, was instantly left alone. There was no one to protect him from both sides. 7 or 8 Extet warriors surrounded him with fierce expressions. Thales' expression changed drastically. Oh no. The reason why Araka could maintain an absolute advantage in the front and charge into the enemy's formation without any worries was largely due to the sacrifice and protection of the guards on both sides. Otherwise, Araka's speed would probably slow down after he killed 10 people. Then, he would once again fall into an impenetrable pincer and heavy encirclement. No matter how skilled a supreme-class elite was, he would still be exhausted to death in the end. Moreover, on the battlefield, facing an endless number of enemies, multiple attacks from multiple directions, and multiple weapons. Just like what Ida said, even supreme-class elites could not come out unscathed. Just like what Araka was doing right now, these wounds and exhaustion gradually accumulated. Araka looked at the situation in front of him and panted slightly. Cover him. Ida nimbly shuttled between the 3 Extet infantrymen who had great teamwork. However, she was obviously not used to the rhythm of swords and sabers on the battlefield. She could not escape for a while. Cover Araka. She yelled in exasperation, otherwise, we will be dragged into a tight encirclement again. Wuxia was entangled by two enemies. He was injured and could not quickly break away from the battle. Putre, on the other hand, obviously did not have the same martial arts skills as the others. He could easily break away and cover for Araka. Behind them, the countless Extet infantrymen who were left behind due to Araka's conical impact formation's rapid breakthrough once again ran to catch up to them. Ralph's eyes widened. A strong gust of wind blew rapidly and used the scattered snowflakes to block the few Extet soldiers at the front row behind him. The soldiers with the equipment of the Fury Guards are all entangled. Putre was in a difficult situation under the attack of a fierce infantryman. And our diplomatic group, including you, have obviously never fought in a war. We can't charge through. Is there anyone else? Except for the Fury Guards and the diplomatic mission? Wuxia fought with the enemy with an extremely low efficiency. As long as I can break through this encirclement and get to His Highness' side. A young soldier and a veteran with a sword and shield suddenly turned around in the middle of the fierce battle. If there were members of the Fury Guards by his side, Araka would not have to worry about the threats from his sides and behind him. He could just face the enemies in front of him directly. But now he had to face threats from all directions. Clang. Larocque's great axe landed solidly on the nail hammer that Araka had just snatched. Araka growled softly like a wild beast. Even Thales could feel the oppressive atmosphere. The next moment, the Kingdom's Wrath's eyes were bloodshot. With a jolt of the hammer that was propped up against the giant axe, the power in his body instantly erupted. Clang! As the flames flickered, Larocque gritted his teeth and retreated in a sorry state. Behind you! Thales shouted nervously. However, before Thales could finish speaking, Araka instantly turned around. With a furious roar, he deflected the sword that came at him from behind, ensuring that Thales would not be hit. The Kingdom's Wrath immediately turned around and avoided a spear thrust that came at him at the same time. When he turned around, the nail hammer in his hand had already flown out and pierced into the chest of the swordsman behind him. Without cover, Araka could not continue his attack. He paused and retreated, dodging the blade that was aimed at his vital left side. However, a wound was still cut open on his waist, and blood flowed out. Maybe we should retreat and rendezvous with the guards. Thales endured the pain. His back was still cut by the sword just now. The beast-like man ignored the prince. With a low growl, he turned around and rammed his shoulder against the swordsman with the force of a volcanic eruption. The swordsman, who could not retract his sword in time, staggered from side to side. Then, he suddenly advanced with his elbow and knocked out all the teeth in his mouth. Rip, with a cold expression, Araka forcefully snatched his opponent's sword and slit his throat. Blood splashed all over Araka. Without any time to rest, the Kingdom's Wrath quickly lowered his waist and turned around. A broadsword that attacked him from behind from the side could only cut off a streak of blood from his shoulder. Araka then gave a low kick and hit his opponent's knee. Amidst the sound of bones breaking, the latter groaned and lost his balance. The Kingdom's Wrath's sword slid across his neck, and he caught the falling sword in passing. At this moment, the wind howled. Clang. The loud noise caused Thales' eardrums to hurt. Araka's legs sank into the ground. He raised his sword and blade above his head and blocked Larocque's great axe, which came slashing down at him with all his might. Precise control, perfect timing, and no wastage. Is that so, the Supreme Class Kingdom's Wrath? Larocque exhaled ferociously. We charged at you together, but you still managed to kill 3 of us. A long spear attacked Araka's heart. The Kingdom's Wrath blocked the great axe with both hands and turned his chest in an inconceivable manner to avoid the tip of the spear. He clamped the incoming long spear firmly under his left armpit. Another long spear pierced through the air and attacked him. Araka's power of eradication was instantly activated. He deflected the tip of the spear and stepped on the incoming long spear ferociously. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Araka stubbornly block the two spearmen who were gritting their teeth strenuously. Their faces were completely red. This is bad. As expected, the enemy did not give him any chance to catch his breath. Two extat soldiers with two longswords attacked Araka's chest, abdomen, and head. Araka slashed the sword that was aimed at his chest with all his might. Then, he twisted the other sword tightly. Whoosh, the great axe pierced through the air and attacked again. But this is a battlefield. There has never been a one-on-one battle. The enemy's commander laughed savagely. The great axe drew an arc as it attacked. Even supreme-class elites have their limits. A few extat infantrymen howled furiously. They appeared from behind Larocque and surrounded Araka. Thales touched his dagger in shock and shouted, "Be careful." In the next second, the frightening sound of an axe piercing through flesh and a blade clashing against each other echoed. Splat. Clang. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. His eardrums were in intense pain. No, the prince panted and widened his eyes as he watched the great axe stop firmly on Araka's left shoulder. It cut through his breastplate, cut through his flesh, and stopped between his shoulder blade and collarbone. It was only an inch away from Thales' shoulder. Araka panted harshly. His dripping blood flowed all over Thales' shoulder. The sword in the kingdom's wrath's right hand had long since disappeared without a trace. He used only one hand to firmly hold the handle of Larocque's great axe. As he trembled slightly, he wrestled with the enemy's commander in a life-and-death struggle. And he was not alone. At the front end of the axe, a young constellatiate soldier with black hair and brown eyes knelt on one knee beside Araka. He gritted his teeth and raised both his hands above his head. He held a pair of spears of equal length in each hand and used all his strength to block the axe blade that had already cut into Araka's left shoulder. Damn brat. Larocque's eyes were bloodshot. He unleashed his power of eradication and the axe blade in his hand gradually pressed downwards. The two spearmen who were wrestling with Araka also exerted force at the same time. They wanted to force the kingdom's wrath to die here. Don't even think about it. Willow Ken's two spears trembled. Under the influence of gravity and Larocque's power, he desperately blocked the great axe upwards to reduce the pressure on Araka. Araka panted in a low voice. He looked at Willow with a complicated expression amidst the intense pain. Violent winds howled in the air. Ralph's figure glided over and swept past the extension's weapons strenuously. He brought along two constellatiate soldiers dressed in fortress soldier uniforms and crashed into the battlefield. They fought against Larocque's subordinates who were about to join the battle. A sturdy veteran of Constellation charged over with a shield and knocked down the extension soldier who had just fought with Araka with his sword to the ground. The veteran of Starlight Brigade and Genid firmly pressed down on the enemy who was struggling madly. They grabbed each other's sword-wielding hands and competed in strength and endurance. Both of them wanted to stab their swords into each other's vital parts before the other. "Is there anyone else?" Thales asked nervously as he pulled out his dagger strenuously. He was hesitating whether he should cut the rope that tied him to Araka's back. "There are only a few of us. The Fury Guards and your subordinates are being held back." Genid, who was wrestling with his opponent, shouted with all his might, "You better be of use, you deserter who uses dual spears." Willow's face flushed red. His hand, which was holding the great axe, trembled continuously. "I told you," the extension infantryman whose spear was clamped by Araka's left arm roared and lowered his spear. He pulled out a short blade from his back and rushed towards Araka, who was in a stalemate. Araka released his left arm and held Larocque's great axe with both hands. His eyes were filled with anger. "I am not a deserter," Willow hissed through gritted teeth. The soldier with the short blade rushed towards Araka and Thales in a frenzy. Thales trembled as he cut his own rope. "And I really know how to use." Willow pulled out his right hand that was holding the spear. He used his left hand to block Larocque's great axe strenuously. He shouted desperately, "Dual spears." Willow's right hand suddenly thrust forward. The extension soldier with the short blade dodged the path of Willow's single spear with great experience. Thales felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. He did not manage to stab him. However, Willow's right hand suddenly trembled. The tip of the spear swayed and the handle of the spear left his hand. Shick. The extension soldier lowered his head in shock. The short blade in his hand fell down. Willow's spear had already left his hand. The tip of the spear had already pierced his throat. Thales heaved a long sigh and relaxed his mind. That was close. Willow, who had exhausted all his strength, panted. The spear in his left hand that was blocking the great axe trembled and fell. He fell to the ground, exhausted. However, Leroque's great axe did not cut down. Thales once again felt a new burst of power erupting from the body of the man who was carrying him. Leroque watched in shock as his great axe was lifted inch by the Kingdom's Wrath's arms. The beast-like man was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He slowly stood up from the ground. Didn't your commanding officer tell you? Araka panted harshly and trembled like a wild beast. Terrifying power once again erupted from his arms and he pushed the great axe forward. Leroque staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, his subordinates behind him caught him in time. If you have the chance to kill me, it would be best if you can kill me in one blow. If you can't kill me. Heh. Araka squeezed out a cold laugh from between his teeth. The aura on his body suddenly changed. Thales was shocked to see that the originally restless ripples and explosions in Araka's body began to surge violently like lava from a volcano. Leroque furrowed his brows and watched as Araka's eyes emitted a faint red light. The muscles on his shoulder that had been cut began to contract to block the wound and stop the bleeding. What is that? He recalled the legend of the Kingdom's Wrath again. No, impossible. After all, he's just a human, isn't he? Leroque roared furiously amidst the cries for murder around him. He mustered all the strength in his body and charged towards Araka with a few of his most trusted subordinates. 7 to 8 weapons were thrust out at the same time. Araka Murch. If he leads the charge, he will definitely be able to break through further with the Prince of Constellation. Archduke Lampard sighed as he watched the battle from afar. If they break through in the direction of the fortress, the shock they will bring to the fortress will be stronger. Then, our plan to lure Sasir out will have a higher chance of success. At that time, the morale of the fortress will be high. It will no longer be a matter of whether Sasir wants to send troops or not. What a pity. I don't know who came up with the idea to let them attack in the opposite direction. Did that 7-year-old prince also agree to throw away his life like this? Count Levon asked with a frown. Lampard shook his head regretfully. There is no point in thinking too much about it. It is already impossible for us to take down the fortress. There is another problem. As long as Murch carries that bow, it will be very difficult for the light infantryman to exhaust his physical strength through sheer numbers. Viscount Kenvita frowned as he pondered. The light infantryman's encirclement on the north side is not as tight as the south side. It is very likely that he will rush out and arrive in front of us. Of course, the light infantryman's encirclement cannot stop him. Count Levon said in a low voice, but as long as the main force attacks, whether it is the heavy swordsmen or the heavy cavalry, they can easily annihilate all of them, including Murch. This will take away the Prince of Constellation's life. Viscount Kenvita shook his head. This is not a good choice. I am afraid we have to make other plans. Please let me go, Your Grace. Behind Lampard, Lord Tolja stroked a strangely shaped saber and bowed slightly on his steed. His eyes shone with endless fighting spirit. I will definitely take back the bow that originally belonged to Extet from Murch's corpse. If we cannot dispatch the main force, then the only one here who can fight against Murch is me. Tolja stared at the Archduke with a burning gaze. Let the rising sun saber fight against the motionless bow. Lampard stroked the sword at his waist and pondered carefully. No, I do not wish for any accidents to happen to you. Around 10 seconds later, Lampard slowly shook his head and refused. Even if Murch does not bring that bow, he is still too dangerous. A hint of disappointment flashed in Tolja's eyes. After all, he has been fighting in the battle formation for half a quarter of an hour. He must be covered in wounds, which makes him even more dangerous. Viscount Kenvita cautiously continued the Archduke's words. We all know the legend of that man. I heard that the Tower of Eradication specially named his mutated power of eradication. Lampard raised his head and sighed softly. Yes, the firmament's wrath. A power born for the battlefield. Tolja tightened his grip on the saber in his hand. The Archduke said faintly, the more he fights, the more he gets injured. The more he gets injured, the stronger he gets. When Thales came back to his senses, he was shocked to see Araka charging at full speed towards the 7 or 8 people in front of him. Without any protection on his side, he began his breakthrough once again. Facing the weapons in front of him, Araka's body suddenly moved in a strange manner. This movement seemed to bring about a fluctuation in the air. Thales, who was on his back, felt dizzy. A sword slashed across Araka's breastplate, leaving a deep wound between his ribs. A flail grazed past his raised right leg, taking away a piece of flesh. A saber was forcefully blocked by the wrist guard on his right hand. Countless sparks flew. Leroque's great axe swept past his head, which had suddenly turned around. The wind from the axe swept past his ears. A spear barely grazed past his thigh by a few millimeters. The last saber slashed horizontally into his unprotected left biceps, but not much blood spilled out. It looked as if Araka had moved slightly, avoiding all the vital parts during the pincer attack. However, Thales knew that this was definitely not a simple, slight movement. Araka did not care about the number of wounds on his body. He only charged forward with a fanatical expression. Until he squeezed between the enemies. Kill him. Leroque retracted his great axe and ordered furiously. However, the slightly panicked extensions could no longer keep up with Araka's rhythm. In the next moment, Araka let out an earth-shattering roar. His right fist erupted with an astonishing heat wave, and he punched the swordsman's face. The clear sound of bones breaking was heard. The extension howled madly. Araka laughed loudly. The power of eradication surged and erupted from his body. With a tremendous force, he rammed his shoulder against the flail-bearer's shield. The latter let out a pained cry and flew backwards. The Kingdom's Wrath grabbed his opponent's flail, turned around and smashed it, knocking away a saber that was aimed at the back of his head. Without losing momentum, the flail flew back until it dented the enemy's head. As red and white splattered, Araka turned around again and accurately locked a saber with his chain. He pulled the next enemy in front of him and used his lower abdomen to block a long sword that followed closely behind him. The swordsman who accidentally killed his comrade was stunned for a second. Araka then grabbed his clothes and crushed his windpipe. 5 extensions instantly fell at Araka's feet. Leroque roared furiously and swung his axe horizontally. Araka retreated at an astonishing speed and accurately avoided the trajectory of the axe. Thales, who was already dizzy from the battle where he dodged left and right, almost fainted. However, in the next moment, a shocking explosion came from within the Kingdom's Wrath's body. He kicked backwards with his right leg and instantly shot up like a flying swallow. He charged towards Leroque, who could not retract his axe in time. Thales saw stars and his vision immediately became blurry. Araka pressed his hands on the long handle of the great axe. I like your axe. Thales could vaguely hear the Kingdom's Wrath's laughter and Leroque's despairing howl. When he raised his head again, he only saw Araka fiercely waving Leroque's double-sided great axe and smashing it into the face of its original owner. The latter flew out like a kite with a broken string. Follow me. Araka, whose face was covered in blood, waved his great axe and roared at his comrades behind him. Araka waved his double-sided axe and charged into the crowd in front of him like a ferocious beast. He opened up a bloody path. Wherever he went, blood splattered everywhere and limbs flew everywhere. The death of their commander and the ferocity of the kingdom's wrath caused the surrounding extensions to fall into chaos. However, in the next second, the kingdom's wrath's body actually swayed. He propped his axe on the ground and panted as he looked at the extensions who were still lined up in front of him with hesitant expressions. Thales was greatly shocked. "Hey! Baron Murch, can you still hold on?" Araka panted strenuously and said discontentedly, "I can't believe I have to use this thing to charge at a light infantry formation. If only I was 10 years younger." "No, 5 years younger," Thales was stunned. At this moment, a feeling he had never felt before came from the touch of cold metal. It was that bow. The great bow on Araka's back. Following Araka's words, the silver-black great bow that was pressed against Thales' skin suddenly vibrated. Thales quivered. At that moment, Thales felt a sudden burning sensation erupt within his body. It was as if the great bow was suddenly charged with a weak electric current. It was as if it was repelling his touch. In the next moment, Araka, who was physically exhausted, took a deep breath and his entire body trembled. The extension infantryman watched in disbelief as the kingdom's wrath slowly stood up and waved his great axe in a relaxed manner, as if he was filled with strength again. What a nostalgic old time. Araka flashed a terrifying smile as he looked at the enemies before him, who had complicated expressions on their faces. The electric shock of discomfort slowly faded from Thales' body. Thales resisted the discomfort brought by the great bow with great difficulty and asked, "What is this?" Araka twisted his neck and revealed a murderous aura towards the enemies again. "This is the most incredible weapon in the world." He grinned and said, "Each one of them gives its user a corresponding ability." Thales was shocked. He scrutinized the silver-black, metallic great bow again. A legendary anti-mystic equipment? He suddenly realized that this bow did not have a bowstring. Yes. The kingdom's wrath nodded. The motionless bow. Then, what is its ability? Thales asked in bewilderment, even though he already had the answer when he saw Araka's rejuvenated physical strength. Araka snorted. Perpetual motion. Thales was slightly stunned. After Jen had dealt with his opponent, he pulled the exhausted Willow up and stood on either side of Araka. Ralph followed behind them with a complicated expression on his face. Leroque's death brought chaos to the extension brigade. The Fury Guards finally broke through the infantryman's entanglement. "Hey, boy with 2 spears." Araka suddenly turned his head and looked at Willow. Willow shuddered violently. 3 days ago, this man wanted to send him to the gallows. "Looks like you really don't look like a deserter," Araka snorted softly. Willow's expression became joyful. "But your dual spears are terrible." Willow's expression froze again. "Don't mind him." Thales smiled behind Araka. This is his way of saying, "Thank you." Araka snorted coldly. He swung his great axe and strode forward. "Next time, change to a pair of long and short spears." The kingdom's wrath's voice came from the front. "Spears of the same length. How stupid." Willow was stunned. He immediately smiled and followed closely behind. The extensions in front of them were no longer as densely packed as before. Lampard's military camp was right before their eyes. A member of the Fury Guards howled angrily and pierced his sword into the body of an extension soldier beside Araka. At the same time, he pulled out the blade of the axe from his lower abdomen. He panted a few times, cast a powerless glance at Araka, and fell to the ground. Araka trembled slightly, but he still broke through the last layer of enemies without looking back. The remaining Fury Guards and diplomat group members finally broke through the encirclement. The moment they broke through the encirclement, the light infantrymen at the back seemed to have received some order and stopped chasing. Before their eyes, they could already see the densely packed army of the Lampard family. Thales raised his head, still recovering from his shock. "Are you sure this is our chance?" Araka threw away Leroque's axe in his hand and tore the rope that bound Thales as he asked quietly. "We have to take a gamble." Thales landed on the ground and felt the change in his sense of balance. He retched a few times. We bet that Lampard would not dare to kill me. My life is at stake. But he was immediately lifted by Araka and placed back on his back. They continued to move forward. Putre rushed over from the back with bloodstains all over his body. He said tiredly as he hurried, "At least Lady Cecile does not have to hesitate between your highness and the fortress." Thales grabbed Araka's shoulder and nodded. He turned his head and suddenly saw Ramon, who was still in the group. "He's still alive?" Thales furrowed his brows. "Yes. Even though I saw him in danger a few times, he was lucky every time," Putre said with an apologetic expression. Thales exhaled through his nose and looked at Ramon, who looked like he still had lingering fears. "As expected." Putre continued to say, "The Fury Guards suffered heavy losses, and nearly half of the diplomat group's veterans were sacrificed." Thales' expression darkened. He suddenly felt Araka's body tremble as he carried him on his back. "You better be right, young prince." Araka's tone was unsteady as he spoke in a low voice. "Just for you." He turned his head and looked at the heavily wounded soldiers behind him and the countless corpses behind them with an unpleasant expression. Thales also turned his head and looked at the path of Araka's breakthrough. From far to near, the corpses of the Fury Guards almost formed a straight line. 3 days ago, they had a tense confrontation with Sonia and her Starlight Guards in the fortress with solemn expressions and their hands on the hilts of their swords. 3 days later, they would never return. "You want me to prove to you that I am the most valiant warrior of Constellation?" Araka said in a low voice. Thales was stunned. "This is proof. I have never been the kingdom's wrath." Araka furrowed his brows and his breathing quickened. "I only have the Fury Guards and their sacrifices." Araka turned his head and continued to move forward with the stunned Thales on his back. The Iron Fist flag was not far in front of them. Tang En, Lothar, Jillian, Boland. Araka gritted his teeth and shouted the names one after another. "Without them, I would have died 10,000 times over. They, the past, present, future, all the Fury Guards who risked their lives, they are the true Fury Guards. The kingdom's wrath." Thales lowered his head. His expression was complicated. At this moment. "Wait!" Araka suddenly shouted loudly. Thales was startled and quickly raised his head. In front of them, from the side of Ekstet's military camp, a small group of heavily armed soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. Everyone also raised their heads and looked forward. The remaining Constellations immediately burst into an uproar. Almost everyone was shocked. "Damn it!" Ida punched Putre and said angrily, "What did you do? What did we do? That's not right." Putre stared at the group of soldiers in bewilderment. "Everything today is wrong. It should not be like this." Ramon screamed and fell to the ground. "I knew it. Following this prince is simply Wyatt chased after Thales in fear. "Your Highness, please seek cover immediately." Ralph was so nervous that he was out of his wits. He kept shaking his head. In the crowd, Willow poked Jenned beside him with a strange expression. "What is that? What is that?" Jenned also furrowed his brows. He replied snappily, "The ferryman of Hell's River." Willow shook his head with a confused expression. Thales looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" "That small group of soldiers, arc light shield." Araka put Thales down and roared madly, "Get into formation quickly. Adjust the angle of deflection." All the Constellation soldiers moved frantically. The Fury Guards and the veterans of the fortress quickly took out the shields on their backs, especially the ones that glowed with a strange metallic luster. The soldiers arranged themselves into formation layer by layer and raised their shields. Even though Constellation had inherited the tradition of the Empire and was accustomed to the infantry formation, it was different from the normal Constellation formation. This time, the formation was particularly dense. There was only one row of soldiers, some squatting or standing, and they blocked the direction of the small group of strange extension soldiers in front of them. Watching all this, Thales asked loudly in confusion. What happened? Those soldiers. What are they? Everyone was silent for a while. You said that you bet that Lampard would not dare to kill you? Araka broke the silence and said through gritted teeth. Thales looked at Araka's expression in bewilderment. Looks like it was a failed gamble. Araka's face was filled with anger as he pointed at the group of soldiers in the distance. Do you see what is waiting for us? Thales narrowed his eyes. He suddenly realized that the soldiers were holding strange and heavy long strips in their hands. They had one hand in front and the other at the back. One of the ends was aimed at them. This posture, his heart suddenly trembled. Araka's low growl, which was forcefully suppressing his anger, rang in his ears. That is, the Mystic Gun Unit. Chapter 108. Get ready to lift. A man whose left half of his face was burnt shouted. As the trainer of Black Sand Region's Mystic Gun Unit, Hardy watched with satisfaction as the 30 strong and elite soldiers under him wore heat-resistant gloves and glass goggles. They were divided into groups of 3, opened the incubator boxes, and steadily carried out 10 streamlined iron-gray mystic guns. Although they were not the best mystic gun unit he had trained, in Extet, which generally looked down on the use of mystic guns, the mystic gun unit under the Archduke of Black Sand Region was already a rare expert. This reminded Hardy of the first time he touched the old and depleted Seagull Model V mystic gun as a new recruit. But looking at these lads, Hardy sighed with emotion. Look at the things in their hands. The Seagull Model 7 mystic gun had a sturdy gun body forged with the rough skills of the dwarves in the iron-gray mountain of the Eastern Peninsula. It was equipped with a barrel made of the finest crystal drops from the Snake's Belly Mountain, which was located at the border between the Hanbol dynasty and the Lagudan Alliance. It was also equipped with an oil storage tank made of dark copper mined from the seabed by Crystal Jade City. It was filled with high-quality eternal whale oil obtained from the Southern Sea of Eradication by the Trade Federation, as well as the sealed core of a mysterious origin. The gun body was hard and wear-resistant, and the barrel could withstand high temperatures. It was highly focused and easy to aim. Even the depletion rate of the core was only half of its predecessor, the Seagull Model 6, which was introduced 20 years ago. Mystic energy could be focused within a range of 200 meters without dispersing. It could be fired twice within half an hour, and it only needed 2 hours to cool down. Apart from the ridiculous weight and heat leakage problems that still left people helpless, in Hardy's eyes, it was perfect. The inferior mystic guns that were unknowingly sold into the underground black market through the country's arms trade but lacked maintenance were like wooden sticks to steel swords compared to this gun. The target has entered our field of vision. Prepare to aim. A strong gunner raised his hand and knelt down on one knee. He used his shoulder, which was wearing a special shoulder armor, to support the heat-resistant base at the front of the gun. A smart gunner quickly calculated the distance and direction. He turned the button on the side of the gun and adjusted the focus and energy scale. A decisive operator skillfully checked the gun's status. After confirming that the core was stable, he opened the safety lock and grabbed the firing handle. One day, Hardy thought silently, it will no longer be heavy. 2 people or even 1 person can hold it. It was no longer complicated. 1 person could aim and fire. It was no longer dangerous. The core would not become the fairy bell of Hell's River that could endanger the gunner's life at any moment. It was no longer expensive, and every soldier would be equipped with it in battle, instead of being limited to a small team of a few dozen people. It was no longer mysterious. The nuclear core was no longer a mysterious item that was imported through special channels. Everyone knew its origin and principle. One day, Hardy gently looked at the mystic gun beside him that had entered firing mode. He subconsciously touched his broken left arm and felt the dull pain on the left side of his face. It would become the king of war, take away the pride of the power of eradication, and completely eliminate metal weapons and physical combat from the world. Even in the north. It would tell people how heavy the price of war was and how precious peace was. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Attack position. Hardy solemnly raised his right hand and shouted the second last word. 10 shooters pulled on the handle with built-in springs, and the mysterious core at the back of the gun began to vibrate and make disturbing noises. Hardy looked at the group of constellations who had just broken through the light infantry's encirclement. They heard that their newly found prince was inside. Is that so? Hardy flashed a smile. Lucy, my daughter. You will always be the pride of your mother and me. No matter how desperate the situation is, you must be strong and live on. The next moment, the weathered man, who only had half a face, smashed his right arm with all his might. His face was distorted as he roared. Fire. The soldiers set up a densely packed shield formation, blocking a large area of vision in front of them. Everyone else hid behind the shield formation. Arc-light shields, distribute them evenly. Araka roared, don't miss any spot. Thales was pressed to the ground by Putre. He could not even lift his head. No matter what, hide behind the others, Putre said with a stiff expression. Lampard must be crazy. Thales gritted his teeth, but he could not stop the doubts in his heart. Are they mystic guns? He remembered that not long ago, Morris of the Brotherhood had gotten 2 of them from the army at a high price, but he gave them to his subordinates for self-defense. At least, that was what Leorc said. Thales had always thought that aside from using mysterious energy, it was similar to the weapons in his previous life. They were weapons that could be raised and fired at the enemy. But now, it seemed more complicated. At least, looking at how Araka and the rest looked as if they were facing a great enemy, it should be. At this moment, Araka roared madly, fire. The soldiers clenched their teeth and trembled. They held the metallic arc-light shields in their hands even tighter. A strong, crimson-red light attacked from the front. The light penetrated the shield formation. The weather was very cold, but at this moment, it was as if they were being shone by the sun. A gentle warmth enveloped them. Hold on, scatter them away. Before Araka could finish speaking, a strange change occurred around the constellations. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk the moment the snowy ground beside them came into contact with the red light, the accumulated snow immediately shrunk and turned into water, then evaporated into thin air. Thales frowned slightly. This is? The red light spread to a short tree on the snowy ground. Thales stared at the top and bottom of the tree in bewilderment. Every inch of the tree instantly turned black and then emitted tongues of fire. The next moment, the small tree suddenly exploded, and countless sparks burst forth. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flying sparks scattered to the crowd. Many of the soldiers screamed in pain. The shield formation suddenly trembled. Hold on. Araka roared, 10 seconds or so is enough. Thales was horrified to feel that the air around him was continuously heating up. It was getting hotter and hotter. Until the warmth turned into a merciless scorching heat. Even the temperature in his body was rising. What's going on? Thales thought in a panic. What is a mystic gun? Why does it have such an effect? No. The heat coming from the shield. A veteran of the Fury Guards pressed against the shield. His clothes had already started to turn black and curl up, emitting smoke. He shut his eyes tightly and replied with a trembling voice, at least 5 of them are firing at us at the same time. Our anti-mystic equipment, arc-light shields are not enough. We still have to hold on. Araka roared loudly. He drew the motionless bow, which had no bowstring, from his back. I will block the excessive attacks. At this moment, a soldier's hand, which was holding onto the arc-light shield, suddenly burst into flames. He screamed in pain and took a step back under Araka's shocked gaze. The soldier's shield swayed. A ray of red light passed through the gap and shone on his body. No. Before Araka could shout in shock and anger, the soldier's screams exploded before he could. Ah! Within a few seconds, the soldier trembled madly. The clothes on his body were the first to emit smoke. When the red light shone on his feet, the snow on his body instantly evaporated into gas. Thales felt his scalp go numb as he watched the soldier's skin start to melt. The next moment, there was a ting sound from his body and endless tongues of fire emerged. After another second, the soldier's body exploded like the small tree and exploded into countless sparks. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Thales watched in horror as this life disappeared. What was left of the soldier was a charred, dried corpse. However, his death brought about irreversible consequences. Block the gap. Before Araka could finish shouting, the burnt remains of the corpse splattered everywhere in the shield formation, igniting many soldiers who were holding up shields to block the attack. Ah! No! Hold on. It's so hot, screams rang out one after another. The shield formation immediately dispersed. The red light shone into the crowd without any cover. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased explosively. The snow on the ground evaporated inch by inch. Thales felt a chill in his heart. No, this is bad. At this moment, Araka stood up with a furious roar. He charged forward and stood firmly in front of everyone. Asterisk bang. Asterisk his hair was instantly set on fire. The kingdom's wrath raised his motionless bow resolutely in the direction where the red light shone, in the direction of the small group of extat soldiers. The motionless bow trembled slightly. Then, it emitted a strong silver light that was not inferior to the shot from the mystic gun. When the red light from the mystic gun met the silver light, it suddenly weakened and scattered in all directions. It was as if the silver light had sealed off the path of the mystic gun's red light. Araka roared. His right hand, which was holding the motionless bow, began to emit smoke. But he still persisted. However, the area of the silver light was not enough. Araka could only block in front of the people in the center. There were still many soldiers at the periphery who were shot by the red light from the mystic gun. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the second soldier turned into a huge fireball and immediately exploded. No, no, no. Boom. The third. Ah. Jennad covered his right shoulder in pain, which was illuminated by the silver light. He was desperately dragged back to the area protected by the silver light by Willow. During this process, one of the black-haired soldier's short spears suddenly exploded into countless sparks. He can't hold on for long. Ida shouted through gritted teeth. I can't die here. This was Ramon. Bring His Highness out. Waya said while sweating. No, there are too many mystic guns, Putre said with difficulty, we can't escape. While everyone was in a mess, no one noticed that the second Prince of Constellation was in a strange state. The moment the silver light erupted from the motionless bow, Thales experienced that electric shock again. And it was even more severe than when he was on Araka's back. It was as if the silver-black metal bow that was emitting silver light was rejecting every corner of his body. Thales lay on the snow-covered ground. His face was contorted and trembling. No, is the legendary anti-mystic equipment really rejecting me this much? The silver light suddenly weakened. Araka's right hand started to catch fire. In the endless scorching heat, the kingdom's wrath still gritted his teeth and endured. A few rays of red light leaked in and shone on Thales' body. At that moment, Thales suddenly shuddered. His clothes started to smoke. He only felt the cells in his body suddenly heat up. So hot. It was as if he was on fire from the inside out. That familiar fluctuation surged through his entire body. Time seemed to have slowed down again. In the vision provided by the fluctuation, the red light and the silver light were like two pairs of enemies that were strangling each other, melting each other. However, where the light intersected, the silver light obviously had the upper hand. It was just that there were more red lights. However, at the same time, Thales only felt that his body was getting hotter and hotter. No, so hot. Thales closed his eyes in despair. He opened his mouth wide and howled as he felt the heat that was almost burning him. He stretched out his hand and screamed. So hot. Then, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Thud. A feeling that he had never felt before assaulted his senses. At that moment, Thales only felt that his vision had penetrated the distance. He saw the origin of the red light, the mystic guns in the hands of the soldiers. At the back of those mystic guns, there was a constantly rotating core that was emitting yellow light. That is the essence of the mystic guns. Thales had this feeling. But, these damned red lights. Hurry up and disappear. So hot. At least, stay away from me. So hot. Just as he thought that, in the next moment, in the vision provided by the mysterious fluctuation, the entire world before Thales' eyes seemed to shake violently. In his field of vision that others could not see, the crimson light from the mystic guns suddenly scattered as if it had a mind of its own. It made a turn in the air, avoided the constellations, and shot behind them. Swoosh, swoosh, the snow on the ground a few hundred meters behind the constellations instantly evaporated. In the next second, the red light from the mystic guns disappeared before everyone's eyes. Araka knelt on the ground with a thud. However, he still fiercely raised his burning right hand and extinguished the flames on his head and hands. The constellations seemed to heave a sigh of relief and fell to the ground one after another. In the scorching air, many of the soldiers had already turned into charred corpses or were burned to death. One round of shooting has ended. It seems that their aim was not very accurate. Araka gritted his teeth and climbed up. He said, but if they were using Seagull 7, at this moment, a shrill horn resounded through the sky. Beep, Araka furrowed his brows. Putre and the other veterans suddenly trembled. We survived. Putre's lips trembled as he survived the disaster. He shut his eyes tightly. This is Extet's retreat bugle call. The hurried sound of hooves came from afar. A knight wearing a gray helmet galloped towards them. Enough. The kingdom's wrath. The knight wearing the gray helmet shouted from afar, there have been enough battles and deaths. Araka raised his head and laughed mockingly, told ya. The Fire Knight. Come. He raised his almost charred right hand and the motionless bow that was almost brand new. He gritted his teeth and said, step over my dead body and take it. Come and take the motionless bow that I snatched from your hands 12 years ago. The battle between us has ended. With a solemn expression, Lord Tolja said discontentedly from his horse, one of the 10 co-rulers of Extet, the Honorable Archduke of Black Sand Region, Lord Chapman Lampard, has invited the second Prince of Constellation, His Highness Thales Jadestar, to meet him. Araka was startled. Are you messing with me? At this moment, Putre cried out in shock. Thales had no idea what happened after that. He only had one feeling now. Pain. Numbness from the pain. Numbness from the pain. This was the after effect of the previous time when he'd lost control. Now, it struck him again. Intense pain erupted from all over his body in waves. It was even more severe than the last time. It was as if every molecule in his body was cracking and collapsing. Then, this pain was transmitted to every nerve in his body. What's wrong with him? Thales tried his best to open his eyes and saw a knight wearing a gray helmet in front of him. He lowered his head to look at the vigilant Araka. Maybe he's exhausted. After all, it's such a long journey. This was Putre's anxious voice. Oh God, His Highness is bleeding. No, his breathing is weakening. This was Waya, who was panic-stricken. Where's that doctor? Let him come here. The last thing Thales saw before he lost consciousness was Ralph, who was running towards him anxiously, and Ramon, who was dragged over by Ida. Those two voices again. Thales thought in a daze, it's like a dream. I'll probably forget about it once I wake up. Oh, it's him again? How long has it been? Just a few minutes. Forget it. This time, it can finally stay, right? Yes, although the buoyancy of the soul is still strong, I can feel that its body is close to collapsing. Wait. It's different from the last time. Someone is stimulating the potential in its body and mending its life. And its life force seems to be exuberant, too exuberant. It can't be. When was the last time we encountered such a tough fellow? Thousands, hundreds, or decades ago. I can't remember clearly. I think it was that arrogant night-come wizard. Sigh, what does Mother think? Mother is still unwilling to accept it. I can only say that having a strong life force is a good thing. Even Mother is lenient, there's no point in thinking too much. Mother has her own plans. Do you still remember the Sovereign of the Abyss from a long time ago? He even had 3 of his hearts destroyed by that calamity. TSK, that scream could even be heard clearly from the lowest level. Mother was about to accept him, but he actually struggled and crawled back. Silence. Prepare to open the countercurrent gate. It's going back. Sigh, let's hope that the next time it comes down, it won't go back, in a dark thicket of unknown address. A delicate girl slowly stood up from under a tree. I thought Hei Lan would be the first to arrive. The blood mystic, Giza Streelman, smiled. Without turning her head, she said softly, after all, I caused such a huge commotion. After so many years, it seems that she has become lazy. Right after she finished speaking, a man slowly walked out of the thicket behind her. Do you know who I am? Giza smiled charmingly and stroked her hair. The man did not speak. If you knew, why would you dare to follow me all the way here? Giza smiled sweetly and turned around. The man remained silent. It was as if he did not hear anything. This was a man who, no matter how one looked at him, was ordinary and unremarkable. Ordinary looks, ordinary clothes, ordinary figure, ordinary temperament. It was difficult for him to leave any impression on anyone. Except for the left side of his waist. 2 weapons were tied to the belt there. One of the weapons was wrapped tightly in old sackcloth. It was barely visible that it was long. Giza raised her eyebrows slightly. Under the sackcloth, she sensed a hint of an annoying presence. And the man's other weapon seemed to be a sword. But the shape was not very regular. The man was still expressionless. But he moved. He held the irregular sword at his waist in a backhand grip. He slowly drew it out. Are you sure you want to use a sword against me? Giza exhaled softly. You don't look like a commoner. The man still did not speak. He only raised the sword without changing his expression. It was as if he was doing the most insignificant thing. Giza smiled softly. In the next moment, she saw the sword in the man's hand. That sword. The blood mystic's expression darkened slightly. It's a strange sword. More importantly, it's, from the hilt to the blade. A strange sword that was completely black. Chapter 109. All right, he's awake. Thales woke up amidst a chaotic crowd. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Ramon's big nose. What happened just now? The mystic gun hit me, did I lose control again? He panted. Ramon was squeezed out of his field of vision, followed by Putre's thin face, Waya's anxious expression, and Aida's half face under the cloak. What's wrong? Thales asked weakly. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Respect the doctor. Ramon's dissatisfied voice came from the side. Give us an empty space. His Highness needs further examination. The 3 faces in his field of vision disappeared, and Ramon's big nose reappeared. How am I? Thales asked softly as he felt his entire body. You are fine now. In fact, most people do not have your vitality and recovery ability. Ramon frowned and said with a disheveled expression, but your body, all right. Thales interrupted him and struggled to sit up. He exercised his right arm and observed his surroundings. Now is not the time to talk about this. Ramon clearly felt the abnormality in his body. But how could he talk about it in this place? However, Ramon did not seem to want to give up, and his next sentence made Thales clench his fists. Listen, Your Highness. Ramon was bandaging his shoulder that was injured during the chaotic battle just now. He clenched his teeth and said softly, the others might not know, but I can feel that those mystic guns did not miss their target. Instead, you did something to make them miss their target. Ramon wrapped up his shoulder that was injured during the chaotic battle just now. What? Thales tried his best to control his astonishment and not show that he was too shocked. What did he know? I don't know what you're talking about, Thales replied bluntly. I should get up and tell them that the prince is fine. But Ramon still chattered on with a dissatisfied expression, whether it's a psionic ability or something else. Judging by their reactions, I guess this is not something that everyone knows. But it's okay, I'm not interested in your secret, there's just one thing. He lowered his head and said fiercely, let me go after we cross the border. I don't want to join your damn journey anymore. Or else. Or else what? Thales turned his head abruptly and glared at him. Use that power of yours that can bring people back to life to deal with me? Ramon was slightly stunned. You are not a doctor, Ramon, Thales whispered coldly. Yes, I know this very well. You use another kind of power to treat people. I guess this isn't something that everyone knows, right? He looked at Ramon's incredulous expression and tapped his forehead. We'll talk about this later. Thales stood up, leaving behind the dumbfounded Ramon. The mystic gun troops in the distance had already retreated. The Fury Guards were cleaning up the battlefield, tying the corpses of their comrades to ropes. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow and anger. Damn it. Thales sighed and clenched his fists. If this is what I have to face in the future, damn it. He lifted his head. Ekstet's military camp was right in front of him. What happened? He waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. The Ekstetians, let us go. They retreated after the first round failed. Putre frowned and looked at Thales. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. I was just exhausted just now. I feel very good now, Thales said in an unquestionable tone. What exactly is a mystic gun? Thales asked with lingering fear as he clutched his chest. A powerful weapon for attacking and defending cities. Putre shook his head. But each round costs a lot of money, is hard to come by, and is inefficient. No, that's not right. It's not that simple, from the strange name to the mysterious working principle. Thales thought to himself. With all due respect, Your Highness, are you really all right? You even stopped breathing just now. Waya shook his head worriedly and walked to his side. I said, I'm fine now, Thales interrupted him coldly. We have more important things to do. Waya frowned. This is a secret that I must keep. Sorry. Thales raised his head apologetically to Waya and looked in front of him. What is that? Thales narrowed his eyes. Not far in front of him, Araka, who was covered in wounds, was glaring at a knight in grey armor who was riding on a horse. One of Ekstet's 5 war generals, the wielder of the legendary anti-mystic equipment Rising Sun Saber, Putre said warily. The fiery knight, Ram Tolja. Putre shook his head. It seems that Lampard sent him here alone to make peace. If Lampard really went crazy and wanted to kill us all, why did he give up halfway? Yes. At the end of the day, Lampard has no reason to kill me. Then why? But we have already come this far, Putre said slowly. There is no turning back now. Thales nodded lightly. You are Prince Thales? Tolja saw Thales from afar. I am Ram Ford Tolja. The knight in grey armor looked at Araka warily and said slowly, Sir Chapman Lampard invites you to meet him. Thales sighed and strode forward. The Archduke of Black Sand region. I thought he would be friendlier. Thales looked around and saw the charred corpses on the ground, as well as the soldiers and diplomat group members covered in cuts and bruises. He suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. He wouldn't hypocritically extend an invitation after killing most of our people. Tolja raised his head and looked at Broken Dragon Fortress in the distance. If you have any opinions, you can ask the Archduke himself. The Fire Knight's gaze under his grey helmet was sharp and profound. I am only responsible for bringing you to him. Thales clenched his teeth and exhaled. At this moment, the ferocious-looking Araka strode towards Tolja. Have you forgotten something? An extension? The kingdom's wrath's words were filled with anger. Forget it, Araka. Go back. Tolja looked at the kingdom's wrath, whose gaze was hostile, and turned his horse around. The Archduke does not welcome you, neither you nor your guards. You are only here to escort the prince, aren't you? Lampard does not welcome me. What kind of joke is this? Araka said fiercely. His brother died in his hands, and his father died in my hands. With this in common, we should be able to chat very well. Thales furrowed his brows. Especially when I killed so many of his soldiers, and he also killed so many of mine. Araka said coldly, we will definitely become good friends. The battle is over. You cannot change its outcome. Tolja answered nonchalantly, as though he was already used to the other party's provocation. The dead who died in the battle are certainly worthy of commemoration, but the living cannot forget their mission. What is your mission? Araka? Araka lowered his head and looked at a charred corpse that was tied to a makeshift tow rope nearby. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. You fought very bravely, but your mission has been completed. Tolja stared coldly at his opponent. You should be glad that we did not take the opportunity to snatch the motionless bow. Why don't you try? Araka fiercely grabbed the motionless bow and stood one end in the snow. You brought that knife anyway, didn't you? One day, I will. Tolja's eyes shone brightly. He shook his head. But not now. One day, he said slowly, we will settle all our debts of blood. Araka stared at him and let out a disconcerting sneer. Your Highness? Tolja did not look at Araka again. He nodded slightly on his horse and extended his hand in the direction of the military camp. Thales glanced at Putre. The latter gave him a supportive look. I think we do not have any other choice, right? Thales looked at the grey-armored knight. The latter smiled at him. All right. Thales looked at the messy battlefield and exhaled. He walked forward. Let us go and see the organizer of this welcoming ceremony. Thales looked at Araka, whose expression was hard to read. Thank you, Baron Murch. And your kingdom's wrath, Thales added hesitantly. Araka did not respond. He only watched silently as his guards cleaned up the battlefield. Thales sighed and lowered his head. He turned around and walked towards the military camp. Putre was the first to catch up with Thales. Waya and Ralph followed closely behind him. Ida looked at the corpses around her and walked to the back of the group. Willow supported Jenned. Ramon, on the other hand, followed Thales in dissatisfaction after being pushed by a few soldiers. Child. Thales turned around in surprise. On the snow-covered ground, Araka lowered his head and put the motionless bow back on his back. More than half of my soldiers, including your diplomat group, died, the kingdom's wrath said quietly, just to send you here. Araka Murch raised his head. His eyes were filled with emotions that Thales could not understand. Do not let them die in vain. Thales was stunned. But the kingdom's wrath had already turned around. Araka grabbed a rope and dragged the corpses of 4 to 5 soldiers. Without turning his head, he walked back the way he came. Behind him were the remaining Fury guards and the corpses of their comrades, who were either intact or incomplete, who were dragged along the snow-covered ground with ropes. His back was lonely. The extension's military camp appeared wild and crude. The camp walls were simply built from tree trunks cut from the coniferous forest beside them. The tents that the soldiers rested in were built from thick branches. But in comparison, the extensions left a deeper impression on Thales. They were really too passionate. Thales even suspected that if Tolja had not led his horse and led the way at the front, the extensions would have pounced on them. The extension soldiers who were standing guard stared at the group of constellations with hostile expressions. There was even a sentinel who spat fiercely at his feet. A group of cavaliers who had just returned to the camp passed by them. They looked at the constellation flag that they held high and let out provocative laughter at them. "Go back, Southerners." An extension soldier who carried heavy armor and a greatsword shouted at the diplomat group in disgust, "Northland does not welcome the people of the Empire. Just keep dreaming about the Empire." A half-naked burly man sat by the bonfire and sharpened a great axe. He pounded his chest and roared, "First, we have to spit out our territory. Northland only belongs to the Northlanders. They killed our prince, but sent a child to sue for peace." They walked past a circle of soldiers who were sitting on the left. A leading soldier pointed at the diplomat group and scolded, "This is the shamelessness of the Empire." The people around them responded angrily and glared at them. "Do you know why?" The soldier said loudly, "Because all the men in their country were killed by us 12 years ago." The people around him burst into laughter and echoed his words. "They should have sent a princess." "A little boy is fine too," a soldier said mockingly, "as long as he's pretty enough, we don't care if he's in front or behind." Another round of laughter rang out. Thales raised his head and sighed. "Should I be surprised? Or is this how the extensions say, 'hello,' to the constellations?" "Do not be surprised, Your Highness," Putre said to the stiff Thales in a relaxed manner. The relationship between Constellation and Extet has never been good since the founding of the country more than 600 years ago. Whether it is the history of the Empire or the competition in the Western Peninsula, there are enough reasons for our hostility. Cold Castle was snatched from Extet by us 400 years ago. History was the first to breed hatred, and hatred is the first to write history. Putre sighed. Only the Peninsular War can make us temporarily forget our opinions of each other and fight side by side, which is rare. During the Third Peninsular War, the hero Chara and the Oath-keeper King Midir were close friends. Together with Camus Union's prophet Kai Peng, they worked together to fight against the Eastern Peninsula's expeditionary army. Unfortunately, they turned against each other in the end, and the rare chance for the dragon and Constellation to mend their relationship was lost just like that. But this is a military camp. Other places are much better. Many Northlanders do not care about those meaningless things. Waya nodded. After all, the civilians who work hard for survival are different from the soldiers who have tasted blood. They call us citizens of the Empire. Why? Thales frowned and asked, "Isn't the final Empire a history from more than 600 years ago? Even if there is a real grudge, it has to be traced back to the ancient empire more than 1,000 years ago, right? This is their mockery of us." Putre shook his head and said with a complicated expression, "The Constellations have always been proud of the empire's bloodline and inheritance, but unfortunately, the empire did not leave a good impression on the world. It's not just the Northlanders. The people in Olumbia Kingdom in Thornland and Enlenzo Dukedom in Dragon-Kissed Basin also do not have a good impression of us. Whenever there is a need, such as during a war, this ancient emotion that has been passed down from generation to generation will be exaggerated and exaggerated. It is much more effective than increasing the soldiers' rewards. The Empire. The citizens of the Empire." Thales sighed and hid this information in his mind. Speaking of which, the recruitment of more than 10,000 people is almost the limit of Black Sand region. Putre looked at the densely packed military camp in front of him. "I think Lampard's supplies and expenses are also quite difficult. Black Sand region is not a rich place. For the Northern Territory, they must have planned for a long time and spent a lot." The Constellations finally followed Tolja and walked to a huge tent. A tall nobleman in military attire who had been waiting in front of the tent walked forward and nodded slightly at Tolja. The tall nobleman bowed to Thales and said, "Is this Prince Thales? It's our first meeting. I am Lesa Kenvita, Viscount of Extet. My fief is located in Black Sand region's Halting Light City. Everyone in the diplomat group, please follow me to rest." As for His Highness. Viscount Kenvita nodded and looked at Thales. The Archduke is waiting for your visit. Thales raised his eyebrows. This is a private meeting. Kenvita stared at Thales with a burning gaze. The Archduke of Black Sand Region and the Prince of Constellation. Do not worry. Viscount Kenvita raised his hand and stopped Putre and Waya, who wanted to say something. His tone was firm. His Highness is already here. At least before we reach Dragon Cloud City and meet His Majesty, he will be fine. Thales sighed softly and smiled. I think we still don't have much of a choice, don't we? Do you know, Your Highness, I suddenly thought it through, Putre said quietly, his eyes shining brightly. Lampard is not crazy. Thales thought of something. Kenvita furrowed his brows and gestured for Thales to go ahead. The Archduke's own tent was tall and spacious, but it was not bright. The ground was covered with a thick carpet, embroidered with the picture of a powerful iron fist. A rough-looking man in his 40s sat beside a thick square table filled with food. He had gray hair and blue eyes. His chin was covered in stubble, and he wore a chain armor with fine iron rings. He was chewing on a plate of roasted meat on the table. An iron brazier burned fiercely by the side, illuminating the man's face, making it look even more mysterious. Thales noticed that a saber with a polished leather scabbard was also placed horizontally on the table. He calmly stared at the actual ruler of Black Sand Region, Archduke Chapman Lampard. Lampard stuffed a ball of roasted meat into his mouth while staring at him, making Thales feel uncomfortable. You're calmer than I thought. The Archduke said slowly. Thales sighed. Perhaps. He walked to the table, climbed onto a chair, and sat down. But in the face of an enemy who owes me hundreds of lives, I really can't think of any other expression. Even anger seems unnecessary. Lampard picked up a wooden wine cup and poured the wine into his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. The Archduke put down the wine cup and wiped away the wine that flowed out with the back of his left hand. He grabbed a piece of hind leg meat and took a bite. According to the news that spread from Constellation. You really don't look like a 7-year-old child. When life isn't easy, you have to learn to mature earlier. Thales shrugged. Eat up, this is good venison. Lampard pushed a plate of roasted meat over. The Prince of Constellation can't starve to death in my military camp. Thales stared at the crudely styled roasted meat and frowned. All of you have guts. Your counterattack was indeed beyond my expectations, Lampard said coldly. Who made this decision? Maybe I should reward him properly. He ruined all my years of planning. You. Thales pulled the plate in front of him. Without raising his head, he took out his dagger and started cutting the meat. Lampard raised his eyebrows. This is your decision, Your Grace. Thales cut the venison and said calmly, You killed half of our men on the first day I stepped into Extet's borders. You forced us to choose the path that was most disadvantageous to you. How long have you been standing here and looking at the fortress opposite you every day? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? I guess it's not easy to maintain the supplies, food, and lodging for more than 10,000 people? Thales shrugged. I'm really worried about Black Sand Region's finances. He picked up a piece of venison the size of a thumb and put it in his mouth. It tastes good. Lampard stopped eating and drinking. He stared straight at Thales with a fierce look in his eyes. You know, the Archduke said slowly, I originally planned to spare your life and only kill the people around you. Thales frowned. His venison was not cut well. But we encountered the Mystic Gun Unit. That level of attack. Thales snorted softly and began to cut off a piece of meat. It was to kill me. That was an accident, Lampard said flatly. An accident. Thales was so angry that he laughed. He put down the dagger in his hand. Your mystic gun, but he was immediately stunned. Wait. Putre said that Lampard did not go crazy. So, Thales stared at Lampard in a daze. Could it be, that was an accident? Thales asked in disbelief. It was an accident. Lampard placed his arms on the table, his eyes burning. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. After a while, Thales opened his eyes and said with certainty, "You did not send out the mystic gun unit." "I did not." Lampard put down his wine glass and shook his head slowly. "You did not intend to kill me either," Thales continued. "I did not." Lampard's eyes were burning. Thales clenched his teeth. "So that's how it is." He exhaled and laughed. "Someone else is commanding the mystic gun unit. Lampard had no reason to kill me from the beginning. The mystic gun unit is an uncontrollable killing weapon. No matter how stupid he is, he will not use this kind of thing against me." Thales sighed. Lampard closed the wooden plate with the venison, pulled it in front of him, and grabbed a piece of meat. "You are much smarter than I thought." Lampard's expression was unpleasant. He stuffed the meat into his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you understand why we met here?" "Yes, I understand." Thales wiped the dagger with his sleeve and put it back on his waist. He sighed and said, "But I really did not expect that the command of the mystic gun unit under the command of the famous Archduke of Black Sand region would be so easily tricked by someone." Lampard suppressed his anger. "That officer is called Hardy. He has been in charge of training my mystic gun unit since 3 years ago. The commander of the unit fell ill this morning, so he is only temporarily in charge." "How is he?" Thales asked quietly. After the signal to retreat was sounded, he still ordered a second attack, but there were soldiers who immediately questioned his orders, Lampard said gloomily. Then, Hardy did not hesitate to slit his neck and committed suicide. "We are still investigating the person behind him." This also explains why you hurriedly blew the signal to retreat after only one shot. Thales sneered. "Even the command malfunctioned." "Sorry, I really do not know what expression to use at this time." Archduke Lampard pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. "Their goal should be to use you to kill me, or to use my death to plot against you." Thales sneered. "I think the latter is more likely. My enemies are all in the country." "The higher you stand," Lampard said quietly, "the more enemies there will be." "So, the sudden accident also made you cancel your plan?" Thales snorted. "Were you originally prepared to humiliate me by capturing me and see if the fortress would waver?" There was silence. Lampard opened the bottle of rye wine beside him and filled his empty goblet. "I hate to say this, but King Kessel made a good move. He pushed you out," Archduke Lampard said calmly. "The moment you stepped into my military camp, I could no longer take down the fortress and the northern territory. And the oath he made in Renaissance Palace was equivalent to forging a suit of armor for you with the ownership of royal power." Lampard raised his goblet and said quietly, "If you die in Extet, no matter who did it, the neighboring Black Sand region will only suffer. So, once you realized that you could not take down Broken Dragon Fortress, and realized that there were actually people eyeing you covetously, you immediately changed your attitude and wanted to rope me in?" Thales said coldly. Lampard drank a mouthful of wine expressionlessly and said, "Kessel's oath dispelled some people's desire to take your life, but it also aroused the ambition of others to take your life. Today's mystic gun is just the beginning. We have a common enemy lurking in the dark, whether it is for the throne of Extet or the throne of Constellation." The Archduke of Black Sand region's voice was steady and solemn. "From the moment you stepped into Extet and the Northern Territory, our interests were tied together." "Yes." Thales lowered his head. His voice was steady and indifferent. "My death in Extet is not a good thing for either of us." Archduke Lampard's expression softened a little. "I will allocate 2,000 men, led by Kent Vida, my most trusted vassal, to escort you to Dragon Cloud City. You will arrive directly at the Walton family's territory. The king's emissary is already waiting for you. But my men died on the battlefield. They stood in front of me and were pierced by knives, swords, and spears." Thales raised his head with a gloomy expression. "We have also killed many of your men." Lampard closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment. Thales stared at him expressionlessly. Those warriors, whether they were my soldiers or your subordinates, they will not have died in vain. They died a worthy death. Lampard opened his eyes. It is precisely because of their sacrifice that we can understand each other, and that we can sit here and make a difficult choice for the future of our two kingdoms, even if it is extremely difficult. We have never been enemies. Our hostility on the battlefield was only forced by the situation, Lampard said softly. For the future, so that today's senseless bloodshed will not happen again, we should cast aside our past grudges. This is what we should do. War is for peace, isn't it? Thales suddenly smiled. Well said, Your Grace. He chuckled with an indecipherable expression. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As you said, from now on, we have no reason to be enemies with each other. The Archduke nodded and raised his wine glass. You have eaten my venison. According to Northland's customs, you are my guest. This is good rye wine. Lampard pushed his glass over. His gaze was profound. And according to Northland's customs, we are allies after drinking the same glass of wine. From manpower, information, resources, and financial resources, I will provide you with all the conveniences in Ekstedt. Our enemies will not have any chance. Archduke Lampard nodded. Until you leave Ekstedt and return to Constellation. Even until the day you. Lampard revealed a strange gaze. Lampard had a strange look on his face. To be crowned king. There was silence. Thales suddenly smiled. My experience tells me to be cautious with those who want to become your allies, no matter how sweet and sincere they are, Thales said flatly. And I cannot trust you, Your Grace. Humph, Archduke Lampard's expression darkened. He snorted coldly. Just because so many of your men died? Not only that. It's also because of the indifference and hypocritical coldness you showed towards the deaths and sacrifices of your subordinates, Thales said coldly. By forming an alliance with you, our alliance is destined to be betrayed. Compared to the possible benefits I might gain from carrying out the alliance, I can say with certainty that when the alliance is broken, the losses I suffer will far exceed the benefits I gain. And I am deeply touched by this. Thales looked at Lampard and watched as the latter's expression slowly darkened. Also, I hate what you said. Thales recalled Araka's lonely back. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. Those people on the battlefield, they died for your selfish desires. As for nonsense like, they died a worthy death and, war is for peace. I'll leave it to you. Thales grabbed his wine glass and sneered. There was silence. At first, I thought you were mature and steady, with wisdom beyond your age. Lampard snorted coldly and shook his head. But now, you are acting like a child. You are right, Thales said coldly. He poured the wine in his glass and said to the gloomy Archduke Lampard, and children cannot drink. Chapter 110. At night. I'm still worried about letting that strange doctor stay with His Highness. Beside the bonfire, Waya stared at another bonfire in the distance with a strange expression. There were only two figures, one big and one small, sitting around it. This was the third night since they came to Lampard's military camp. Ramon claimed that he wanted to examine Thales' injuries alone, and the strange thing was that the prince agreed to it. He's a prince. He can do whatever he wants. Putre smoked his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Beside him, Waya's expression darkened. Also, relax. Ramon's fear of His Highness is not an act. Also, there are so many extension soldiers guarding the area. His Highness' safety is assured. Putre glanced at the hostile extension soldiers who were either on sentry duty or patrolling around. He then glanced at Ida, who was not far away, and said slowly, also, if Ramon is really an assassin, he had too many chances on the previous battlefield. Don't forget, he was the one who saved His Highness. Waya recalled what happened on the battlefield and his heart skipped a beat. Speaking of this, What happened to His Highness? The young attendant said worriedly. At that time, even his breathing was. Putre looked at Wuxia, who had a doubtful expression on his face, and narrowed his eyes slightly. You've been brooding over this matter, the thin vice diplomat asked with interest. It's not just this. Wuxia furrowed his brows. As he recalled solemnly, he voiced the doubts in his heart. His Highness' physique is very good. In fact, it's better than I expected. No matter how serious his injuries are, the time it takes for him to recover is calculated in days. But this is even more suspicious, is it not? Also, the psionic ability that His Highness said he learned from the Black Prophet. I can't ignore it. Wuxia lowered his head and glanced at the single-edged sword beside his hand. After all, that's the Secret Intelligence Department. Although His Highness, he's still just a child. It's not a good thing to be too close to the Secret Intelligence Department. Secret Intelligence Department. Humph, Putre raised his head and exhaled a cloud of smoke at the moon in the sky with a complicated expression. You think the Secret Intelligence Department is a scary place? The vice diplomat did not look at Wuxia. Wuxia pursed his lips and nodded. I've heard a lot of stories about that place. Some are ridiculous, some are bizarre, and some are unreasonable. The young attendant drew his sword, his voice filled with hesitation. But I have to admit, the mysteriousness of the kingdom's secret intelligence department and the reputation of the Black Prophet are terrifying. I thought that with your age, you wouldn't have heard too much about the Black Prophet. Putre chuckled. After all, Murat has been in charge of the secret intelligence department for more than 30 years. I even suspect that when the young 82nd was crowned, Murat was already working in the secret intelligence department. Wuxia wiped his sword and shrugged. When I was training in the Tower of Eradication, I heard this joke. An incident happened in each of the 4 major intelligence agencies in the world. The Red Witch broke a teacup, the White High Priest burned an oil lamp, Lieutenant Qing wore an old robe, and the Black Prophet broke a pillowcase while sleeping. Guess, which incident had the most serious consequences? Putre took a puff of his tobacco and the corners of his lips curled up. The gray sword guards broke a scabbard. Wuxia and Putre chuckled together. Master Shao is not as heartless and terrifying as the rumors say. It's just that as the Tower Master of the Tower of Eradication, he's more level-headed and prudent. Wuxia revealed a nostalgic expression and nodded. Besides, other than his hair and beard, there's no part of him that's gray. After the joke, Putre slowly became serious. Wuxia, as an attendant, it's good to be concerned about the prince you serve, but, he looked at Wuxia Casso with a threatening gaze. Do you want a piece of advice? Wuxia raised his eyebrows and showed an expression that he was all ears. Every Jade Star prince is like a separate secret intelligence department. They all have a lot of secret treasuries, Putre said with a profound gaze. Just be concerned about what you should know, and that's enough. Wuxia frowned. Don't make life too difficult. Putre sighed. You have to know that the prince's lives alone are difficult enough. Especially, when their surname is Jade Star. Putre said quietly. The figure of the past appeared in his mind. Wuxia stared at the crackling fire with a complicated expression. Sir Putre, I still remember what you said that day in the birch tree forest. Wuxia flipped his weapon over and said quietly, were you once an attendant as well? Putre's pipe was no longer smoking. The vice diplomat spat out the cigarette holder and looked at Wuxia. The latter raised his eyes and asked him with a calm expression, then, which prince did you serve back then? Putre's gaze, which was focused on the fire, paused for a moment. A few seconds later, he said slowly, just like, your father. But I was more experienced and left the prince's side earlier. Wuxia stared straight at him. He stopped wiping his weapon without realizing it. Is that so, attendant? The young attendant's expression was complicated, but his gaze was profound. Then, do you have a family? Putre turned his head and gave Wuxia a profound look. How funny. He said quietly, Constellation's famous cunning fox, the leader and signatory of the Fortress Treaty, can't even handle his own family properly. But his gaze immediately darkened. How much better can I be? Listen, Wuxia. The vice diplomat stroked the slowly cooling pipe in his hand. His tone was heavier than usual. Gilbert is a competent and outstanding attendant. He is orderly, meticulous, and loyal to his ideals and goals from the beginning to the end. He has his own principles. Wuxia gently tightened his grip on the tip of his sword. Even if sometimes, those principles are so callous, the young attendant said faintly. Callous? Putre snorted softly. Sometimes, you have to make a choice, no matter how difficult it is. Before Wuxia could respond, a discordant voice interrupted their conversation out of nowhere. Good evening, Constellation's two esteemed guests. Viscount Kenvita, the Archduke of Black Sand Region's subordinate and his most trusted advisor, walked over from afar. He was dressed in a thick military uniform unique to Northland. I hope I did not disturb you. Kenvita smiled and sat opposite Putre, whose gaze was contemplative, and Wuxia, whose expression was unpleasant. You did indeed disturb us. Wuxia stared at Kenvita with a hostile gaze. He gently flicked the sword in his hand, and it let out a clear, crisp sound. Very well, that means that I have attracted your attention. Kenvita nonchalantly took off his gloves and warmed them by the fire. Why don't you stay in the tent? The weather is very cold, and this is Northland. We like the open country, replied Putre coldly, turning away the ashes from his pipe, his thin face flashing in the light of the fire. It is beautiful, and the view is open. Do not worry. Kenvita smiled softly and saw through their thoughts. You are in Extet, and extensions do not have the habit of eavesdropping on tent corners. He turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation and his doctor in the distance. The prince is safe here. Kenvita narrowed his eyes. He is truly a special prince, isn't he? Otherwise, the Archduke would not have given such an evaluation. Wuxia snorted in disdain. Putre furrowed his brows. They are starting to pay attention to the prince. The child probably said something strange in Lampard's tent a few days ago. This is not a good sign. The vice diplomat pulled out his tobacco pipe, grabbed a handful of tobacco, and said flatly, looks like we will have to depart tomorrow. Wuxia raised his eyebrows. Kenvita's expression froze. He looked at Putre warily. You already know? It's written all over your face, and the soldiers who go back and forth through the night. Besides. Putre nonchalantly picked up a burning branch from the fire and lit his pipe again. Isn't this the purpose of your visit? To convey your lord's will? There was silence. Kenvita stared at Putre seriously, as though he wanted to observe him again. Yes, the Viscount of Black Sand Region said calmly. We will depart tomorrow. I will lead a troop of 2,000 men, including 500 cavaliers and the Fire Knight, Lord Tolja. We will escort His Highness straight to Dragon Cloud City. On the way, we will not rest in any of the suzerain's castles or towns. At most, we will set up camp in the wild. 2,000 men and going around the castles. To ensure that no one will find an opportunity to plot against them? Putre chuckled softly. I am really worried for your lord. It seems that Lampard is also at his wit's end. He has no clue about the mastermind who is plotting against him. Kenvita's expression changed slightly. And here I thought that keeping promises and being absolutely loyal was the glorious and proud tradition of Northland, Putre said softly as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. But look at this military camp right now. There's the smell of conspiracies and schemes everywhere. Who else can you completely trust? Kenvita's expression gradually stiffened. Do you know what this is called? Putre snorted softly. Even a crooked beam will have a crooked shadow, whether it's King Nuvan or your lord. Kenvita grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and gently scattered it. He watched as it fell between his fingers. Do not comment on Northland's internal affairs, citizen of the Empire, the Viscount said coldly. At least on the land of Black Sand Region, accidents will not happen again. Waya sheathed his sword. He sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Accidents? That mystic gun trainer might have a different opinion. Putre put down his pipe and laughed. Let me give you a suggestion, Your Grace, clueless Viscount. Kenvita's gaze flickered. What do you know? Stop investigating Officer Hardy's connection with the archdukes and suzerains. Your efforts are destined to be in vain. Frowning, Putre tested the temperature of his pipe to make sure that it did not burn well. Why don't you look for his business offline and start investigating the discarded mystic guns sold on the black market? Kenvita looked puzzled. Black market? Ah, Northlanders who look down on mystic guns. Putre sneered. Compared to buying them directly from the Empire, the training of mystic guns is the most expensive. The usage rate of the core and the freshness of the spare parts are inversely proportional to the soldier's proficiency in operating the mystic guns. Kenvita revealed a contemplative expression. Beside him, Waya was baffled. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's mystic gun troops are very proficient. Their aim during volleys is also very good. Putre glanced at Kenvita and flicked the metal rod of his pipe. Based on my experience, unless Archduke Lampard is willing to dismiss half of his knights and heavy cavaliers and allocate a large amount of gold coins every month to support the mystic gun training, he will definitely not be able to train such a troop within 3 years. Kenvita seemed to be deep in thought. He must find a sufficient source of income and maintain such a troop with a large amount of training. Only then can they be of use during critical moments. Fortunately, it's only 3 years, and there's only one trainer. Putre lit up his pipe and mocked. After 3 years, those troops will probably be able to carry out orders like, turn around and fire at the Archduke's location meticulously, won't they? Kenvita ignored Putre's mockery. He continued to speak word by word, so, he must find his way to the black market. For example, he can use the mystic guns that have already been scrapped and should have been destroyed according to the agreement to exchange them for money, damaged parts, eternal oil, or even bribe the purchasing officers who go to the Imperial Kingdom to purchase mystic core cores. Putre shrugged and lit his pipe again. I guarantee that his contact in the black market knows him a lot better than that group of soldiers. Kenvita exhaled and immediately asked, why can't the mastermind and financial backer behind him directly provide him with financial support? Kenvita exhaled and immediately asked, if that's the case, all of you would have found clues about his dealings with other forces a long time ago. Why would you have to drag it out until now? Putre said disdainfully. Kenvita's face turned red. Over the past few days, he had been so troubled by this matter that even his basic judgment was affected. Waya frowned. He did not quite understand the conversation between the two. There was silence. Lord Putre, the secret room provided you with information, Viscount Kenvita said slowly, having figured something out. I'm starting to believe their words. Oh. What an honor. With an intoxicated look on his face, Putre took a deep puff of his tobacco. What did the secret room say about me? They only have information about you before you left the palace, but it's already interesting enough. Kenvita's eyes shone with great interest. Putre Nemain, the web weaver within the palace walls, and the mastermind who keeps his composure. Waya looked at Putre with a surprised and bewildered gaze. This guy, ha. Putre turned his head and smiled. The Red Witch's subordinates really think highly of me. Kenvita had a contemplative look on his face. No, instead, I think that it's time for their information to be updated. Viscount Kenvita curled up the corners of his lips and put on his gloves again. The people within the palace walls might be good at observing people's words and expressions and coming up with strategies. But some wisdom must be accumulated through experience and knowledge. Putre made 2 trilling sounds through his nose and puffed out a puff of smoke. By the way, Lord Putre Nemain, Constellation's former viscount, Kenvita stood up and smiled from ear to ear. Your decision to charge in the opposite direction on the battlefield was both brave and decisive. Very well. Putre cast a deep glance at Thales and Ramon in the distance. Compared to you, they like me more now. We're already within Extet's borders. This is not our deal. Ramon glared at Thales in front of him with a furious expression. The extensions are not willing to let anyone related to the Constellation diplomat group leave. Thales grabbed a branch and stirred the fire. He gestured at the extension soldiers around him with his chin and sighed. I'm just a powerless Constellation prince. What can I do? You can't do this. Ramon gritted his teeth. I saved your life. Hurry up and find a way to let me out. You didn't save my life. Thales furrowed his brows. Remember, I'm just exhausted, and you're just on the battlefield. We both know that's a lie. Ramon was so angry that he laughed. I don't know what you did, but most of your organs were already failing that day. It's useless no matter how strong your physique is. Even the strongest steed can't drag a carriage without wheels. I was the one who tried my best to stimulate your life potential, snap. Thales forcefully snapped the branch in his hand. It's a good thing that my body is strong. You, on the other hand, better keep your voice down. You don't need to raise your voice when examining a patient's body, Thales said coldly. If you don't want that pitiful little secret of yours to be known by others. Ramon, doctor. He especially emphasized the word doctor. Ramon looked around and said with an uncertain expression, speaking of this, all right, at least find me a messenger crow. Thales snorted through his nostrils. Don't worry, doctor. Thales scratched on the snow-covered ground and recalled many of the memories that popped up in his mind over the past few days, such as those block words that looked like pictures. The gangsters won't dare to provoke a well-trained army. You don't have to worry about Blood Bottle Gang. At the end of the day, gangsters are just gangsters. Your Highness, do you really think so? Ramon turned his head and smiled mockingly. Thales was expressionless, but his heart sank. Actually, what Ramon said is not without reason. Those two gangs might not be as simple as they seem. Especially when Blood Bottle Gang is the power of Asda and Giza, two lunatics, the power of the calamities. How strange. Even if Blood Bottle Gang often helps powerful nobles do some dirty work, they can't ignore the threat of mystics, can they? Why would Constellation allow such a gang to occupy Eternal Star City? Is it because they are confident in the legendary anti-mystic equipment in their hands and believe that they can control mystics? How is it possible? Thales recalled Giza's figure and laughed self-deprecatingly. Even though Asda did not seem to care about the survival of Blood Bottle Gang, why would someone as powerful as him meddle in a gang's territory that he doesn't care about? Isn't Red Street Market a brothel? And Black Street Brotherhood? They actually dared to harbor people from the Regicide family, the Charlton family, in the capital. They even suppressed Blood Bottle Gang. After all, Blood Bottle Gang was backed by both mystics and great nobles. Those two gangs. Thales could not help but recall his 5 years in the Brotherhood. There were too many suspicious points. And there was one in front of him. Thales looked at the strange doctor with the big nose. The latter stared at him in the firelight. Ramon himself, a doctor with a secret, travels between the borders of two countries, and is at the center of the whirlpool of conflict between Blood Bottle Gang and the Brotherhood. A smile appeared on Thales' face. The second prince of Constellation looked at Ramon with great interest. A prince is not someone who can casually agree to other people's requests. Since you have a request, let's make a deal. Give me something valuable in exchange. Ramon was stunned. For example, I find the origin of your power very interesting. Thales pretended to be nonchalant and stretched his body. In exchange, I will try my best to negotiate with them. At the very least, I can let you use messenger crows to contact your friends in the Brotherhood. Maybe there are other conveniences. Ramon stared at Thales in a daze. He still cares about that? A prince? Wait, after a long while, Ramon opened his mouth with great difficulty. You are the Prince of Constellation, and your relationship with Murat Hansen is unclear. Ramon gritted his teeth and deliberated over his choice of words and tone. I'm not that stupid to hand over my secret to you. Besides, didn't you learn the mind-reading ability from the Black Prophet? Ramon snorted coldly. Oh, come on, I don't want to dig out any more secrets from your brain. Thales shook his head. That ability is very brain damaging. It will damage your brain. Ramon fixed his gaze on Thales. There was a strange look in his eyes. Although you are just a child, you don't look like you care much about my health. Thales did not speak. He only stared back at Ramon quietly. I do have some guesses, Thales enunciated each word clearly. I have seen divine arts and know what kind of process it is, but you don't seem to have reached the step of communicating with the gods, those powers, the powers you use to heal and save people. Under Ramon's strange gaze, Thales slowly voiced out his biggest guess. It's magic, right? Ramon was expressionless. He neither admitted nor denied it. Thales knew the answer. Magic. Thales exhaled softly in his heart. This was a word he had never heard since he descended into this world. Until that night in Red Street Market that changed his fate. A long, long time ago, there was only magic in the world. There was no mystic energy. These were Asda's exact words. So, you don't even know the connection between mystic energy and magic, these were Giza's words. It was true that the extensions would not let anyone in the diplomat group leave. But Thales was the Prince of Constellation after all. If he insisted, it was not impossible for Lampard to relent and let the unimportant Ramon leave. But Thales did not do so. Because Ramon might have what he wanted. Thales had to find a way to understand everything about himself. For example, mystic energy, and the closely related magic. Ramon chuckled. Until Thales frowned impatiently. The Black Prophet is not close to you, and you are not his student, are you? The strange doctor stopped laughing and asked slowly, otherwise, it is impossible for you not to know about these things. Thales thought of something. He knew the crux of the problem. So. Thales looked at the extension soldiers around him. He glanced at the bored Ida at the entrance of the tent, then at Putre and Waya in the distance. Magic. Is this a secret that even the Black Prophet can't sit still? Ramon did not speak. He only stared at him. Thales suddenly smiled. I am a prince, and he is my father's vassal, the second prince said. He sometimes agrees to my requests, that's all. He did not tell me much. This is really interesting. Ramon widened his eyes. His expression was strange and fanatical, just like the first time he met Thales. The new Prince of Constellation is actually interested in that kind of thing. It is really interesting. Thales frowned. What do you mean? Is that something I should not know? Do you really want to know? Ramon widened his eyes and clicked his tongue. Morat will not be happy. Thales clenched his fists lightly. I am the future Supreme King of Constellation. When he said the word king, Thales felt his voice tremble slightly. Do you think I care whether he is happy or not? Very good, very good. Explaining magic to the Prince of Constellation and the descendant of the Empire. Ramon flashed a strange smile. He shook his head and closed his eyes. This is a good deal, and I can also get a lot of fun from it. Thales narrowed his eyes. Then can we begin? The prince said slowly. Ramon opened his eyes abruptly. How was your history class, Your Highness? I mean, how did humans fight against the ancient orcs, defeat them in the Holiness Exorcism campaign, and how did they negotiate peace with the ancient elves and dwarves in the battle for survival, and finally rise in the world's history? Thales blushed. All right, ever since he was brought to Mindy's Hall, he actually did not have much time to study history. Not much, Thales said slowly, but I know that in the history of humans fighting against the orcs, we awakened to supernatural powers, which is today's power of eradication, and the first batch of knights appeared, but Ramon interrupted him. So, it's not just magic. The strange doctor looked at Thales in high spirits. You don't even know the history of wizards and magic towers, do you? Thales furrowed his brows. So. Ramon chuckled and said, like most people in the world, you live in the kingdom of gods, the seven hells, and the human world. You live in a web interwoven with fear and lies to deceive others and yourself. Lies? Fear? Those history books said this, right? The glory of knights and the power of eradication brought about the rise of humans. The long swords of warriors and the neighing of warhorses allowed us to break free from the oppression and threat of the ancient orcs. Ramon said with a profound meaning in his words. Without waiting for Thales to answer, Ramon put on a disgusted expression and spat out a word resolutely. Lies. Shameless lies. A complete and utter lie. Thales was stunned. What allowed humans to defeat the orcs was not a knight, a superhuman, or a power of eradication, Ramon said with an agitated expression, it was wizards. Ramon spread his hands with a zealous expression and clenched his fists lightly in the air. It's magic. Thales frowned slightly. You mean that the supernatural powers, the Northland military sword style, and the knights are all fake? They are actually vulnerable in front of the orcs? The second prince questioned with great suspicion. The ones who can truly win the battle at the front lines are wizards and the magic they use? Thales pondered and asked slowly, magic, is a power even stronger than the power of eradication? You actually compared magic to the power of eradication? You're no different from those ignorant and foolish people from 1,000 years ago. Ramon did not seem to be used to being interrupted. He snorted in disdain. Open up your narrow-minded mind a little. Your Highness. Magic is not a type of power. It is on a completely different level from the power of eradication. Ramon shook his head. His eyes were filled with longing and reverence. It is a higher, deeper, and greater existence. Not power. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. Then what exactly is magic? Incantations? Energy? Knowledge? Elements? Molecules? Mental power? Psionic abilities that surpass ordinary people? Destructive power? Ramon stared at him quietly. The expression in his eyes was actually filled with respect, admiration, arrogance, humility, intoxication, and other contradictory and strange combinations of emotions. Thales had never seen that kind of gaze in anyone's eyes in this world. No. Thales was slightly stunned. Perhaps he had seen it before. In that dark chess room. That blue-robed figure. Magic. Ramon raised his hands and slowly spread them open. Like a believer who was kneeling and praying to a god, he was so excited that he trembled. Magic is a type of meaning, an attitude, a belief, and a principle of life. The strange doctor stared into the void, as if that was his home and dream. Mages are practitioners of this principle. They believe that everything in the world is meaningful, that everything can be analyzed, and that it is necessary to be understood. In the process of understanding, we, humans, can become more perfect, greater, more progressive, and closer to the truth. From the pattern of the sun's operation, to the mystery of the origin of life, to human behavior and rules, to the evolution and development of history, everything is within the scope of magic. Magic is the sum total of all knowledge, discoveries, and truths. The progress of magic will bring us a better future. For this, they once entered the tent of the ancient Shaywin tribe and designed the first political system in history, the ancient Shaywin country. They once stood beside Takmu, the first king of the north, and warned him about his relationship with the orcs. They once stood behind the Iron Blood King and used their knowledge and experience to design and supervise the construction of the humans' last line of defense. They once continuously improved their weapons and skills in the midst of sacrifices and defeats. They summed up the experience and skills that every warrior came to understand on their own and perfected the first unified Northland military sword style in history. They once noticed the potential in the human body and researched the birth and development of that power day and night. They named it supernatural power. They once worked hard to advance in the battlefield of blood and fire. They worked hard to research the art of killing and improve the art of healing. They once studied iron and steel tirelessly and created stirrups and saddles for horses. They built the first cavalry and allowed the knights to possess the speed and power to charge in front of the orcs for the first time. Of course, they also developed their own power. They unearthed the truth of matter, interrogated the truth of spirit, drew the energy of nature for their own use, and converted the resources of the world to serve the humans. The power in my hands is only the most insignificant part of it. They even attacked together with the knights on the ice layer of Queequor Glacier. Time and time again, they charged without caring about the sacrifices and completely ended the legend of the orcs' heavy infantry being invincible. They made the Holiness Exorcism campaign the most magnificent scene in human history. They even questioned the existence of gods and challenged the Emperor's authority. The three great magic towers once represented the wisest and most progressive existences in the world. They were aloof and independent. Even the Supreme Emperor and the powerful Bright God Church had to show their respect before the three great magic towers. Wizards made many people believe that the things worth pursuing in this world are not only power and status, but also truth. Ramon slowly put down his hands. There were already some tears in his eyes. This is what wizards are, this is magic. He choked with sobs and said, in the history of the rise of humans, this is the most important, the most brilliant, and the most precious chapter that everyone has forgotten. And now, Ramon lowered his head and said desolately, no one in the world remembers magic anymore. Only people like me, who are both unfortunate and fortunate, are left. Through books and scrolls, I struggle to burn the embers of magic. Thales stared at Ramon in a daze. He did not even know that the branch in his hand was burnt. He could not believe what he had just heard. He could only try his best to widen his eyes and open his mouth wide. Magic. Wizards. This was different from any version of magic he had heard of in his previous life. It was not those whizzing fireballs, not a transaction where one obtained an elemental response by chanting an incantation, not using oneself as a spiritual energy sponge, not a ritual to communicate with a certain existence, not a psionic ability that could be learned after birth, and not powerful for the sake of being powerful. Magic is a kind of meaning. A kind of belief. A kind of principle. Thales was completely stunned. At that moment, Asda's words kept echoing in his mind. Wizards seek the truth of the world. With all kinds of ingenious methods and wisdom, they use the resources and energy of the world to serve a better world. Chapter 111. Extet, on the road from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City. Your Highness, I would still advise you to put away those two flags, especially the constellation flag with the double cross-shaped stars. Among the marching groups of Northland soldiers, Viscount Kentvita held the reins in his hand and rode to Thales' side, who was heavily surrounded. He ignored Putre and Waya's unpleasant expressions and said to the second Prince of Constellation, Ramon's and Waya's unpleasant expressions and said to the second Prince of Constellation, although we have 2,000 well-trained Northland elite soldiers, it is obviously not the best choice to let everyone along the way know that the Prince of Constellation is here. Thales did not pay any attention to the snowy scenery on both sides of the road, the indistinct mountain range in front of him, and the occasional chimney smoke. The reason why he missed the majestic scenery of the snow-covered mountains in Northland was partly because he was still thinking about what Ramon said 2 days ago, and partly because of the horse beneath him. At that moment, he was riding alone, carefully controlling the horse beneath him to prevent it from swinging its back from time to time. Ralph followed nervously by his side, ready to use the wind to lift his little employer at any time. Even though Gines and Gilbert had taught him almost every trick in riding a horse during the 1 month he spent in Mindy's Hall, Thales seemed to have a natural conflict with horses. Regardless of whether it was the foal in Mindy's Hall, or the Northland noble's horse that was borrowed by Archduke Lampard, which was usually docile and obedient, and was specially equipped with a child's saddle, they all clearly rejected him from riding them or even getting close to them. Right, saddle. Didn't Ramon say that it was also invented by the wizards? So, magic can be said to be the science of this world? Then, what's with mystic energy? Unfortunately, the conversation that day was soon interrupted by Kentvita. It seemed that he would have to find another chance. Thales watched in fear as the horse beneath him crossed an uneven snow pit. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was international practice for the diplomat group to show their flags to show their identity. Thales turned his head and looked at Kenvita helplessly. At the same time, he carefully paid attention to his mount, which was chewing in dissatisfaction. Besides, an army of 2,000 people stretches for hundreds of meters. With such a huge commotion, even if I don't raise the flag, won't the people know that the Prince of Constellation has set foot on Extet's territory? Or perhaps Archduke Lampard feels that there is no benefit in appearing too close to the Prince of Constellation at this time? Kenvita smiled. Your Highness, please believe in the Archduke. But Putre interrupted him. He had no choice but to send 2,000 people to ensure that the prince would not die in his own territory, but he also had to appropriately display his hostility towards Constellation for his own people to see. Putre slowly smoked his pipe and sneered. Archduke Lampard's situation is actually very difficult. He mobilized his territory at all costs, but he was unable to take down Broken Dragon Fortress. It's really too painful for him. Kenvita's expression turned a little unpleasant. It did not show up when they were traveling and fighting, but Thales had a feeling that once he started interacting with people, Vice Diplomat Putre seemed to have returned to the battlefield where he was most at ease. Kenvita came to Thales' side a few times during the journey and intentionally brought up political topics, but Kenvita rebutted him with words that were sometimes humorous and sometimes embarrassing. You should talk to King Nuvan directly, not a strategist under the Archduke of Black Sand region, Putre explained calmly in private. Lampard officially withdrew his army 2 days ago, and the diplomat group departed at the same time. As the horses jolted, they would walk out of the northern plains today and enter the Sighing Hills. The southwestern part of the hills was still the territory of Black Sand region, but the northeastern part of the hills was the territory under the jurisdiction of Extet's Archduke of Reformation Tower, the Trentide family. Even though Thales had rejected Archduke Lampard's offer of goodwill and alliance without hesitation, Archduke Lampard still generously allocated 2,000 men to protect Thales on the journey. The regular soldiers among them would protect Thales on the journey, while the conscripts would gradually disperse and return to their homes. Thales did not know whether this was the Archduke's generosity or hypocrisy, or a combination of both. At this moment, a knight in grey armor in front of them parted the infantry formation and rode to their side. Thales could sense that Ida, who was riding on the horse behind him, was slowly changing from a bored and undisciplined state to a nervous state. In fact, after being nourished by that wave of fluctuation, all of Thales' senses seemed to have been improved slightly, but definitely. It seemed that the fluctuation was not just something he could rely on during emergencies. Its existence was also slowly changing Thales' body. But this was precisely what Thales was most worried about. He did not quite remember what happened during the time he was dead, when Serena grabbed him by the neck, or rather, he lost consciousness for a short period of time. But Thales kept feeling that he had experienced something important, and after he woke up, that fluctuation appeared. Raymond Pass is right in front. The knight in grey armor in front of them was the supreme class elite who confronted Araka on the battlefield previously. He was the Fire Knight, Tolja. He solemnly reined in his horse and rode in the same direction as Thales. He solemnly said, "There is a village there. We can rest and eat. We will continue to move forward in the afternoon, and at the same time, let the scouts scout out the area. After all, we will soon reach the Archduke of Reformation Tower's territory." Thales acutely noticed that when Tolja said Raymond Pass, Putre and Waya's expressions darkened slightly, while Kenvita curled up the corners of his lips. "What do you think, Your Highness?" Without waiting for the others to speak, Kenvita smiled at Thales and said, "Regardless of whether it is due to practical needs or personal reasons, I suggest that you stop for a while at Raymond Pass so that you can recuperate or pay homage." Personal reasons? Pay homage? While Thales was puzzled, Putre rode to his side and heaved a deep sigh. Raymond Pass is the starting point of the southwest side of Sighing Hills. It is also the only way to enter the hills from the northern plains. The thin vice diplomat extinguished his pipe and furrowed his brows tightly. Beside him, Wyatt turned his head away. But that was also the place where Constellation's former second prince, Prince Horus, finally lost his life during the Bloody Year, Putray said with a displeased expression. Thales's expression changed. He understood why the other people's expressions had changed. As the Prince of Constellation, Thales lowered his eyelids in a timely manner and sighed. Of course, Horus is also my blood relative. However, he was also mumbling quietly in his heart. Did the genius swordsman of eradication in Kessel's words, and the royal general with cruel military rules in Sonia's words, die here? But this is also a chance to further understand the truth behind the bloody year. He turned to Putray. The cause of the prince's death? At the end of the bloody year, the winter was unusually warm. King Nuvan gathered 7 archdukes and an army of nearly 100,000 men. They had sufficient rations and weapons to besiege the fortress, which had few troops. Putray sighed in response to Thales's question and was the first to answer. At that time, the southwest battlefield in Constellation had reached a critical juncture. Duke John had the last main force of the rebel army pinned down at Blade's Edge Gap. Victory in the battle to quell the rebellion was within reach, but this also meant that they could not go north to provide aid. The reinforcements from Broken Dragon Fortress were nowhere in sight. Putray shook his head and put away his pipe. His gaze was complicated as he said, catapults, siege crossbows, mystic guns, and countless troops who went up to the city walls. Faced with an incessant and fierce attack that disregarded sacrifices, Prince Horus believed that it was only a matter of time before Broken Dragon Fortress was breached. So he took the risk and attacked. He brought a small number of troops to cross the pine forest in secret and broke into the rear of Extet's supply line. Waya let out a deep sigh. The next person to answer was the extension commander. That was a risky choice, Kenvita said with a chuckle. Obviously, this was Constellation's miscalculation. Horus lost the gamble and paid the price for it. Waya stared at him indignantly. That was a good choice. At least it went straight for your vital parts, Putray replied with a cold snort. Thales frowned. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. With his status, it was best for him not to say anything at that moment. He had heard Gilbert's story about the tragedy of the royal family during the bloody year. In his story, Horus had fallen into the extension's trap. Gilbert's statement that there were no reinforcements for 3 hours seemed to imply that Horus's death was the same as that of the other members of the royal family. He was framed. But from what Putray and Kenvita said, it seemed that Horus had taken the risk and attacked. He only had himself to blame. Moreover, they were so far away from Constellation's border. Was it not normal for them to be without reinforcements for 3 hours? He needed to understand more. At this moment, Tolja, who was beside them, spoke up. That was indeed a wise choice. When Kenvita heard this, he looked at the Fire Knight with a displeased expression. Tolja's solemn voice made Thales furrow his brows. Horus succeeded halfway. He burned nearly a quarter of our supplies. Our supply line was too long and fragile. What he did at least bought a lot of time for Broken Dragon Fortress, Tolja said solemnly. He sounded as if he was complaining about Horus's injustice. If we hadn't noticed it early, King Nuvan would have stopped attacking the city, retreated the main forces at the front line, and set up an ambush on the way back to the fortress. Yes, we blocked Horus's way back from the pine forest and forced him to the plains. Viscount Kenvita snorted, seemingly dissatisfied. Just like how we surrounded a fox. Putray's expression darkened. Thales was also very embarrassed. Waya, on the other hand, had an indignant look on his face. Any Constellatiate who heard an extension tell the story of how they killed the Prince of Constellation would probably not be happy. That's not fair. After all, he only has a little more than 1,000 men. But Lord Tolja spoke again. He said solemnly, we used an army that was nearly 20 times our number to surround Horus on the plains. But his warriors were elites who had gone through hundreds of battles. Their willpower was as tenacious as the Northlanders. Under their counterattack, the Archduke of Elifure City's troops suffered heavy casualties. The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City and the Archduke of Prestige Orchids wore banners even wavered and retreated. King Nuvan had no choice but to use the rest of his troops and send the elite White Blade Guards under his command to block the gap. Only then did he manage to stabilize the battle line. The battlefield was terrible. The black smoke burned so much that even the fortress could see it. If Broken Dragon Fortress had sent reinforcements at that time, they might have had a chance to rescue your prince from the side of the chaotic battlefield. Putray gripped the reins tightly. Thales was stunned. But they did not send their troops. Thales recalled the scene of him being besieged under the fortress a few days ago. Puzzled, he asked, the fortress did not send their troops. No, I still remember, Tolja said faintly. From the afternoon until the sky turned dark, the people in the fortress watched Horus's troops fall one by one on the plains. There were no reinforcements for 3 hours. Thales recalled Gilbert's words and furrowed his brows. Regarding this, Putray said with a straight face, the fortress had its own reasons for choosing to do so. Enough of that. Kenvita snorted coldly. Even us extensions feel bitterly disappointed when we see them leave us in the lurch. Leave us in the lurch? Thales gripped the reins tightly and gritted his teeth as he endured the jolt of the horse. Kenvita cast Thales a meaningful glance. Of course, perhaps they were just as cautious as the fortress flower 2 days ago. Who? Thales turned his head and asked in puzzlement, who? When Horus led his troops outside, who was the one who guarded Broken Dragon Fortress? Putray looked worried as he looked at Thales. Go on. Kenvita chuckled. Tell your prince, who is responsible for Horus's death. This is not a secret. Thales suddenly realized that it was not appropriate to talk about this in front of the extensions. Putray glared at Kenvita in dissatisfaction, but he still sighed and answered, the Northern Territory was in danger at that time. His Majesty the late king ordered the surrounding nobles to provide assistance, and the largest number of reinforcements came from the Land of Cliffs region, the Duke of Constellation's territory, which was the closest to the Northern Territory. Putray watched Thales' expression worriedly until he was certain that Thales' emotions did not change too much. And after Horus left, the commander of Broken Dragon Fortress was naturally the person with the second highest status at that time, the vice diplomat said slowly, the guardian duke of the Land of Cliffs region, Rudolph Nanchester. Thales was slightly startled. Putray furrowed his brows, but continued, he was also the current duke of the Land of Cliffs, the elder brother of the one-eyed dragon, Koster Nanchester. Later, when Broken Dragon Fortress was breached, he was captured by Extet and died in prison. The moment he finished speaking, Thales' heart trembled. The former Duke Nanchester. Could it be that the brother of the current Duke Nanchester had something to do with Horus's suspicious death? At least, when Horus was besieged, the one-eyed dragon's elder brother stood by and did nothing to save him. Is that so? More importantly, does Kessel think so too? What about the one-eyed dragon? What does he think? What does he think of Kessel? And the one-eyed dragon's already dead elder brother? Could it be that, and the one-eyed dragon's words when I set off from Eternal Star City, Thales thought about the relationship between the two, and his brows furrowed. Putray patted Thales' saddle and shook his head at him. Don't think too much. Thales felt that this was what he meant. And at that time, Horus probably felt that he no longer had any hope of returning to the fortress. The Fire Knight, Tolja, stroked the sheathed blade on his saddle. With a nostalgic expression, he smiled bitterly and said, he made a decision that no one would have expected. Putray shook his head. His expression was desolate. Thales raised his eyebrows. What did Horus do? He no longer tried to break out of the encirclement in the direction of the fortress. A smile of admiration appeared on Tolja's face. Like all of you, Horus turned around and ran in the opposite direction. He broke out of the encirclement all the way to the north. Thales thought of something. Like us? He remembered what the man known as the Kingdom's Wrath said to him on the battlefield a few days ago before they broke out of the encirclement towards Lampart's flag. A long time ago, in a hopeless situation, a Jade Star told me, since there is no way to retreat, why not go forward with all your might? So, what Araka said was, after an entire day and night, they escaped here. We, the army of Black Sand region, also chased them here. Tolja's expression was complicated. He raised his hand and pointed at the snow-colored hills that had begun to rise and fall in front of them. Thales turned to look. They arrived at the end of the plains. A black mountain peak that was half covered in snow began to appear in front of them. There was only a narrow entrance between the two low mountain peaks. It was only as wide as the gallop. The Extet troops moved slower and slower until they stopped. "We are here," Viscount Kenvita said faintly. "This is Raymond Pass." "This is the battlefield from back then?" Thales looked at the strange rocks covered in snow in front of him and asked Tolja, who was beside him, with a strange feeling in his heart. "We held them in place and surrounded them once again. Horace's remaining troops guarded the area next to those rocks." Tolja nodded and said with a profound gaze, "The former Archduke of Black Sand region lit a torch and personally led his guards to besiege them continuously. He also ordered them not to use crossbows. He wanted to obtain the glory of capturing the Prince of Constellation alive." Tolja nodded. Horace, on the other hand, personally wielded his sword and wore his black armor. He stood guard under his 9-pointed Star War flag. No matter how the people around him fell one by one under the blades and axes, he never took a step back. The best warriors from both sides roared and pounced on each other. Then, one by one, they fell between the rocks. That night, even though we had the advantage in numbers, the 4 supreme-class elites on our side were all injured. One of them even lost his life there. When he talked about the history of the battlefield, the Fire Knight seemed to be filled with emotions. Kenvita, on the other hand, remained silent. He only looked at Tolja with a frown. Horace pierced my chest with his sword. Before he could stab me again, I was snatched away by someone behind me. Tolja sighed and touched his right chest. Thales furrowed his brows. "The sword of reversing light, huh?" His Highness Horace's sword skills came from the Tower of Eradication. He also experienced the baptism of the army and the battlefield. In the history of the Jade Star royal family, only the enemy of the wolves can compare to his bravery, Putre said slowly as he stared at the strange rocks in front of him with a profound expression. Thales felt Ida snort softly behind him. The old Archduke of Black Sand region gave up on his goal. He realized that his intention to capture Horace alive would only cause us to suffer more casualties. In the final, fierce battle, Horace, who was wounded more than 10 times, beheaded the unceasing fire to rend. Then, his heart was pierced through by a sword. Tolja urged his horse forward and stared at a rock that was half the height of a man. He felt as if he had returned to that night 12 years ago, when the shadows of swords and blades flashed. "A prince died here." Kenvita shook his head. "This place will probably become a tourist memorial in the future." Waya glared at him mercilessly. "Yes," Putre replied sarcastically, "all of you should build a statue for Prince Horace, to commemorate his bravery and fearlessness, as well as his ability to kill his enemies." Thales sighed. He closed his eyes and lowered his head deeply at the strange rocks. Another group of people who were unfortunate during the war. When they saw Horace fall, the last of his soldiers also lost their will to fight. Just when we thought that everything was over, one of Horace's soldiers snatched the bow left behind by Turend in the chaos, Tolja continued to say faintly. Kenvita's expression suddenly changed. Thales raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. "You mean?" Tolja looked to the south and exhaled a long breath. "That soldier carried Horace's corpse on his back. He carried that bow, and with wounds all over his body and a few crossbow bolts, he roared angrily like a madman. With the last few people, he rushed into the encirclement. For some reason, our people could not stop him. Until he reached the old Archduke of Black Sand region, and then, Tolja flashed an indecipherable smile and snorted softly. In the chaos, the soldier disappeared into the night. From then on, Araka Murch was known as the Kingdom's Wrath. Tolja stroked his own blade. Endless fighting spirit shone in his eyes. Thales took a deep breath and stared at the strange rocks from afar. However, he could not tell that countless warriors had fallen here 12 years ago. A prince had also fallen here, and another legend had become famous from then on. No, I still have some doubts. Thales turned to Tolja. So, Lord Tolja, you personally experienced the war between the two kingdoms 12 years ago? Including how to break through Broken Dragon Fortress? I participated in that war. The Fire Knight nodded. But as I said just now, thanks to Prince Horus's sword, I was injured during the early stages of the war. When I returned to the battlefield, it was already a few months later, during the later stages of the war. At that time, Sonia Sasir brought her Starlight Brigade and gathered the defeated soldiers along the way, including Murch. They fought a few battles against us in the north. Oh. A thought flashed in Thales' mind. You even fought against the Fortress Flower? Should I say, as expected of one of Extet's 5 war generals? No, I did not have the chance to fight against her. Tolja frowned. Because of a despicable person. Despicable person? Thales was stunned. Who? I do not know. Viscount Kenvita smiled and said, Constellation's little trick. Tolja has always been brooding over it. I do not know who. Brooding over it? Extet's Fire Knight Tolja snorted coldly. On the battlefield, a damned person disguised himself as one of us and hid behind my back. When I killed my way through the enemy's formation and was about to attack the center of Starlight Brigade's formation, that despicable person attacked me from the back. I was seriously injured again and did not have the chance to fight against Sasir or Murch directly. Tolja frowned. I still remember that when that damned despicable assassin fled, he hid himself behind a strange purple mask and used a gray short sword. He came and went like a ghost and was extremely fast. Oh, Thales said with a strange expression and scratched his head. Disguised himself as someone else. Attacked the enemy from the back. Purple mask. Gray short sword. Came and went like a ghost and was extremely fast. These characteristics and habits. I seem to have heard of them somewhere before. Behind him, Ida snorted softly again. Is that so? Looking at Tolja's cold gaze, Thales frowned and nodded sternly. This method is really despicable. Chapter 112. The undulating land you see in your eyes is the Sighing Hills. It is spread out on the western edge of the Sighing Mountains. Look, those snow-capped mountains in the distance that reach the clouds are the Sighing Mountains. Putre, who was riding on his horse, pointed at the mountains that towered into the clouds in the distance and explained the geography of Northland to Thales. Thales raised his head and widened his field of vision. He exhaled a breath of hot air in the chilly environment. The Sighing Mountains used to be the highest mountain range in the land during the era of the ancient empire. It is connected to the Quequor Glacier in the north and separates the Northland Province and Eastern Wasteland Province in the north of the empire. It gradually extends south to the north of Greenheart Province, which is now Constellation's Eastern Sea Hill and Duke Cullen's fief. The danger and difficulty of climbing the Sighing Mountains made travelers shrink back at the sight of it. They could only lower their heads and sigh. That's how it got its name. Putre put down the pipe in his hand and sighed softly with his head lowered, as if he was responding to his own words. When the ancient empire was still around, this place was famous for being a place of exile and chaos. After the empire was destroyed, the turmoil worsened until a group of elves moved into the mountains. They took root here for nearly 300 years and moved freely between the mountains. During their heyday, they formed their own kingdom. After the Battle of Eradication, the northwestern side of the Sighing Mountains belonged to the Western Peninsula, while the southeastern side of the Sighing Mountains was within the borders of the Eastern Peninsula's Hanbol dynasty. The elves in the Sighing Mountains? Wait a minute. I think it was mentioned in the War of Eradication, Heaven's Fall and Earth Rend? Speaking of elves, Thales could not help but glance at Ida behind him. What's wrong? Ida spread her hands in exasperation. I don't even know which generation of my relatives they are. I'm not good at history. Thales shook his head and turned around to continue listening to Putre's explanation. I can't count on this elf who can't even remember his own name. Even if he's in supreme class. Archduke Trenida's Reformation Tower and the lonely old tower of the Fries family of Constellation are located on two different peaks, facing each other across a valley. Both sides are extremely wary of each other, but they are both easy to defend and difficult to attack. Further north and south of the mountain range are the fiefs of the Archduke of Ekstedt's Horn Deer City and the Guardian Duke of the land of Star Cliff. However, due to the precipitousness of the Sighing Mountain Range and the high temperature in the north, Ekstedt's Horn Deer City and the land of Star Cliff, which are located in the mountain range, are faced with the predicament of having territories near the Sea of Final Freeze and few ports. Putre took a puff from his pipe and looked at the mountain range in the distance with an intoxicated expression. Hence, during the First and Second Peninsular Wars, the Allied forces from the Eastern Peninsula crossed the Sea of Final Freeze and landed from Constellation's Eastern Sea Hill or South Coast Hill. It's because both Constellation's Land of Cliff region and Ekstedt's Eastern Seaport are situated on natural sea cliffs that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was only during the Third Peninsular War that the Eastern Peninsula Army pretended to attack Constellation's eastern seaport, but launched a surprise attack on Ekstedt's coastline. With a small number of troops, they attacked the sea cliff and achieved amazing results. In the end, they broke through Elk City and entered the heart of Ekstedt. Peninsular War? Another question popped up in Thales's mind. The war started from the conflict between the two continents, such as the whales in the Sea of Final Freeze. After the Battle of Eradication, we discovered that the eternal oil in their bodies is the best fuel, even better than charcoal. Putre answered Thales's doubts. Fishing rights, quotas, areas, and rest periods have always been the focus of dispute between the countries on both sides of the Peninsular War. These were the main topics of discussion during the Fourth Peninsular War. Of course, after the Third Peninsular War, the political situation on both sides of the Peninsular War changed too much. We became enemies with Ekstedt, while Main Knox fell into a struggle for supremacy in the Eastern Peninsula with Hanbol. In the end, under the virtuous King Mindis III's new policy, we formed an alliance with Main Knox, while Ekstedt became close to Hanbol. This caused the Fourth Peninsular War that started in year 468 of the calendar of eradication to become a world war in name only. The flames of war were no longer limited to the tangled forces of one side and crossed the sea to invade another side. Instead, it affected every corner of the world. Thales remembered the smiling middle-aged king of the three Constellation kings in Mindy's hall, the portrait of his head carved on the silver coin, and the burned scar on his chest. He then remembered the pair of blood clan sisters in Corleone and the so-called Starry Night Alliance. Thales shook his head and chased these thoughts out of his head. Do you not agree with Mindis's foreign policy? The prince asked curiously. That is not the case. Putre shook his head. Forming an alliance with Main Knox is the trend of the times. There is also an old Far Eastern proverb that says, befriend distant allies and attack nearby enemies. Although the scale of the Fourth Peninsular War was huge and the price was heavy, Putre said slowly as he pondered, in my opinion, the new political situation has also strengthened the connection between the two peninsulas. The conditions for the outbreak of a world war have all been eliminated in the increasingly complicated interconnected situation, such as the conflict between us and Ekstedt in the Western Peninsula. Since the Fourth Peninsular War until now, we have not had a war that crosses the continents for 2 centuries. We have enjoyed more than 200 years of peace. Almost every century before this, we have had a peninsular war between the two peninsulas after the conflict between the two peninsulas accumulated to the extreme. Thales frowned. He had always felt that the so-called Peninsular War was a little strange with such a country's productivity and political system. Crossing the sea to conquer the peninsulas. How much manpower and logistical supplies do they need? Can the price paid by the various countries really be compensated with just a little bit of eternal oil? They moved forward under the gazes of the soldiers on both sides of the road. Soon, a village appeared in front of them. Thales raised his eyes. He noticed that the trees outside the village were tied with ropes. Many of them were tied with food such as jerky, bread, and so on. There were even deer, foxes, snow rabbits, and other prey. Is this a Northland custom? My soldiers have confirmed the safety of this village. At this moment, Kenvita followed them from behind. He passed the crowd, rode into the village, and got down from his horse. He handed the reins to a soldier. We will dismiss a portion of the recruits whose hometown is nearby. You can rest for a while in one of the taverns inside and enjoy lunch. With Ralph's help, Thales got down from his horse. He heaved a long sigh of relief because he could temporarily get rid of the horse. Then, he raised his head with great interest and observed the village next to Raymond Pass. This was supposed to be a quiet little village that did not even have walls. But at that moment it was filled with burly men who were well-built and armed to the teeth. Even though most of the escort troops were stationed at the front and back of the village to rest, Thales could still see Northland soldiers bustling about under the eaves of the single-story houses built with bricks, wood, and earth. However, the strange thing was that these soldiers did not seem to disturb the peace of the village. They mingled with the men and women of the village, who were dressed in coarse sackcloth jackets. The square in the village was especially filled with soldiers and villagers. Wine glasses were being tossed back and forth, and their laughter was deafening. This time, I'm going to *CK you up, Crandon. Two people sat beside a large wooden table that seemed to be used for selling goods. A village-like man slammed the table full of wine glasses with great force. He looked at a soldier opposite him who refused to show weakness and shouted, "I can drink 10 glasses in a minute. We'll know soon whether you're bragging or not." The soldier threw away his axe, took off his breastplate, and similarly slammed the table indignantly. Only the winner can get a rose's wreath. The onlookers in a circle jeered enthusiastically. A young lady holding a flower basket laughed loudly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She put down the flower basket, lifted her skirt and sat down in a forthright manner. She joined the drinking party at the round table. "Only those who can outdrink me can get my wreath." Thales could not help but chuckle. At that moment, he even somewhat forgot that it was this group of Extet soldiers who risked their lives to fight against his protectors on the battlefield and killed each other. Unlike the society that Thales came into contact with in Eternal Star City, where social classes and statuses were clearly defined, the rhythm of this rural village in Extet was wild and brisk. The atmosphere was warm and relaxed. The villagers were basically tall and strong Northlanders. They looked forthright and had hearty smiles. "Hey, Tolja, how long are we staying here?" A bearded soldier who looked like a middle-ranking officer carried a warhammer in one hand and a wooden wine glass in the other. He shouted at them loudly, Please tell me that I can spend the night." "We will depart in the afternoon," Tolja replied loudly in dissatisfaction. "Before that, tighten your pants, Ironhead Croc." "What a pity." The bearded officer drank a mouthful of wine with a disappointed expression. The wine flowed down his beard as he muttered, "I remember that there is a beautiful cook at Hero Tavern." Thales did not care about the soldiers and villagers who were pointing at him and gossiping about him. There was no lack of disdain and malicious gazes either. He followed Kenvita and Tolja forward, while the people from the diplomat group followed behind them. "Is the way for you to confirm that it's safe for the soldiers to enter the village and drink with the villagers?" The prince's young attendant, Wayakaso, looked at the Northland soldiers who walked past them and laughed heartily with their arms around the villagers' shoulders. He placed a hand on the sword at his waist warily and disagreed. "If I were an assassin, would blend in with these villagers. Don't be too nervous. This is not Constellation, it's Extet." Viscount Kenvita laughed loudly. "Almost all the people in this village are retired veterans. They can be trusted. In fact, out of honor and dignity, the prince, who is a guest, will only be safer among them." Waya, on the other hand, shrugged and pursed his lips to express his skepticism. "Don't worry." Thales nodded at his attendant. "The soldiers have all spread out and infiltrated the village. Even if they are assassins, they will have to consider the possibility of an assassination and the price to pay. This is Mountain Pass Village, isn't it?" Putre looked around with nostalgia. I remember that there is a tavern here, and the owner is very famous, Hero Tavern. It was opened by a retired veteran 30 years ago, Tolja said flatly by the side. And the rye wine inside is famous far and wide. Thales, who was curiously sizing up his surroundings, followed Kenvita and Tolja to a rather large stone house. There was a huge signboard with a wine glass hanging on the door of the stone house. The fire knight pushed open the two doors and walked into the bustling Hero Tavern. Thales followed him into the warm stone house and shook off the cold air behind him. He watched as the tavern filled with customers instantly quietened down. Many people cast their gazes on them. Thales recognized that there were quite a number of Northland soldiers among the customers, and it was obvious that they had just arrived. But a few seconds later, the lively atmosphere in the tavern returned, as though the people who entered were just a few ordinary people. You didn't empty the tavern, Wyas said with a frown, then His Highness's, a coarse and old voice rang out like an explosion. Brat, this is my tavern. A sturdy, silver-haired old man with a frown on his face rested his elbows on the wooden bar counter. With a disdainful expression, he said, be it the king, the priestesses, the foreigners, or even the gods, no one can chase away my customers here. Waya frowned. The old man then narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to look at Thales. He put on a strange expression. You have quite a lot of people here. I only serve customers who pay for the wine. Thales smiled at him. The prince could not help but notice that even though the weathered old man in front of him was a little old, at least 60 years old, his arm muscles were still well developed, his waist was thick and straight, and his gaze was direct and fierce. Caslin. Don't worry about the number of people and the money for the wine. Kenvita laughed and sat down on the bar counter in a straightforward manner. He took out a money bag. We have a lot of small golden round pieces with Raikuru's portrait here. By the way, the Archduke of Black Sand region asked me to send his regards to you. Thales' gaze shifted. A retired veteran and an ordinary tavern owner. How could the Archduke of Black Sand region personally greet him? But Kenvita obviously did not receive the response he deserved. Each cup of rye wine costs 6 extet copper coins, and the price for nobles is 60. The tavern owner, the old man Caslin, glanced at the money bag with a cold expression. He then pushed it back and snorted coldly. Also, I don't accept gold coins. Especially the gold coins from Lampard, who killed his own family. Kenvita's expression immediately froze. Thales was also shocked. Killed his own family? Kenvita spread his hands at Tolja, who was behind him, and put on a resigned expression. That was a duel for the right to inherit the throne in accordance with the ancient rites. Tolja walked forward and calmly took out a bag full of extet copper and silver coins. He said flatly, the Archduke defeated his eldest brother, that's all. The casualties were just an accident. Let him quibble all he wants. Killing his own family is killing his own family. The old man Caslin took the money bag in disdain. As for the so-called ancient rites of duel, that was something the Empire used to make us kill each other. The Archduke of Black Sand region killed his own brother and seized the right to inherit the throne, and it seems to be following some kind of dual ritual of the ancient empire? Thales silently stored this information in his heart. Thales looked at the boorish old man in front of him. This tavern owner's identity is not simple, and he doesn't seem to be on the same side as Lampard. Maybe I can gather some information from him? So it's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Caslin weighed the money bag in his hand and counted the number of people in front of him. Wait. Thales had a brainwave and spoke at the right time. The Archduke of Black Sand region's money belongs to them, but the few of us will pay for our own. We have, about a dozen people. Caslin's eyes darted around and he noticed Thales again, who could not even reach the bar counter. Kenvita furrowed his brows and looked at Thales thoughtfully. Thales nodded at Putre. The latter raised his eyebrows, then walked forward and took out a few silver coins. Ah, I recognize this portrait. King of the Oath Keepers, Midir, right? Caslin took the silver coins and scrutinized the picture on them. He then raised his head and chuckled, revealing his yellow teeth. "You're from the Empire?" "No." Thales smiled and shook his head. "We're from Constellation." Beside him, Waya's expression changed, while Putre seemed to be deep in thought. "I know, brat. You're the Prince of Constellation, and you're here to apologize." Caslin stared straight at him. "What a long and arduous journey." Thales shrugged. "All right." Caslin snorted. "There's no reason to say no to money." "Hey!" Kenvita protested. "Aren't Archduke Lampard's gold coins money as well?" "Hey, Brian." The owner of Hero Tavern ignored the Viscount. He raised his voice and knocked on the wooden window behind him. 20 glasses of ale, normal ones will do." A tall, black-haired man in his 30s walked out from behind the bar counter. There was a burn scar on the left side of his face. He snorted coldly. The tavern assistant raised a thin wooden stick with a displeased expression and turned towards the cupboard behind him. With a shake of his arm, he skillfully skewered the ears of a dozen or so wooden wine glasses and pulled them up like skewers. With another shake of his arm, the dozen or so glasses hit the bar counter at the same time. Brian deftly pulled out a wooden stick and lifted a large wooden wine barrel. He began to pour wine into the wine glasses that were lined up in a row. As he poured, he stared at the crowd with an unfriendly expression. He even glared at Thales fiercely. This is not something that can be done with arm strength. Waya watched the assistant's movements and his expression changed. He said in a low voice, "I bet he's an expert swordsman." "Don't be offended." Caslin laughed. "My buddies here are all uncouth men who served in the army, of course." Hero Tavern, Tolja said flatly, the gathering and distribution center for retired soldiers in Northland. Thales sadly realized that he could not even reach the chair at the bar counter. It would be too awkward for him to speak directly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At this moment, it was especially important to have a guard who knew sign language. Ralph carried Thales to the high chair at the bar counter. Waya, the attendant, who realized that he had lost his job again, furrowed his brows again. Kenvita and Putre sat on either side of him. The people from Constellation and Extet were divided into two distinct groups. They sat at two round tables respectively. The soldiers glared at each other fiercely. "My God." Willow looked at the rowdy Northland drinkers around him and said in high spirits, "I've never come to a place so far away to drink." "Hold on to your guns." The veteran Genid furrowed his brows and said, "They might pounce on us at any moment." "Sir Caslin." Thales curled up the corner of his lips and brought out his ability to strike up a conversation with people from his memory. "When did you open Hero Tavern? Why is it called this?" "It's been 30 years. Caslin watched lazily as Brian filled the wine cups and brought 3 of them to the bar counter. He let Brian serve the other one on a plate. "After I retired due to an injury, I returned to my hometown and opened the tavern. As for why it's called Hero Tavern, it's a boring name my wife gave it." "Oh, right." Thales touched the wooden wine cup that was half the height of his head. Rationally, he decided not to touch it. "When I entered the village, I found all kinds of food tied to the tree at the entrance." "What's going on?" "The day before the bitter cold winter is coming." Caslin yawned and served a few plates of black bread that did not look appetizing. "That's a gift from the mountains." Tolja and Kenvita grabbed the black bread habitually and ate it with ale. The latter looked like he was watching a show as he stared at Waya, who had a distressed expression and did not know what to eat. "It's best if you eat more," Kenvita said flatly. "We still have to continue our journey in the afternoon. We'll only set up camp at night." A pampered constellatiate. Kenvita chuckled in his heart. This is Hero Tavern's signature dish, the common coarse grain of the Northland villagers. Waya frowned as he stared at the black bread in front of him. Putre sighed and grabbed the bread. "It seems like this will be our lunch today." It was probably Kenvita's deliberate action to test the prince's attitude or to take revenge for the prince's indifference. But immediately after, everyone watched in astonishment as the Honorable Second Prince of Constellation, His Highness Thales Jade Star, grabbed a thick and hard piece of black bread with both hands, then, he took a bite without a care. His expression made it seem like he was not eating the black bread that was difficult to swallow, but, a gift from the mountains? Thales chewed on the hard bread in his mouth and curiously asked in a muffled voice, "The day before the bitter cold?" The taste is actually not bad. I only need to chew and chew it. It's not like the black bread in the Brotherhood, which needs to be roasted with fire when it's bad. Caslan's expression changed. He looked at Thales with an increasingly amused gaze. The day before the bitter cold is a weather unique to Northland. At that time, Northland will welcome the coldest period of the year. The amount of sunlight will be drastically reduced. Those who go out must wear extremely thick leather jackets and bring along enough fire supplies. They cannot go too far either. The time for outdoor activities will be reduced to less than 3 hours every day. Putre stared at Thales, who was eating with gusto, with a strange gaze. It's because I travel outside all year round that I've developed a tough mouth and a good appetite. But the prince, Waya ate a mouthful of bread with a distressed expression. He felt like vomiting, but when he saw Ralph beside him, who was also enjoying it, his appetite and fighting spirit were instantly reignited. The day before the bitter cold will last from a few weeks to a month, Putre continued saying, as for the gift from the mountains, that's a gift to the gods. The owner of the tavern, the old Caslan, chuckled and took over the conversation. The first prey that is hunted and the first food that is touched will be hung on the treetop, and it will belong to the gods. Only travelers who have to go out during the day before the bitter cold winter can take it. It's a gift from the gods. Gods. Thales swallowed. Which gods are they? Sunset, bright moon, and dark night? In his memory, the more famous gods in Eternal Star City who also had their own temples seemed to be these three. But Caslan chuckled. None of them. What we commemorate is the gods that have been passed down since ancient times in Northland and even the world. They are generous gods who look after the land and the mountains, and protect the travelers in the wild. People call them, the Master of the Mountains. Constellation, the Western District of Eternal Star City, the entrance of the Western District Police Station. Sorry, Captain Cohen Caribbean has taken a month's leave. The secretary of the Western District Police Station, Miss Yora, looked at the young girl with short brown hair before her with a cold expression. I mean, at least a month. Taller than me. Longer legs than me. Perkier but than me. Miss Yora thought indignantly. Fortunately, my breasts are bigger than hers. Immediately, Miss Yora straightened her proud posture, stroked her long red hair, and said proudly, if you want to look for him, you can leave a message. I see him often, I can help you pass the message to him. Also. Not as feminine as me. Looks like a boy. Miss Yora sized up the brown-haired woman before her. The other party slowly furrowed her brows and said, is that so? He's not here. She also speaks in a gruff voice. Not like a woman at all. As Miss Yora thought of this, she immediately felt a lot better. That's a croaky voice. She would never admit that it was heroic. The brown-haired woman was silent for a while, quietly watching Miss Yora. Miss Yora felt a little embarrassed. The brown-haired girl immediately lowered her head and looked at the emblem of the Twin Tower longsword on her right hand. Her lips curled up into a smile. All right then, please leave a message for him. The brown-haired girl looked at Miss Yora's expression and said with a playful smile, just say. Under the secretary's impatient gaze, the brown-haired girl licked her lips. That day at Red Street Market, the woman lying in his arms misses him. Miss Yora's expression changed as if she had been struck by lightning. Red Street Market, lying in his arms, woman, miss him. Miss Yora widened her eyes in disbelief. She furrowed her brows and looked at the woman before her with an uncertain expression. How could this be? This woman? With the handsome Captain Cohen, she actually, Jayla Charlton snickered. Ha ha ha, alright, I'm joking. Under the secretary's murderous gaze, the descendant of the assassin's flower stroked her abdomen and waved her hand with a smile. I've only met that blonde, green, police officer once. I just happened to save his life. You like him, have a crush on him, love him to death, and want to give birth to a child for him. Jayla shook her head under the secretary's strange gaze. I don't care about any of that. I'm not your competitor or rival in love either. I'm just asking him for a favor. Don't worry, he's not my type yet. The former bartender flashed a bright smile. The secretary blushed, which was rare for her. She looked at Jayla's sincere gaze and was momentarily at a loss of what to do. She was speechless. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Miss Yora finally exhaled. All right. Miss Yora turned her head away in embarrassment. The blush on her face had yet to disappear. She said helplessly, actually, Captain Cohen has returned to the Tower of Eradication, and we can use messenger crows to contact him. You can write him a letter, and then... Jayla smiled. All right, I'll write him a letter. The young former bartender nodded and thought about something. Thank you, Miss Yora. Actually, if it's not too troublesome, the secretary said a little embarrassedly, maybe I can help you. After all, you're Cohen's friend. Although I am just the secretary of the director, I know a lot of people. For example, my brother is serving the royal family. He can come into contact with a lot of important people. This way, you don't have to look for Captain Cohen. Miss Yora clenched her fists in her heart. Do you think it's over just because you don't like him? What a joke. Don't look down on a woman's persistence, whether it's for yourself or for your rival in love. Jayla looked at Yora in astonishment, then broke into a smile. You can't help me with this. Jayla shook her head in resignation. You're still too. Jayla suddenly stopped talking. She seemed to have remembered something. Miss Yora revealed an expectant gaze. Maybe you can really help me, she said slowly. Yora, you're the secretary of the police station. You can see all cases, wanted posters, and intelligence. Can you help me pay attention to some information? Miss Yora smiled and nodded. Of course, if it's not a secret, what do you want to know? Jayla exhaled and said in a low voice, I want to investigate the locations of large arms smuggling cases from Constellation to other countries over the past few years, especially those related to Black Street Brotherhood. There's a guy called Rhoda. Miss Yora took out a pen and paper. Jayla hesitated, but in the end, she still said, also, I want to find 3 children. Their characteristics are very obvious. They might have been abducted by the Brotherhood, but they are not in Eternal Star City. Miss Yora raised her head in puzzlement. A 10-year-old boy called Cindy. He's a little bigger than the average child. A little girl with a circular burn scar on her face called Coria. She's about 4 or 5 years old. A 7 or 8-year-old boy called Ryan. He doesn't have a right hand. That's it? Miss Yora nodded. I'll go back and look at the recent case reports regarding the crackdown on human trafficking. Wait. Jayla raised her head and said with a serious expression, I'm looking for another little boy. He went missing near Red Street Market. He might have fallen into the hands of Blood Bottle Gang. Black hair, gray eyes, about 7 or 8 years old. He's a... Jayla's gaze darkened. A child who doesn't look like a normal child. Miss Yora raised her head in astonishment. He's a little too smart and mature. Jayla lowered her eyes and continued to explain. Is that so? A precocious child. The secretary shrugged and lowered her head to continue taking notes. My brother said that he's seen 2 similar children, a boy and a girl. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.